dope music. Mr. Majestic drums on the beat.
Vote follow, vote follow, vote follow, vote follow. Follow rescue. Waga rescue. Follow Waga rescue. Puppet Waga rescue. Follow rescue. Waga rescue. Follow Waga rescue. We tired with injustice, we tired with poverty, we tired with corruption, tired with embezzlement. Rebuild Liberia, let's make it rise again. Let's come together, let's make us shine again. Popo Napo, Sapo, Waka Najio, Sapo, Popo Napo, Sap Jeremiah Najio, Sapo, Popo Napo, Sapo, Nyobi Najio, Sapo, Popo Napo, Sapo, Delion Najio, Sapo. Follow rescue, follow Waka rescue us, follow Waka rescue, come and rescue us. We need liberation. Follow rescue, we tired of suffering. Follow Waka rescue us. It's time to vote Boakai. We want to see some development. Liberia needs some advancement. The students need some involvement. You got my foot Boakai. What about the culture? What about agriculture? What about infrastructure? Let's vote for the future. Vote for education. Yeah. Tired with empty promises. Man tired. Yeah. Follow rescue. Follow rescue us. Follow Boakai rescue. Papa rescue us. Come rescue us. Papa rescue us, man. Follow Boakai rescue us. Osoraro to Lofa Kante, for follow. Nima Kante to Kranjire, for follow. Rambasa to Bongante, for follow. Maryland to Grand Crew, for follow. When they follow coming, they begin their running. When they follow coming, they begin their running. Love Liberia, build Liberia, big Liberia, sweet Liberia. We need a leader to build our future. Follow Popo Napo, Sapo, Waka Najio, Sapo, Popo Napo, Sap Jeremiah Najio, Sapo, Popo Napo, Sapo, Nyobi Najio, Sapo, Popo Napo, Sapo, Delion Najio, Sapo. Follow rescue. Follow rescue us. Follow Boakai rescue us. We need a leader. We need a leader. Come and rescue us. Come and rescue us. Follow rescue us. Follow Boakai rescue us. Yeah. Follow rescue us. Follow rescue us. Follow Boakai rescue us. Rescue Liberia. Rescue us. For follow. For follow. For a leader. For our future. For let's for education. For prosperity. Let's come together. Rebuild Liberia. United we stand. Divided we fall.
It's dope music. Mr. Majestic drums on the beat.
Vote follow, vote follow, vote follow, vote follow. Follow rescue. Waga rescue. Follow Waga rescue. Puppet Waga rescue. Follow rescue. Waga rescue. Follow Waga rescue. We tired with injustice, we tired with poverty, we tired with corruption, tired with embezzlement. Rebuild Liberia, let's make it rise again. Let's come together, let's make us shine again. Napo, Sapo, Waka Najio, Sapo, Popo Napo, Sap Jeremiah Najio, Sapo, Popo Napo, Sapo, Nyobi Najio, Sapo, Popo Napo, Sapo, Delion Najio, Sapo. Follow rescue us. Follow Waka rescue us. Follow Waka rescue us. Come and rescue us. We need liberation. Follow rescue us. We tired of suffering. Follow Waka rescue us. It's time to vote Boakai. We want to see some development. Liberia needs some advancement. The students need some involvement. You got my foot Boakai. What about the culture? What about agriculture? What about infrastructure? Let's vote for the future. Vote for education. Tired with empty promises. Make tired. Follow rescue us. Follow rescue us. Follow Waka rescue us. Papa rescue us. Come rescue us. Papa rescue us, man. Follow Waka rescue us. Osoraro to Lofa Kante, for follow. Nima Kante to Kranjide, for follow. Grambassa to Bon Kante, for follow. Maryland to Grand Crew, for follow. When they follow coming, they begin their running. When they follow coming, they begin their running. Love Liberia, build Liberia, big Liberia, sweet Liberia. We need a leader to build our future. Follow, Bonapo, Sapo, Waka Najio, Sapo, Bonapo, Sap Jeremiah Najio, Sapo, Bonapo, Sapo, Nyobi Najio, Sapo, Bonapo, Sapo, Delion Najio, Sapo. Follow rescue us. Follow rescue us. Follow Waka rescue us. We need a leader. We need a leader. Come and rescue us. Come and rescue us. Follow rescue us. Follow Waka rescue us. Yeah. Follow rescue us. Follow rescue us. Follow Waka rescue us. Rescue Liberia. Rescue us. For follow. For follow. For our leader. For our future. For let's go education. For prosperity. For let's come together. Rebuild Liberia. United we stand. Divided we fall.
Media. Hello there. Welcome here to Carmen Social Media. Today is Friday, November 17. Thank you very much for tuning in. Go ahead and share this here. We're gonna play some music and we're gonna do some sharing. Then from there, our panelists will be on tonight, and it's a 3 hours discussion segment. We're playing the president-elect theme song in the background. Congratulations to Joseph Nima Boakai, Liberia's 26th president. From the numbers now, from all the votes that have been counted, and from the press conference today from NEC, one can tell, or one can now officially congratulate UP stand-up bearer, Mr. Honorable Joseph Nima Boakai from the UP party, aka the rescue team. We will have our panelists. Our panelists are very diverse. They will be here and to congratulate the other side. As you all know, this network we are very objective here. The network is have a diverse panelist, but as the CEO, I am independent. I do not affiliate with any political party. I'm not a partisan. But we also will congratulate any political party that win. And now, UP Standard Bearer, Honorable Joseph Boakai, will be the next president of Liberia. When he is sworn in, he will be the 26th president. And we'd like to congratulate him. We're going to play his theme song as we await our panelists to come on here to dissect and discuss the way moving forward. Before that, we'll give our candidates, not candidates, our panelists the opportunity to congratulate the other side. So, once again, congratulations. We will play his theme song two more times here as we share this uh, live podcast. So, Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Here, that was one of the theme songs of GNB Joseph Niman Boakai. Congratulations here to the puppy. Thank you very much here for joining us here. So, as we're with the panelists here, I want to welcome you all here to Current Situation Media. So, we're gonna play the theme song for JNB one more time here. Then we're gonna start the show here. As we play the theme song here, we will go ahead and continue to share this live segment here. But let's give them the benefit of the doubt here. I mean, they won. So so we have to congratulate them. So like I said, he's a Liberian, so he should be happy that there's going to be a new leadership, new policies, um, different things. We're going to assess him in the first 90 days to see some progress, and I'm going to give him the opportunity to for 6 years. And we encourage Liberians to not vote on tribalism line or celebrity status or this person is well known. We encourage Liberians to vote on issues, education, economy, job creation, security. Those are the things that Liberians should be voting on. Now, oh, I know you, or he's a celebrity. I'm part of his political party, so birds of the same feathers flock together. No, encourage Liberians should be encouraged to vote based on issues that affect their daily lives. If a person is making a significant impact in the country, if a person is making a significant impact in your lives, in your community, and you see the results, you should be able to vote for them. Don't vote for them based on, oh, I'm a Democrat or Republican, or I'm a Upist, or Sidician, or I'm a Wiashin, or I'm a Joseph Boakai man. So yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and tune in here. Um, we are about to start a show here. We are just awaiting some of our panelists to join us. Let us know here if you want to come on the show here. We will also send you the link. It's very easy to come on here. We'll give you time to opine. If you want to congratulate Mr. Joseph or Honorable Joseph or President elect. Now we have to start calling him President elect. President elect Joseph Boakai. If you want to congratulate his team, feel free to come on here. So let's go ahead and play his theme song again as we share this live here, and also as we await our panelists to join us here. It's going to be a very important discussion tonight, and I would like for you to be part of this discussion here and join us and share this here. We are reporting live here from our headquarters. We're also reporting live from the studio in West Des Moines, Iowa. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to Current Situation Media. Thank you very much for tuning in. We appreciate it. I shared this here. Like I said, very important discussion tonight. And tonight, as you all know, that after the press conference today from NEC, everybody calculated the number, and Joseph Boakai pretty much still in the lead. And now a lot of network, a lot of high-profile politicians, they are congratulating him. Even some citizens are sending them congratulatory messages out there, which is good. We have to move on. Elections separate us. But after election, we need to come together. Yeah. It can be, you know, creating animosity based on you know, another man political party didn't win. So let's go ahead here. We're gonna bring on stage here current situation field manager all the way reporting here from Liberia here. We're gonna bring him on here. Let me go ahead and try to read out making click on the screen here. Just a second here. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, you are clear.
All right, hold on there. Just a second here. I want to expand the live the window here so that way people can see us clear here. What I'm doing. So how you doing? How you doing? How's the can you hear me loud and clear?
Pretty much, pretty much.
All right, thank you very much, Chef. So yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome here. We are here with Solomon Sabahooks, and he's currently in Liberia, Monrovia. So I'll let you introduce yourself for the benefits of our viewers here, your position within this network, current situation media, and then I can ask the question. We can go ahead as we await other panelists to join us.
Okay. I'm Solomon Sapahooks again, and I'm happy to be the manager current situation Liberia back home. And I want to say thank you for the job done so far. It's not an easy thing. I want to say thank you to the CEO for keeping up this platform and for selling all this vision to us. And it's a great thing, being on current situation tonight. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Shea. Thank you very much, Shea. Thank you for your effort back home, your hard work. We appreciate it. So, the network has officially congratulated, we now congratulate Joseph Nima Boakai. And the last time when we asked you for your projection, you also congratulated him, or you projected that the UP was going to win. And now we see the numbers. Oh, how's the momentum in Monrovia right now? How's the momentum in the city based on jubilation, based on the social affairs, based on security, and how's the city? Any news from His Excellency George Manawia, headquarters, and how's the momentum from Boakai headquarters? Bring us up to speed.
Mr. CEO, with no disrespect to the outgoing president, he's a peaceful guy. Watching media institutions have play audio of his congratulatory message to the president-elect.
Do you have that message? Do you have that audio?
Yeah.
Oh,
I tried forwarding it to you earlier.
Yes.
But then the street is calm security-wise, but social-wise, the street is congested. Even though it's raining here, or it has rained prior to the NEC press conference, but partisans of the Unity Party and affiliates members are celebrating on every street and angle.
Wow.
And the street is jam-packed despite the rain. People at home are celebrating as well. And I mean, the international community, are proud. ECOWAS, EU are very proud of the manner and form our political situation is leading. Liberia has gravitated from this scene of rejecting election results. The president conceded.
Wow.
Yeah.
The president conceded. Wow. You see, and from over the years, I noticed I've been observing and studying. We are is a calm guy. Even when people, verbally did respect him, he don't take it personal, because he feels that he is a public figure. He feels that being a public figure, you are accessible to criticism, in any form, either negative or positive. He don't counter react physically. You watch his demeanor, he's still calm, he having fun, he dancing buga, and now he have sent an audio, he have conceded or sent a, congratulatory message to Joseph Boakai. So as you speak, we'll try to play it for our audience here. So now, what next? You walk us through the process because I'm not aware of how the process go when when a president is has been considered president elect. What is the next step? How will power be transferred over? What is the transitional power? This walk us through that step.
Okay. Even though the outgoing president have conceded, but NEC pronounced today that there will be recount in one polling place in Nimba, and there are 20 polling places that are not yet been counted in Grand Cru. But with all that, the elections are over. It's just the issue of the formalities for the records. But the process leading to transition, when NEC has been completed with their formalities, there will be a team set up by the current president, and that committee will consist of the president-elect, members of the president-elect team, and the outgoing president. We form a team that will usher in the new government, and that team will comprise of the inauguration body. They will do turnover. They will do programming of security setup, and I mean it will constitute a lot, because in that process there were the issue of 10 over notes come about, addressing the incoming government of how they proceeded, how they ended. And so we noticed that from now to January, early January, the team will start to work.
Wow.
Yeah.
So then when will be a power turnover in January during the inaugural?
Exactly.
Yes. Okay. Well, I mean, we hope and pray for the best. I mean, in every race, in every race, somebody have to win and somebody have to lose. It was a very tough race, presidential race, neck to neck. Somebody have to win, somebody have to lose. At the end of the day, like I stated in my intro commentary, that we are all Liberians. At the end of the day, we have to embrace the other side, even though we some people are hurt, some people are committed to the party, some people are partisan, but in order to move Liberia to the next step, we have to give some relevant suggestions and effort to the next leadership, because at the end of the day, we as Liberians need to develop Liberia. What are we going to do for our country is not what our country is going to do for us. Governments are human beings. They are not machines, or they are not something posted there to develop the country. They are representatives. They are representing us. They work for us. So we have to engage them. We have to petition them. We have to send them, ideas. We have to, visit our office. We have to pretty much monitor them. So
Sure.
in order, a collaborative effort can put the country on a development path. But let's welcome Honorable Steve N. Gay. Steve N. Gay, he is the standard bearer of Liberia New Democratic Change. And Steve, Congress, yeah. So Solo, do you know Steve? Steve just moved to the United States. He been part of CDC. So I just want to see if you recognize the face.
Well, not really, but I think I heard the name before, but not the face.
Yeah, he used to be a powerful guy in CDC. So, Steve,
Yeah.
welcome here, and thank you very much for coming on time here. We appreciate that. As you know,
Thank you.
Solo introduced himself yesterday. He's the field manager for current situation Liberia here, so he's on tonight to give his input. And so, Steve, we will give you time here. Are you going to send your congratulatory message to the other team? You guys have already conceded. What say you? Oh, you are not audible. We are not hearing you.
I
You are
muted myself.
muted.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. I did unmute myself already.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that question. First of all, let me use this time to say a very big thank you to all Liberians. First of all Liberians that exercise their franchise and upholding the peace and stabilities of our country. And we saw elections in other African countries, and we know the result. How it ended to, we know how blood was spilled out in the streets in many African countries, and so Liberia to go through these kind of political elections, and today we are realizing that the country is up to now peaceful and people are jubilating, and everybody try to be calm and I think it's a good sign for Liberia democracy, and we might employ especially the incumbent that will be leaving power and for their patience and commitment, especially George Weah, who has already put out a statement. The statement has been sent to me already. The press statement has been sent to me already. He considered and he expressed his thanks and appreciation to all Liberians, especially Joseph Boakai and the rest of the guys. So again, I would say a very big thank you to every Liberian, and I think this is what we expecting. In the nutshell, Liberian won. It's not about Joseph Boakai, it's about all Liberians. And so if it is the will of Liberian that yes, they trust Joseph Boakai to make some changes as we expect, then we say thanks to everyone. And also thanks to Joseph Boakai for, standing up. And we hope that he do best, and we hope for the best of our country. And President, we are also for conceiving his defeat and accepting it and keeping it the peace. And up to now, if there are different political parties, but now they could have played their game. We saw it in many African countries. And as I said, people in Africa, a lot of people say that Africa elections always, there are manipulations, they are all electoral fraud, there are other malpractices in all African countries. We saw similar thing took place in Nigeria with this gun election, Tinubu and the rest and the other guy. And we saw those manipulations, we saw these kind of elections that went in different countries. But for Liberia today, the excellency of Dr. George Manneh, we are to conduct peaceful elections as a sitter president without playing any game with it and just accepting it and say, let it go as it is. Then I think he mean well for the country and the peace of our country. But it's not strange to us because he's been a peace ambassador before. So his role to keep the country at peace is not strange to any other person. But we hope that the Liberia move forward. So, like I said, to answer your question, I guess online right now. I'm online with my partisans, especially the vice chair for recruitment mobilization. He's currently online with me. We are chatting and we are putting out a press statement that will be on radio, it will be on televisions, and it will be on print media. And to congratulate Joseph Boakai and also to tell President Weah thank you, and the CDC thank you for the peace. And we hope that Liberia go best. Yes, thank you.
Wow. Well said, Steve. Steve is one of current situation media panelists. Even though he's the standard bearer of LNDC, but he was a CDC, and he's still pretty much he predicted and that CDC was going to win, but now he's here congratulating the president, giving his concession message. So, which is good. We are very proud of you, Steve. Like Steve said, Liberian won. Liberian have a new leader, but Liberians in general won. Even though if you are partisan or affiliated with any party, you should be happy that we have a new leadership, and we're going to give everybody the opportunity to resuscitate the country, to put the country on a development path. Let's go back to Solomon. Solomon, are you there? Can you hear us loud and clear?
You are loud and clear.
Okay, Solomon. So I think every Liberian, we know we're going to anticipate a peaceful transition. I know some stronghold seditions, they are hesitant to concede, and it hurts. Don't get me wrong. If you work hard, campaign, it's kind of hesitant. They are still, mentally processing this defeat. Even the deputy EPA director, Random W, he's my personal friend here in the US, but he lives in Liberia. We communicate all the time. I try reaching out to him, said I can't get a response. And some of my buddies work in the government, and it's kind of hard reaching out to them. But later on, they will pretty much digest this loss. So moving on here, quick question, Solomon. You've been in Liberia, you are on ground. Give us some in-depth assessment here why you think CDC lost this election. An incumbent, the ruling party. It's very hard in Africa, and this is the first time in Liberia for an incumbent to lose. In America, in the Western world, it happens, But an incumbent, they have all the resources, they have the opportunity. Why do you think they lost?
Well, the guys, they had the resources. Yes, I agree. But in my mind, they didn't strategize well. That's one point. Another point, Uncle Sam played a vital role. When I mean Uncle Sam, I speak about USA. The embassy here played a vital role. Something I didn't touch last night until I lost signal. And I would like to say it tonight. There was a situation room set up in the US Embassy. And in that situation room, every player of the election, including civil society, the military, the police, the security apparatus, had representatives, either 2 or 3. And that room was responsible to analyze data from the election results. You see, I see, and everybody see it, and nothing there to be changed. As they were coming in, they had their own field record train. As those data were coming in and they were being processed and being kept and being fed to the public. And so from that angle, even if there were foul to be played or there were plans, I believe those plans were interrupted. Another thing, the party prepared ahead of time. Look, the conglomeration of the opposition made them very, very strong in my mind. They were able to accumulate votes from almost every part of the country. Not only that, because my doubt that the party are going to win the election, it went as far back as last year. I never believed it last year till they started paying pool washers properly, because all of their problems have been paying pool washers. If I were retrospect, when they had the elections in Lofa, when Kotima contested as the senator, members of their team ate their own pool washer money. And for that reason, CDC infiltrated. CDC started paying their pool washers, and CDC infiltrated their system. There were places that their pool washers were not present, and CDC do what they had to do. So from the first round, when they started being fully involved or being active with paying pool washers, I drew my conclusion that they were going to win the elections. Because in these electoral processes, pool washers are vital to every team that want to win. And not just that, another factor could be the reluctancy of the ruling party key members. They felt that the president was a popular figure who had a household name, and he never needed much campaign with the level of development he carried on, even though they were somehow cosmetic, but people haven't seen them over the years, I must admit. When it comes to durability, they were not really durable, but they were better than nothing. So the ruling party team members were complacent that they have done some work that weren't seen before. And so both of them were sitting in Morovia here and enjoying themselves while Team Boakai was moving all around. And lastly, the propaganda arm, the propaganda machinery of the Unity Party did extremely well. What do I mean? They continue to feed the public with sentimental information about government. What are some of those informations? They continue to elect the public that there were mass corruption with our investigation. There were people dying on a daily basis with our investigations. Insecurity, lack of social business need. And so, I mean, good or bad news spread faster than good news. When you have a situation where you see somebody riding here and car hit somebody here, you would notice that more people will pull to where the car hit the person, because the ears are yearning for bad news. So on that basis, the ruling party never started rebutting those propaganda earlier. They started late. They started dishing up the money, spending the money very late. Even though the EU press or statement, the first round, talk about they use state resources to campaign, yes, but they started very late. You could hear people in the public saying that the guys are keeping the money and they don't want to spend it. We'll see how they will get our votes. Because due to poverty and hardship, joblessness, people were waiting for the money too in order to prove loyalty. So there were several factors that interplay. Yeah, there were several factors that interplay. And those factors play for the opposition. And you know, being an opposition, the issue of the anti-incumbent sentiment is already playing widely for you as an opposition. Many people want the position, and so when you are opposition, whenever you say a little thing, it spread like wildfire and it gets in your favor. So those were the things that really interplay. But I must admit the election was tough. What I mean tough, as we speak of the recent update for NEC, is still neck to neck, but it shows that Unity Party have won, like I always said, and I said yesterday.
Thank you.
So let me stop here for now so that we can.
Your good analysis. Thank you. Steve, can you hear me?
Steve is muted. Steve, you are muted.
Steve. Let's see. Steve his screen is on the freeze mode. Steve, can you, let's see, let's remove Steve from the studio and he will come back. So yeah, Steve will come back here, but good analysis here, because what you just said, it makes sense, especially when you stated that the opposition, UP folks, pretty much was able to convince the public or inform the public on a daily basis that the ruling party is not doing well. They were able to sell that message on social media, in person, from county to county, across the diaspora. Then you have all these young folks, that run these different talk shows, they were, behind the UP. So the UP message resonated in the diaspora and also back home. But like you said, the race it was tough, neck to neck. I thought, CDC was going to win. That was my first impression, and throughout the first round. After the first round, we saw that CDC was still in the lead, but little margin. And it's very hard, like I said, you don't see it that much for an incumbent to lose or election in Africa, especially
Yeah.
in Africa, in countries like Liberia for incumbent, because of the advantage they have over the ruling over the opposition. And CDC spent a lot of money. You know, they didn't spend
Yeah.
much in the southeastern part of the country because they knew it was a stronghold. But in the western part, they spent money. They visited, but still, the people won't change. So moving forward, what is Boakai's strategy to bring the folks together now? Because now the country, election time, the country is, very divided. After election, some people just become quiet. Some people go invisible. They disappear. They don't even say comment. Because right now, let's take example of the show. Steve was the only person, that pretty much came on the show. All the citizen panelists, I'm still waiting on them. They are not here.
Yeah.
I know they're a little bit disappointed, but they have to rise above it. I mean, nobody died from them. Nobody, no immediate family member passed away. It's just a change of leadership. We live in a democratic society. And we have to expect and adhere to different leadership. So, what is the how can UP bring the folks together? I know you are not UPist or UPist individual, but what do you think? How Joseph Walker going to govern? How is he going to, get Liberians back now together here and say, what, election is over, let's move forward. Do you think his leadership going to be a little bit, I would say, inclusive, or is just going to have all of his UP folks? Your thought?
It's really difficult to say, but if I will do my own analysis, um, I have I have several UP folks who are in mainstream politics. Some of them are assistant secretary in the party, which we do expect to become assistant minister or ministers. What I do here is that they are going to apply similar thing, sedition or CDC-led government. They are going to employ and empower their partisans first. Because if you do analysis on competence, education, UP have more educated folks, young people than the CDC. Yes. And so, if Unity Party employs that mentor, they are going to face a difficult challenge in reconciling the people. Are you getting me?
Yes.
If Unity Party employs that mentor, they are going to experience difficulties in reconciling the people. Unity Party didn't win the election because they are loved. No, let us erase that. They won the election because the guy they love didn't live up to expectation. I think you saw the top race. Now, having said that, if the Unity Party tread on the path that the CDC tread on by employing more Unity partisans in mainstream government, which is the president's right to appoint as per the Constitution, they will face challenges. I see early protest. I see failure in terms of their agenda. For the fact that most of the guys with Ambassador Boakai right now are guys that didn't really work during the early regime. They were young people who were in school wanted to work, but Ellen did give them a chance. Ellen brought some expertise in to balance the government, and now they will want to work. They were also marginalized during the CDC-less government. They will want to work. They will start having a sense of belonging that we sweat, we brought Boakai to power, and so we must enjoy. And with that being the case, I do not see a very prosperous Unity Party-led government like other people are saying. You know, when a bunch of guys who have the sense of belonging around a leader, it gives the leader difficult tasks to perform. We had the same situation with the outgoing president, Ambassador Weah. He has his own agenda, but as people who understand governance come in with their own chicanery, political chicanery, it gave the leader difficulties to work based on his agenda. Someone said the Omer is old. He's not going to have too many social things on a template. He's not going to be so fashionable. He's not getting to dress. I agree. But there are folks that will be around you who have their own agenda or they're hitting stuff on the agenda. And if you are not smart enough to call everyone on the table and reconcile the country in terms of making everybody to have a share based on their qualification. I'm not just saying have a share now, based on their qualification. Make the Unity Party folks to understand that we won, yes, but it is Liberia that have won. And I think there is time that we all put hands on the table to move the country forward. If that is not done, and we notice or we start noticing Unity Party sense of belonging, I see protests because the CDC has been very, very strong in opposition. I respect them for that. When CDC is in opposition, ruling party never had the space to breathe. So let me stop right there, and so that someone else can pick up from there as we go through the night.
Thank you. Good analysis. You know, good information coming in here from Solomon Sagba Hooks here, the field manager for current situation with Liberia. So, Steve, are you audible now?
Yes, indeed.
Yes. Your screen froze earlier, so we had to kick you out of the screen.
Yeah, I got interrupted with a lot of calls, you know.
Okay, so are you ready now?
I'm set.
Okay, thank you. So, Steve, I know when Sagba was speaking earlier, prior to you leaving the stage here, you was nodding your head, so I know you pretty much concur on some of his presentation. So, but the question is, you know, CDC is the ruling party. They had the resources, they had the money, they had the advantage. You know, John Weah is loved by a lot of people. You know, but this time he was running on his record. He was not running on a, you know, celebrity status. You know, but still, you know, most Cilician was loyal to him. They felt that he did some accomplishment. So give us a honest, you know, presentation here, Steve. A man who also been part of the CDC. So before your presentation, tell us your role and position in CDC before, and give us an honest view here of why you think CDC lost the election.
Okay, thank you. That's a nice question. I appreciate that question that you posed. Let me go to my role in CDC before coming to have the ideologies of establishing a political institution in Liberia. To build a record, LMGC will be registering. We slow down, we hold on to our registration because of the election process or ongoing. We don't want to bother the election commission with another thing. And there are many things that we need to put to perspective before completing our registration with election commissions. So we thought it wise to hold on to the process until after these elections and then we will proceed with that. And so to give maybe a populist information, we are political party to be, and soon to be, we going to complete the registration process next year, because we waiting for the electoral process after inauguration. Election Commission have settled down. They have nothing on their mind again, and they'll be focusing on managing political issues. And so then we can start engaging them, and then we will be able to complete our registration. And we anticipate by 2025, we will be doing a very large launching of this party in Liberia. We are expecting guests will be coming up from Europe. We expect people from the US and all over around the world that are going to converge in Liberia to do the launching of Liberia New Democratic Congress. And that's the information. So we are holding on until this election. So, and then with CDC, at the time when I was with CDC, CDC, even ANC came from CDC before it formed ANC. A lot of guys you see today in different political parties, even in Unity Party, most of them came from CDC. And so, but I was serving as the national chairman for all auxiliary for the three political parties. Having to be the coalitions, the tripartite, sessions of the party, and I serve as the national chairman for all the auxiliary in the country. And so that position also put me in the right footing to have interact with people in all the counties, and I work, tirelessly with my own supporting the party. And I think, like I always say, I also developed a new political ideology, and looking at fighters that could be a very good positive, that will make a good positive impact to our society. And it's difficult to have a political party already established with their own platform, which is the CDC. And I think to inject your own new ideas, it was kind of difficult. And so, but I've been working towards this vision for a couple of years. And so we will have time to dive into that. So just to let you know, that was my position then, back then, and then today I'm on the other side. But I'm one person that, and I always tell all of my followers and those in positions, like I said, Liberia New Democratic Congress will not be fully involved into blackmailings and propagandas or using all our resources on microphone for a lot of propagandas against people. But we will be very much constructive and supportive to any government, because we are government in waiting. We'll soon be a government in waiting. So we have to set the page that what you do to your friends, expect that they're going to be reciprocated back to you tomorrow, and then you have the same fruit. So we thought it wise to have to change the dynamic of our politics by engaging communities, different short-term program with communities and helping people in communities, while we are also letting them to know that by 2029 we'll be contesting. So we should start testing the water by engaging our people, and looking at some social needs and things that we think that we can do in our little support. It couldn't be 100% by now, but at least we should not spend all our time behind microphone all the time. Let's use some of these resources to engage. Like some community may have a clinic, but their problem is just drugs. So the little money we use on microphone sit down and propagandas and blackmailing people, and we can fund the drugs. We can talk to guys in Europe and can talk to different countries. They fund the drugs. We do a donation to that community. It's our way of helping people who we think we want to lead tomorrow. So we will not do more talking, but we'll do a more interactions and engagement with communities and our counties. And so that will be our way. So many times people will not always see us propagating people and having confusion with people or insulting people. No, we change the dynamic.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but with the analysis.
Back to the question here. I mean,
yeah,
giving us a heads up on what the Liberia New Democratic Congress will be doing, and we will have an ongoing conversation with you. But let's get back to the question here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To your question.
Yes.
There are many factors that involve. I was trying to concur with him. He said he used certain word, sentimental propaganda. You know, that phrase is very important. But guess what? All of these things that they were saying, that United Party were saying against the government, and that is the propaganda arm of them. Not everything they were saying are real. Not everything they were saying are truth. But they kept pushing it, kept saying it, and keep saying it. So we had a society that we don't analyze. When people say something to you, you will not even go in depth of what they say, whether it's true or not. As long as every day they are saying that people believe it. And see the first propaganda that it started. 16 billion, not million, billion. Can somebody think, like the last time I was saying, 16 billion for just one single man to take a continuum vote of 16 billion and carry behind a home and pack it? How possible that is? How possible? Can somebody think on it? 16 billion? Is that a small money? And this is the word that we didn't define that affecting Liberia. And then United Party got to be careful with that 16 billion issues. Because we said dollars. We did not distinguish the dollar, whether it is a US dollar or it's a Liberian dollar. That word, everybody, the message that was going around the world, $16 billion. US dollars, 16 billion were stolen by Georgia and carried behind house in continuum. But guess what? After they said 16 billion were missing, but the government was still paying people. The 16 billion they were missing, but government was still feeding vehicles. 16 billion were missing, but government was still doing infrastructure projects and development around the country. So where is the 16? So it means Liberia is a richer country. Because if one person can get 16 billion and that country was still paying people, and the country was still running, and the country was still doing development, then it means Liberia rich. Then it means Liberia doesn't need donor support. That's the part they didn't understand. And it gets there because they think that propaganda. But it affects us negatively. It affects the CDC negatively. Two, there are many guys in the CDC. They not look back. And let me say this. I was showing pictures today when I addressed the CDC legislature Starros at Capitol Building. I can display this photo right now. I was a guest speaker at Capitol Building. And most of the representatives and senators were in that program, and I was a guest speaker. And the theme of that program was recalibration. Recalibration. And what I said in the recalibration, in my speech as a keynote speaker, I was straight to tell citizens. And what I said, some people today would think and say, Steve was saying it when he was a guest speaker at Capitol Building. And I said, recalibration is not just a word. We have to apply recalibration into actions. So recalibration, citizens need to go back to their root. Be a representative that people look at the level of Akara Gray will take a wedding and carry France. Akara Gray, you should have just had a wedding in your district. You should have just had a wedding in your district. And let your people and you just enjoy yourself together and you all eat together and you make fun with your people. You feel so big to the extent that even some of them they don't even talk to people. I still here. I'm a national chairman of CDC. But sometimes I got letters that I sent to the president. We had to see many times and I will reply me no. I got letters to that. I wrote projects. I wrote projects. I made some suggestion project to carry to the president. I don't have the means to see. Especially when I call you on the phone 1, 2, 3, and you will pick my call. Then we talk. Many times, as Zara will gather to go see the president, they will not give her a chance. People feel so big, and even what he was saying here, and you never take the same route of ownership. I mean, we are the one who owns it, and he got it just coming. Who are the other people that want can't rule people here? And with that kind of mind start to develop into them, trust me, the challenge will start right away immediately. It will start. Those are facts that affect CDC. That's the fact that affected CDC today. People getting to power, CDC were not related. Those who in government were not even related to their friends. They were not related. So that bitterness start building up in CDC. That bitterness. Can you imagine when CDC started the issue of disenchanted sedition? Those are common phrases that you don't overlook. There was a guy who I know very well from the Zororico, I will call it. This guy sent a letter to Mobile Modu that he resigned from CDC. He left as soon as he went New Jersey Estate. As soon as he passed Nigeria shop, they got an entertainment center right down there. They sell GB there. This guy there, the old man there, his daughter, children there. It's an elderly man. That guy was, I even when they sent a letter of resignation for CDC that he resigned from CDC. Nobody went after him. Why did they want? But let him man go to hell with him. We don't care. Mind you lose one person, it's not one. That 10 person you lose him. Yeah. That man must have we met many times. He told me. He got followers. Yeah. He got followers. When the issue of disenchantment were coming, people were not paying attention to that. The issue of side or term for election in most Colorado County. Can you imagine? I'm a national chairman for the CDC. Term for that coming had election in most Colorado County. You change me. You send me to media. Then you bring Krepler to be head of Azorori. The Azorori don't even know he had never worked with Azorori before. You didn't even know what they want, what they like, what they do, what they don't do. Then you switch. Election, critical election of sort. Then you switch off. The men who are working with Azorori for many years, you took it from there. You send me to media, you bring Krepler to be head of Azorori for the campaign. You killing me?
Did you hear his result in this retort?
I come into that. Then it didn't stop. The next election I mean that was political weird election. When Tomofala election came, Tomofala had his own campaign structure. Tomofala campaign manager don't know me. He don't know Steve, the national chairman for all the they cannot know me. Because the guy from the US here, he killed a grandmother brother, so he said he can conduct or campaign for Tomofala. And they left the Azorori out of the entire campaign process. I called Tomofala many times. We met at Moru House. I said, Tomofala, I have meeting with Azorori. They are threatening. You need to come to Azorori and meet them, your talk. He never put the phone. He never, no day Tomofala ever called the Azorori and have meeting with them. You see the result of Tomofala? T-shirt, come on T-shirt. We don't have it. We don't have it. People were calling me my phone. I called Tomofala around my post. I said, Tomofala, the election will not be good for you. Will not be good. I control the ground rooters. The Azorians are the ground rooters. I control them. I hear me. Why I hear me? It will not be good for you. You all need to find a solution now. There are many fighters that came from Honor CDC themselves. And that's Liberia ideas when it comes to leadership. When Taylor came with revolution, those 80 you guys that had the presumptive with the president, they feel that Taylor was going to be the lifetime president for Liberia. None of them did anything for themselves. They were immoral, bluffing here and there, passing here and there. When Taylor moved, all of them become beggar. So now, there are a lot of guys that never thought that election is going to come or such. For me, I tell people, I'm not appointed by the government. I play a major role. I was one of the key players in the government. I mean, in the party, they know me well. But who gave me position? Nobody. But I'm not disenchanted. Like I always tell people, I'm not meant to work in that government. That's all. That's all I mean. I mean, I went to school and learned. So even if you're not getting government job, I have my own way of surviving. So I don't mean to be disenchanted. I'm not. And trust me, I was the one stepping on the platform defending John. We are right.
Yeah. So
of course, they never offered me any job.
So you didn't have
I challenge anybody to say when Steve was in CDC, we were paying the man, we were even giving him bicycle. I don't even have a bicycle tire in my house when I was CDC. But I defend CDC up to now. I still defending CDC. I was on the platform defending CDC up to the election. I was defending CDC.
Okay.
I'm not just enchanted, but there are many factors. But thank God that the next government coming, even some of us that are going to a higher seat of government, we learn from their mistake.
Thank you.
We learn from the mistake. We saw what happened to CDC, and I think Joseph Boakai should not be celebrating, but he must be wisely thinking what affects CDC. Let him start to do a research. What really affect this man? If you just being driven by just happiness, joy, and feel that he's a hero, he take power. Those same mistakes, those common mistakes that were made in CDC. And he go the same route. Trust me, and I'm not praying for that, but at least they will get some opportunity 2029 to also take the seat. So that would be my joy. But pray for the best of Liberia anyway.
Liberia New Democratic Congress. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Liberia New Democratic Congress stand-up bearer. Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's move on to Solo. And Solo, let us know anytime you're ready to leave due to, your network or due to anything due to the time. Because what time is it right now at your end?
It's like 7 to 3.
Yeah. So we will give you, you can do or if you want to do a closing statement now, that's fine, because you need some rest. We'll bring you back tomorrow. At least we'll try to bring you on every day, for 40 minutes or to an hour or whenever you deem it necessary to leave.
And I will linking with the guys in Liberia too, so that you can be able to start talking with some of our chairman, our vice chairman for mobilization, recruitment. At least so you can talk to some of them.
Yeah, Mr. Gay.
Yeah.
You with no disrespect to the Southeasterner, which I'm one of them, you sound like a Southeasterner.
Why you say that?
You sound like a Southeasterner.
Well, I'm from Nima.
Oh, okay. It's no problem. The Southeasterners are very confident.
I speak Crown. I'm a Crown from Nima.
So
Nima, I get I can get the vernacular, but we know the Southeasterners are confident, and so I'm listening to the confidence in your output.
Okay, so
go ahead.
You have any question for Mr. Gay? Go ahead. With regards to the newly elected president, or any question you have for him now, he's he can answer or any rebuttal for what he just said.
Well, so far there's not really a question. I just thought to admonish him based on his expose with regards to his plans, the Liberia New Democratic Congress, right? Yeah. For me, it's a good thing. Our country struggle for multi-party democracy, which have brought us this far and enlighten us with regards to politics. Many of us hail from the technical background, but because of the issue of free speech and the multi-party democracy, we are able to participate in politics at the same time in our respective field. So I want to applaud your vision and commend you is welcoming, but also Don't forget that in our setting, our people usually say what you have done and where have you been and why now. Elections are coming, you are coming around, so you need to firstly form a foundation, because in our country you cannot do projects as a political party when they are not campaign time. So form a foundation through which you will be doing your projects, and then you can be the CEO and form the country director while you carry on your projects, and maybe something can sparkle and you can contest in one of these districts in your county or Maserado for a seat of the legislature to test the water and sell yourself while the presidential election is ahead. So those are just my little advice with respect to your ambition.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so let's move forward here. Thank you.
But CEO, I forgot to throw light on certain thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
One of those reasons for which the CDC also lost could be the issue of trucking. Those partisans that were not fortunate to get on the party ticket, they went as independent candidate, and they had their own respective constituent that voted them as legislative candidate and voted the CDC as presidential candidate in the hinterland. I mean, in maybe Sino, Brussels, Lofa, and other places. Now, after the first round, some of those guys lost, some of them won. They lost interest because their interest played already. I hope you're getting the point I'm making.
Right.
Of course.
They lost interest in carrying the voters back for the fact that they have won their seat, or some of them lost their seat. But in my mind, they didn't do well to the party at large, because I heard that the party had a very large meeting, dispersed form to some of those aspirants who lost and who won, and then they pocketed the forms, informing the people that those of you who trust me, follow me, let's go and vote, without any sign or encouragement to those people. And the people heard that money was given to them. The people were loyal to follow you the first time, to vote for you because of you. Now they heard that you got money to carry them back, and then you want to carry them on a pro bono basis again. The people rejected. For example, there is a guy who contested in Grand G there. His name is I think Young Bao Day. When he lost by 300 votes margin. One of my picking who used to work for me was his propaganda arm missionary. When they went there, they lost. He didn't go on the party ticket, but he's a sedition. And after the election, the second round, the party called and said, "My man, we want for you to go back and carry our people back. But this is what we got for you." And the party offered 75. He called a meeting. In that meeting, he only taped like 20 persons, 20 key persons, I think 200 each. Pocketed the rest of the money and told 20 persons to go and convince people. And when the news, you know, your friend has a friend, and that friend has another friend, and that friend has another friend. And so those people begin disenchanted in the process. People said they cannot go. And so CDC lost multitudes of voters that were trucked as the result of disenchantment and those candidates not being loyal or sincere to their constituent. So that's the point I wanted to raise. If you listen to the president message on Freedom FM, he stressed that. He stressed that. Freedom FM has a recording with relation to what I'm saying. Yeah. So that's the point I forgot about, and a key reason for their loss as well. Because if you go to the first round, the president accumulated 800,000 plus. So where did the number go that the number dropped to 700,000 plus?
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you.
Yeah. I mean, that's a nice analysis. Myself can, I mean, something that we all sleep, and then thank you for bringing it up. Also, is one of the fighters, one of the key contributing fighter to that help into the product, because I can remember uh, there are people that truck people to my own district in Nima, the Babi district. They took a lot of people from Monrovia to carry them, and then the both of them lost. And then all the people stay in Monrovia. So you almost talk about you left more than 300 to 400 people. And the people, they were all, because our district, that's straight CDC. So all the people that went, they were all CDCians, those young guys. But then they never win. You see, the second round, look at those, you are journalists. The polling places were very poor. Because most of the people, where they register, it's not in Monserrato. Some of them did not register in their county. Somebody took their county another place. And I think we need to work towards that. There should be some rule. There should be some law that should stop that, because it will always affect political party. It will always affect clinics, especially presidentials. So there should be a reason why, but people should learn, to stop their trucking. Which, I mean, it should be something that they need to be careful to be local for the Supreme Court, or angle. That the law should be very strong on that, because it's affecting people. It's affecting people. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, a good discussion, good analysis here. We really appreciate your input, Solomon, and I know we've been trying to get you guys on the show as a panelist from back home, but due to schedule, at least nowadays when we start at 7 p.m., you guys can still have some time to come on and opine. Well, let's welcome and congratulate our UPist, or UPist, or UPist. I hope I'm saying it right, Mr. Malcolm Va. Malcolm, can you hear us? Malcolm is Malcolm, can you hear us? All right. Well, he will come back. That's the cyber security guys, the IT guys. So you're having some technical problem, but let moving from the studio. But he will send his a request to come back on here. So can you guys hear me?
Yeah, indeed.
Okay. So let's proceed now. I think the folks around the world, the international community, they are all maybe sending a message or have sent a message here, congratulating the 78 years old newly elected president, Joseph Nima Boakai here. So, with Marco, can you hear us?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our, one of our panelists. He's a UPist, Malcolm Va. Welcome, Mr. Va.
Yeah, I can see my brother Steve. He left the background.
We're not hearing you, man.
No, we can hear you loud and clear. Somebody can hear you, man.
No, I'm not hearing the man.
I can hear him.
Okay, I'm talking now. I'm hearing you.
Look at it from here.
Please be professional on the show. Call the man honorable. The man is a
Hey, honorable Steve, man. Come on. Look, I told you guys last night. I was not going to engage into any unofficial data, because anything that is unofficial, that may have been modified, it have been altered, and therefore it cannot be, credible.
Mama, they got brought different debate. They got brought different debate.
I just trying to, hey, man. I mean, I made a show.
Well, let's move on, Malcolm.
Without discussing data, now you win. Ain't even drinking beer until you not even get void. You not even to talk. You drink beer now. You not even to talk.
Man, I got to stand up, man. Stand up, man. It's a good beer. You know what I mean? Stand up, you know.
I think that's why the guy was not talking.
Well, Malcolm, when Steve came on the show, he congratulated you guys. Solomon Hooks also projected last night that UP was going to win. He did his projection, and so we want to know where are the other citizens. They are not here. I know they are still recuperating from that defeat, but like I stated from my intro, that even though UP won, but Liberians won, and we are all Liberians. Our country, we gained our independence in 1847. We are still behind, so we should be thrilled that we have a new leadership. Even though I'm not a partisan man, but like I said, I will pretty much support any candidate or leader that pretty much resuscitate the country, get the jobs back, get the economy booming. Education is fair, and teachers are well paid. So a leader that will get the folks happy, even if 75% be happy, 25% is not happy, still I will endorse and support the person, because in leadership, not everybody will be happy with your governance, how you govern. Not everybody gonna be happy. Yeah, I don't care if everything going smooth. If unemployment rate is all the way down, still everybody will not be happy. But let's congratulate you guys, UP, His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Nima Boakai, President elect, and he will be the 26th President of the Republic of Liberia. So, also like to welcome Roland. Roland is another UPS or UPS.
AJ,
Yeah.
before you welcome me, please welcome me with one song. One of the song for me, please.
Send it to me.
They'll go there. The remix for Kevin Anna do me.
You got
Babu Kanda, Babu Kanda.
Baboon. Yeah,
Yeah, the remix for A. The remix by Kevin Anna.
okay.
Babu Kanda.
Okay, while I'm looking for the song here, let's give Malcolm the opportunity to open. So,
All
Malcolm,
right, yeah, the only song I want you to play for me right now because I want to play the talking.
okay, we will play the song. But let's give
All
Malcolm
right.
the opportunity to open. Malcolm, you fought a strong battle. You supported, you defended the UP, even though you are outnumbered on the show here, but you remain consistent, vigilant. You stood up like a tiger among, the hyenas. You stood up like a rattlesnake among all the anacondas.
Especially with the leg of Steve, just opining, just yeah.
At the end, you became, or your party became, the victor. Congratulations. Now, how are you guys going to govern? How are you guys going to bring the Liberian people together? The country is very divided right now. Citizens are shocked. You don't see the whole social media is calm, because citizen numbers on social media is more than UP. So social media is not in that that excited mood. You guys you guys are celebrating, but social media is calm. The blue app is not really interactive. How can you bring Liberian people together and tell them, say, hey, we have a new leader at the end, we are all Liberian, let's work together for a better Liberia?
Yes, thank you for that great question, my brother. You see, tonight and moving forward, I'm gonna be very sympathetic, when it comes to my brothers from the CDC. I'm gonna stay on the side, I mean, it's a sad situation because there are a lot of people, a lot of young people who depended on this administration. There were people who had the capability to make the impact from the very CDC camp, but they were not given the opportunity for the voices or whatever they had in plan to make their contribution to the country by serving. They were not given that opportunity. Instead, the only opportunities allow these great men and women that I know within the CDC were to praise President Weah. So it's kind of a sad situation. They are frustrated, but I think the unity party government going to be very inclusive. Um, we're going to bring on board people who are qualified, not just politicians. They are young men and women within CDC. that even voted against the current regime. We say, if you have the skill set, everybody cannot be into leadership when it comes to government, but everybody can support that government. And on the other hand, the government should be able to support a citizen by providing jobs, not just government jobs, creating opportunity, going out there, outsourcing and bringing people that will create opportunity for many Liberians. We have a lot of young Liberians who are well educated. They have these degrees. But again, I keep saying that when you have a degree and you are not putting it into practical use, it fades away. All you have is just a paper. And you're just going to be talking and speaking book with nothing in your pocket. You cannot even sustain your own family. So we want to urge the UP government. There will be a lot of challenges, but let bygone be bygone. Uh, let bring people on board, people that are well qualified that can, help this country. Because this election is not just about Omen Boakai, it's about the people of Liberia. We are good at making history. Okay. In Africa, you don't see this everywhere. In Africa, people want to, people think that the presidency is the heritage, that they must, move forward and get a second term no matter what. But we are changing the dynamics of politics within Africa. We are sending a message to our African brothers that do not accept it, do not trade or negotiate the future of your country or the future of your children, because the future of every nation is the future of the people that live within it. So we want to tell all the Liberian people thank you, and including the sedition. We do not hate seditions. They are our brothers. We all are Liberians. And we might have gone short and said the negative things towards one another because of politics, but do not take it things personal. It's all about people trying to make the voices heard that their futures matters. So it's just a fair game. We shouldn't go about running after anybody or targeting anybody. However, if people commit a crime within in the past regime that we think that there is a need for them to be investigated, they should go and clear the name out, like the like of Nathaniel McGay, the like of Bill Twawe. We're going to request for information from the U.S. government that was not requested by the current regime, so that these people can go and investigate themselves. They can go, and face the law. If they are not found guilty, of course, they will be certificated. Trust me, the process will start, and we're going to mount pressure on the women to start the process. Because we're not going to shift blame, oh, CDC did this, so that means we should do the same thing. That was the mistake on the CDC part. We're going to go after people, not like witch hunting. But when you look, the like of Bedete stole money. He owns the Liberian government. He sat on radios. We have videos of him. He owns the Liberian government $6 million US dollar. That money can be contributed into something else, into other area of in government that can help the coming regime. So we need those funds. And we are not doing it because we're witch hunting anybody. It's just the law. We want to set precedents. And so I rest my case for now. I see my brother Steve. He just.
All right, thank you. I told you to send me the title of the song,
I join you. I'm joining you.
but he has not sent the title.
I hope it's a good platform.
So, Roland, thank you for that good message, welcome message here. He's been very inclusive here. I don't think from the beginning of the show Malcolm meant any harm, but let's work together to better our country. Because come on, Liberia have too much natural resources that we need to be able to export stuff and always, importing stuff. We need to be able to produce stuff for people to be able to purchase from us and as well. So the resources is there. They just have to be utilized in the right way. We have to go experts in those different areas. Don't put your family member there because why you are in a higher position and you want your family member to enjoy, but your family member he or she is not knowledgeable on his, position or role that he's in. So let's use the experience and let's work together. Let's be fair. Let's be honest. Let Liberians be able to. Hold on. Let me see. Let me add one. Let Liberians be able to leave this partisan thinking and be more open to other opportunities. You can still identify yourself as a Christian, industry, agro person, UP, but you should be able to work across the aisle. Because when you work across the aisle with with your honesty, you can get the job done. And you can be able to, establish relationships that will be able to last for a very long time. So, I don't see why up to now Liberia should pretty much even depend on a lot of foreign aid. I don't see why Liberia should still be at the bottom of the pit, and because of our natural resources, because the country is so small with abundant resources, and we are still, when it comes to development, we are still behind. So it is sad. So our leaders should be able to put country first, then interest. Because at the end of the day, when you are public, you are serving the people. Your goal and objective is to make sure that things is done in the right way to be able to elevate your country. And so, sit man, right? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, AJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
I just saying the song name. Can you play that song for me, please?
Yeah, I will. Roland. So while I'm trying to put a song on
I mean, when they play a song, you must dance. So you got me listen to music. You gotta dance.
Oh, you want me to dance? You see me dancing today all day?
But I want to see now you playing the music without.
I'm going to work. I'm on my way to work, but I will dance that music before I go.
But my man, don't be fair now. Steve, all the UPs and our independent brother
how
on
many
the phone.
UPs you see on the platform? You say we started.
I tell you myself, we're drinking beer now, but I don't see nothing. See here, see not doing nothing. I know my other brother here not doing. Yeah. See what's going on.
Before I thought, I want for AJ to play that song for me. Let me dance.
I'm waiting for an invitation.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Just give me
Marco, I'm waiting for your invitation.
You guys are in here. I'm working on it here quick. Let me play this song here. We got to give all our UP brothers the opportunity here because they fought us very tough battle here.
Yeah, so
when the army
congratulations, gentlemen.
Right?
Congratulations to you guys.
Yeah, gentlemen, when the army go for a war and they are outnumbered and they come back victorious, guess what? That leader gave them a lot of good stuff. Even when they go home, that wife beg them and tell them, say, I will give it to you 10 times a day. Even when the tire said. So this is what happening right now in this is what happening right now in a UP camp. We should be able to give them the benefit of that.
CEO, they shouldn't expect too much too soon. I can predict a very tough situation ahead of them.
Don't even predict it. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tougher.
Yeah.
But
see?
My man, you say you want me to dance, so I'm ready.
In the jungle, there are so many animals waiting for me. During the day, the village was so peaceful. Everywhere that you go, everyone used to jolly and take their pay on time. After they realized everything was good, Kabuki one day.
Yeah. The guy enjoying himself. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations.
When the Boakai, they had us of the time, did a great mistake by even lying. I want to run for president. The citizens of the jungle, we're not satisfied. But for peace sake, they say like they propose. Oh Lord, never will forget. Babu, you not able to take care of that Boakai. You not able to pass the right Boakai. So that Babu come, Babu come, Babu come, Babu come, Babu come, and that's you. Babu come, and that's you.
Okay. Is that a veteran song? Is that a veteran song? It's just the veteran song. You know, like you are saying, a little bit, maybe my voice was, I don't know if it's still coming up. Like I said, you remember when the other day I said it here. I said, UP, Boakai. And I said, we work on all seditions. We will work along with them. Even though they fight us, they say they call our names, but we'll work along with them. The only people, we will filter them. They get the bad goods and the good ones. We'll pick the good ones out. The bad ones, we will make sure we will audit them. They will pay for everything they demonstrate in our country or they loot. I said it here and I continue to say it again. But, Honorable Steve, you try. You try so hard, but you not make it. They think you can hear. You can hear.
Yeah, day one trophy. The same way the man get lose that day one trophy, I will give him day one trophy.
You know who made me so funny the other day out to work when he was giving his numbers? It's Boniface. Why here? The CEO man know how to call numbers. The man was saying now, it's laying out in a hotel job. We are getting a lay hotel to lay down in Liberia. See the man calling numbers. You not get war room. Then you want call numbers.
Roland, remember from the man intro, the man stated that he is a weird change.
Yeah, that was a weird change. All the weird change don't even have a war room. You see, Pastor Sosa here giving number. You transferring number from Boniface, transferring number from Labro to Pastor Sosa. Then Pastor Sosa doing a one map, Ali another one. Tell me, where are they?
What Pastor Sosa ran away tonight?
To tell you that Pastor Sosa received the defeat long time, considered defeat long time.
The message wait to come on the show, but I don't know why I can't see.
I don't know what happened because
trying to overcome the stress.
There's at least thank God your own president that have come up with a voice message. He make a call and then come up again with a message. But we accept your honorable man. Steve, you welcome home. Our arms are open. When you come in, make sure you come with clean heart. Your mind is open to work. We'll still take you, okay? You pay for everybody. Our Papena Savage men. The Southeast. Those are all people from the Southeast side. I understand why Iowa don't have UPNs in the Iowa. Because a lot of Southeast demonstrating in Iowa see. So when UP men over here or the UPNs are here, they honor cover. They in hiding. They don't want to show themselves off because they're afraid. The reason some of them they're afraid. I come in and make the reason. The reason the UPNs here, some of them are afraid. They marry a woman that's Southeast. They don't want to lose that relationship. The woman marry a man that's Southeast. She don't want to lose that relationship. But what they will do, they will support undercover. Then they come also openly. They say they from the Southeast. But we understand here. We'll still work on here. And again, I make a statement over here and I make a vow over here. And I said, and I will repeat again, and I quote. I said, when NEC announced, we already victory already. But when NEC officially announced, the president-elect, His Excellency, Ambassador Joseph Numa Boakai, as President of the Republic of Liberia, I, Roland Johnson, over here, will host a pre-inauguration party in Iowa here. You UP, you sedition, it's going to be free of charge. You eat, we'll provide drinks and food. So I will welcome everybody. Pastor Sosa, when you come in, make sure your war room data sheet, What be with you with a blue coat suit on you on that dance floor. Honorable Steve, when you come in your dinner sheet, you know you have older brother, man. We didn't let do anything. So I'll let it. But Pastor so said you mentioned something. What a blue coat suit. Today Friday, remember?
What about happen Friday?
What a coat suit.
I'm buying a red coat. I'll take it.
But anyway, you guys are welcome. Your friend, let you get here. The children, your side to say, children too stupid. The prophet gigas, children too stupid.
You're not making
it. Hey man.
Roland.
Hello.
Yeah.
Roland, I come in. Let me tell you something. I just spoke with Boakai daughter, and I'll be speaking with himself within the next 2 or 3 days. If daughter say he want to relax more than hear myself with talk, I will tell you that I'm in a higher of politics in Liberia. That probably because you know me personally, and that's string to Boakai.
I agree.
I spoke with daughter tonight.
What's about
I want to congratulate him. I come in, Roland. I want to congratulate him. Then the daughter said he's too exhausted. So you talk to me. So I'm telling you that I'm not again. You know the party, and all we after is like Liberia won this election. We must support the government to succeed. That's my intent.
Yeah,
Let me say something. I just come and know where you guys are.
We agree. But we say, like I was saying, we still open our arms and we welcome you to come alone. Welcome home. We know the reason you run away for, but we're not going to disclose some of those things here. You see how some of our men here went because President Job, we are called there, they seeking job, then they hear, they see men are seeking glory to work out. But our nephew, or I don't know if our nephew will ever come back home. You're sorry, the equator.
I'm going to monopolize it or we'll talk one time.
Yeah, so, my man, let's show for today. Like we the Europeans, I think we 3 here. Thank God they break up. Okay, the president, yeah. Today, our Veteran Day.
No,
so when we talk, you please get on chair. Let we enjoy ourselves. Let's celebrate.
You didn't come here to enjoy yourself. We came here to discuss national issue. They're not enjoyment everywhere.
No, you tell us that you're coming here to get in your coat suit, your celebration coat suit. And I'm not seeing it with you. You go hoodie on.
Go your dining room. Go your dining room.
The number, the mouth, their mouth, but not mouthing.
Gentlemen, let's break.
The man was subtracting great crew for some.
I thought you came here to discuss national issue.
Anyway, let me pass the floor over to my brother, to my president on the other side. Pastor says, rest more. You get bothered or not today.
Yeah, brother, I'm monitoring the show. Let me select.
Now I say, go ahead.
Okay. But gentlemen, I know some of you just coming in. We've been on since 7 p.m. So we'll still give you guys the benefit of the additional hour. All right. The show started at 7:30, not 7 p.m. But thank you very much and congratulations.
Remember, you keep keeping 9 o'clock on the show. So all of that the show started 9.
No, it started at 7 o'clock.
We sat out in the bar room discussing. We told you we
not true. You are drinking beer. You are drinking. You are flirting. And you gotta be careful with that. You are drinking, but that's not gonna develop a bro.
You're mainly.
No. Let me ask a question, Mr.
Moneybella. Stop drinking beer.
Mr. Moneybella.
Go ahead.
Drinking beer. So I can come quick.
You said when the show started?
7:30.
No, they didn't do just to all because you and all were on a live video. I mean, backstage video, having conversation with lecturing.
I told you guys the show was starting at 7:30.
And instantly you disappear without even acknowledging your gentleman. Oh, you like the short time coming. I don't want to tell this guy. The short time is closer. Is after 8.
I thought the man was CC in the food. The crew man turned to Chico.
Yeah, no, okay, when he left off, he just went. Yeah, my man.
Gentlemen, let's proceed. But okay, I take responsibility of that. I was talking to you guys, but my phone went dead. But anyway, we'd like to welcome the panelists and our guests. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You know, I know we're having fun. Today is a fun night. And one thing I noticed that everyone, you know, we came on the show, they congratulated the other party. So now we're going to turn to let's see, Pastor Success came before VK. So we will ask Pastor Success of his congratulatory message and VK, then we'll pretty much respond. Then I will start a new question here and go in order. So Pastor Success, fire it up.
So again, I want Roland to be here before I speak.
He's listening. He getting.
No, I want to see Roland face. That Roland show a face.
Oh, Pastor Success.
Rolling Yeba.
Well, yeah, we don't run away. We don't go already.
Let me say this. Before that, go. You appear just the I want. I know. I asked you to come and talk. Right?
Pastor Success, on my way to West, you're not seeing me.
Democracy. When your country is gravitating toward such a democracy that we experience in Liberia today, it should not just be the joy of people who have won election. It should be the joy and the celebration of the entire country, because it's a pathway, a very good pathway for the unborn generation of our country. And it was all our backdrop today that our one of the first sedition that came in the chat room and sent out a congratulatory message. All right, the only person I got response for, which was not professional, I didn't really appreciate what I have to accept it, was Macron. But the rest of the guys, no one responded. Right? So I have congratulated you guys long ago. But one thing I want to say, the victory that Liberia enjoyed today, like the president said in his conceding message or in his message to Boakai and the nation, is that Liberia has spoken and Liberia has won. Come everyone may. You go or you count down. A sedition will work in this government because they are Liberians. So I don't want us to start denigrating each other. I don't want to start ostracizing each other. I don't want to start stereotyping each other because one party think they have won election and the other people are no longer Liberian. The other people already started doing other sector. You know. So again, congratulations to the Unity Party. Congratulations to sympathizer. Congratulations to member, well-wisher. And to congratulations to the standard bearer and the vice standard bearer of Unity Party for a job well done. Our only prayer and anticipation going forward is that 5,000 plus, I call it 5 million plus lives have been entrusted into the hand of Unity Party. We pray that we gravitate to good governance as they have, promised the Liberian people. We gravitate to a society where our people, everybody in the country will be sober and will be completely drugs-free as they have promised the people. We pray that the economy will grow to a Western economy or to a standard economy, we put it that way, as they are promised the Liberian people. We pray that all of this things come to fruition because that's what we want for our country. And to my fellow citizens, Liberia is the only country we have. We thought lentely Valeku, Macron and the rest of the guys, we thought lentely today beyond the scene. And one thing I told them, this country, Liberia is the only country we have. No matter what we do, we will coexist. No matter what we do, we are all Liberians. No matter what we do, a job we have won the election. The statement we're making now, we expect the Unity Partisans to have made that statement. So since they are not making a statement because they want, we are on an obligation to make that statement so that our children can see a good foundation for our country. So going forward, nobody should wish Liberia evil because their party didn't win election. Nobody should pray that Boakai should fail because we didn't win election. Because when Boakai failed, Liberia suffered. It's not just one sedition or Unity Party that will suffer. Liberia in general going to suffer if Boakai failed. All right? Let's give him this chance. I know they didn't give us the ample chance. They were on the street every day having protests. Some of the protests never had no reason. But we are on obligation. We have been preaching peace. So we are on obligation now to give the government the peace that they deserve so they can work for the Liberian people and the Liberian people will make their own decision in 2029. With that being said, I want to pause here and say Macron, Valeku, Roden, and I don't know, should I say a sympathizer, supporter, quote unquote, Mr. Host from Liberia. Congratulations to you guys, for the victory. and we hope and see and see that Liberia progress and navigate on the right footing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Pastor Sunset. Well said here. And gentlemen here would like to say thank you. We're going to proceed here with Valiku Cabo. Valiku Cabo would like to, current situation media would like to say congratulations once again to you and your team. You guys fought a very, very strong battle. It was not a small battle here. It's just like I said earlier, just like a country or maybe a team of soldiers going to fight, higher number of soldiers, and they came back victorious. So thank you guys. I know the numbers were presented from different war zones.
Gamon there want to come on, you're saying the link.
Yeah, who come on? Yeah. Okay, I will, but let we pretty much finish with VK here. I was saying the link. Okay, so VK, now your team has won. How can Boakai or UP pretty much bring Liberians together? Because right now the country is well divided.
Thank you.
Folks that pretty much still trying to process that. The president has sent an audio congratulatory message to Joseph Nima Boakai. How can you guys bring the folks together now to start a new journey for the Liberian people?
Good, thank you, my brother, and thank you all for the congratulatory messages. I received a lot today from all walks of life, of people calling and congratulating.
The boy Georgia getting swallowed.
Yeah, look, let me tell you something. When we started the show,
I'm not talking about on a good job that you eat something today because I know we're looking at no appetite.
My man, listen, listen, I ain't know what to do today. Look, I will tell you right now, I ain't know what to do today. So that I don't look. When we started this journey, we were telling people, and let me say this, AJ, I have a lot of friends in the CDC, but these elections, and hopefully the people who study political science in Liberia, they should write books about the lessons that have been learned from this election, because these elections in our history, it will go down as a turning point. Look, at some point when government are held accountable, these elections will be the election that people will point to and say, this is where it started. These elections have many lessons. Let me just few of them. One, that when people give you power, you must be accountable to them. That's the first lesson. Two, dishonesty will not get you nowhere. Three, from now on, every government that is elected into Liberian political power is a one-term government until you prove to the Liberian people you deserve a second term, including our government are coming. Because when you saw in these elections, why did Mr. Weah lose? Mr. Weah lost because his people were dishonest. Look, the men were so dishonest with the numbers. Even they saw the numbers that they were not winning. They were not still honest to themselves. So even before these elections, when people were saying the things that were going to make them lose, they were not honest to look in and say, okay, my man, listen, let's switch that. They continue to do the same, and they continue to advise the president the same way. That's the recipe for losing elections. So if you're a UP, you coming in, the first thing you want to do, we got to be honest with our leader, bro. That's the first thing. We got to be honest with Mr. Boakai. We have to consider him as a president. If this is going wrong, when he's president, Mr. President, it is wrong. If people in government are not doing the right thing, we have to point them out and say, Mr. President, there are decisions that needs to be taken against them. And we must be vocal against it. What happened in the CDC government was nobody, if you're in the CDC, you can't speak against the government. So people who were vocal, even though they were CDC, they were silent. Now, yes, like bro, look, my man, when people lose election, they think that country election is difficult. Everybody agrees differently. It would take a couple of days. And my brother said it right. Look, we in the UP, we have said the government is for everybody, Liberia is for everybody. When you become a government of power, you don't become a government of the party that put you there. You become a government of Liberia. So every Liberian has an opportunity to serve that country. We in the UP have never said Liberians cannot serve. Like the campaign chair for CDC who said when CDC win, no UP person will win in our government. It's on record. But we don't believe that. We believe that every Liberian that is able and capable should serve that country, but it shouldn't be the first way. As I said again, the UP said The private sector is the way to go. Agriculture and security is where we are coming from. Look, you want people to be peaceful, you want a united country, you provide and produce the things, the necessary things. Safe drinking water, good schools and healthcare, opportunities for people, and equally to all Liberians. That all Liberians, regardless of their walk of life, can share in the resources of our country. When you do that, you will unite a country. And any government, and my government, because we got start holding ourselves accountable, that don't do that, the Liberian people deserve to vote us out too. And they should do it. Mr. Boakai is on record for saying that the mindset and the way we govern in our country is going to change. And start with us. Yeah, we are celebrating today because guess what? We have to celebrate. We celebrate today, we celebrate tomorrow. But after the weekend, then we got to start putting the transition team together. Then the governing process starts. And when the governing process starts from the people you will see, you people in positions, you will begin to understand that we are serious about governance, man. We are bringing back civility and responsibility to the governing process. We're not bringing men who can stand behind people to get jobs. They're the same battle cry. You can't go to work. When you're saying battle cry, hold it. Once you singing battle cry, you got a job. No. When we put people in positions, we expect them to perform. And this is why this is what we need to transform our country. Honest conversation about the way forward. Now, when you say Mr. Weah is wrong on this, they label you enemy of the state. Oh my man, you just hit the ball. No honest critique. Even if you're honest in your criticism of them, they deny accept. We don't do that. We need to have an honest discussion of how can we move Liberia to the place where other countries in the world are. There's a serious minor issue. Yeah, we are laughing, we are discussing, we are happy. But Liberia is in trouble. There are major issues we are dealing with. Education is bad. Healthcare is bad. Our economy is in the tank. Brother, there are real issues that we have to handle in our country. And we have, as a country, to sit and have that honest conversation about how to move the country forward. And Boakai is willing to do that. He's going to do that. He's going to include all stakeholders and say, guys, let's sit down and let's honestly find a roadmap, a Liberian roadmap to resolve the Liberian problem. And that's how we're going to do it. And that's how you're going to unite this country. And I want to congratulate our president-elect, Honorable Joseph Yuma Boakai, and my own brother, Jeremiah Pankun, and the rest of the United Partisans, our rescue mother, rescue auntie, rescue nephews, rescue soldiers, and all the people who believe in what we were saying and the cause. Because today, the rescue and transformation of Liberia has begun.
Thank you, Cabo. Cabo, you spoke eloquently, and I think I stated some of what you just said from the introduction of the program here. Thank you very much here. So how, it's not about the jubilation, we'll celebrate for maybe like 24, 48 hours, but we need to sit around or have a roundtable discussion. How can we put Liberia on a path, a forward path? Because the country is stationary. We understand Joe Weah, and to be honest, I will give Joe Weah, thumbs up for doing what he did. Even if it's a little notch, but he did something within the 6 years. You cannot stay in from the Liberian people and say Joe Weah did a zero thing, that he was just a ceremonial president. I would disagree. As a concerned citizen of Liberia, I would disagree. But how can we move this country forward? Because this country is just stationary in a place where, a country that gained its independence in 1847, we are behind compared to other our African neighboring countries. We are way behind the war being over 20 years ago. Nigeria had how you call that war? Nigeria had
the Biafra War.
After the Biafra War, the development in Nigeria, you see, Nigeria today is Africa or West African superpower when it comes to music, development, and technology, education. They kind of far ahead. Look at our neighboring country, Sierra Leone is on our path. Okay, Ivory Coast is on our, been on our path. So I mean, gentlemen, and a lot of Liberians live in the diaspora. Send money back home every day. So we have to have a roundtable discussion. We have to teach our mindset. We cannot be like crabs. You put all crabs in bucket. When one trying to go, or everybody try to bring you down. No, let one try to go, or everybody try to pull you up. If we can have that mindset, trust me, within the next 5, 6, 7, 10 years, Liberia will be different. We can do that. We can do that. So, gentlemen, the discussion will change in the coming days. It will change. It has to change. Okay? We may not be alive to see when Liberia is at a full developed, the day Liberia is being considered a developed nation. We might not be alive to see it, but history will be in the making. These conversations will be played, audio will be played in classroom. All right? You know, our children, great grandchildren will be able to be enjoy that opportunities. But let's move on to Solomon. Yeah, Solomon going to give his closing statement because of time factor, and Solomon have to at least get some rest. It's after 3. So Solomon been very interactive on the show since we started at 7:30, because 7:30 here is about 12:30 a.m. But so right now it's about 4, and he needs some sleep. I see you guys can see his eyes. So Solomon, what is your closing statement? And I want you to consider the new upcoming leadership and advise those citizens how to work together with the UP folks and pretty much an advice to just a general advice. What is your closing statement here? We'll give you 5 to 7 minutes.
Oh, well, CEO, thank you again.
See, I see you need a coupon blessing for certificate in America.
That's great, man.
I mean,
I see you need a put behind the American coming behind for certificate video.
Firstly,
I will still accept the title CEO, the current situation, Liberia. He's doing a great job. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yesterday, I had to leave unceremoniously due to the fact that I experienced bad network and battery problem as well. As you can see, my light above me is clear. I'm in the sitting place, but last night I was in the room, and so I'm sitting with my phone on charge. But I would like to congratulate every well-meaning Liberian, especially to the UPist. You guys fought well. You guys made history. Winning CDC is not an easy stuff. The party is radical. They are strong. They are robust, and they are a great fighter. I mean, winning them at this time, being an incumbent party is not an easy thing. I want to commend you guys for the great work. And I want to also urge you to continue your exuberance as you hit the ground. Let your feet keep moving. You got a tough work ahead. Having CDC as a key opposition, being well solidified is not an easy task. The issue of reconciliation will play, the issue of justice, your own agenda, the promises, the interference, the international community way of doing things, your promises to them. And so I want to commend you guys, and I want you to be steadfast. CEO, to the team, to the panelists, I want to thank you guys. I can assure you that I won't be here every day, but at least after 1 or 2 days, because as you see, today is like 11 to 4. And so perhaps I won't be here tomorrow, and then the after tomorrow I will be here. But I think we can give our strength by being on the show a little bit earlier, so that we too can have time to put and to make our presence felt. Lastly, I would like for the CEO to do more in terms of strengthening the current situation back home. We're not able to be fully active into the electionary process, like being at the interview centers, being at the next press conferences, because we are not fully identified. And I think those are things that are keeping the current situation back. I spoke to 1 or 2 persons, 1 or 2 journalists, young journalists that I think that we can indoctrinate, not just to indoctrinate them, but to also inculcate some of the doctrine or some of what we want them to do for current situation. I've spoken to them and they have consented. And I think current situation can be among the best. Lastly, I will also recommend that we create a platform in a way that we'll be seeing our comments on our news feed. I don't know what this platform can allow that, but I've invited a lot of friends because I'm from the civil society background. Yeah, I'm from the civil society background. I have invited a lot of friends. I've spoken to them. Many of them are just friends to the platform. But I guess with my influence and my own input, they will like to come on one of these days, maybe to serve a platform guest or to follow our show. So I would like to stop here while I go and take a rest. So gentlemen, thank you so much for the show. It was nice having you guys and was not being on the show as well.
Thank you, Solomon. Thank you so much. I know it's late in life, bro. So good night. Sleep for the rest of the night now. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
See the man where soon you going there?
No, see the man, but I'll be there. But LeBron is space that he won't be able to go there.
I mean, 26 here.
The man is coming for inauguration.
Look at my political understanding of the landscape of LeBron.
You know, understand no political. I figure you understand. I figure you are dealing with that political landscape.
I was on the show. I gave sound political analysis, and as we get the analysis, it happy. The records are there.
No. You didn't get political analysis. You get data analysis.
I mean, go back to the other shows that we had. Go listen to the other show. Thank you.
Don't even dream on it.
Simon will take picture together.
Where? You will not cannot let for you.
Inauguration, me and Simon will take picture together.
So the 7 years, even though.
What do you want there for me to go there? What do you like for me to go there? The reason for me going there now, you're not happy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Solomon here. Yeah, I mean, anytime you can leave the show, we appreciate that. So let me ask Pastor Sosa, where is our comrade or one of our panelists or contributors? What's his name? Boniface. Is he on? Did you see?
He don't cry. Now you don't want to get Pastor Sosa then that numbers what they couldn't defend.
No, serious man. No, let me tell you before I answer your question. Let me tell you where I get me annoyed with my people. I did not take any number from Boniface. Don't think you Boniface gave the one I was giving you. These were people who sat on the who were looking at our stream and calculating data as it come in. They were sending the information to us to inform our audience and our partisans to keep hope. And they were all, I mean, come on, man. I don't want to go that route because that route passes ever. But I think Boniface said you were very exhausted. And the scene where I felt discouraged by it. People respond to disappointment in different form and manner. For me, any competition I go in, while the show I fight hard to win, but I leave a very big room for disappointment. So by the time I disappointment, I take and choke in that room and I move on with my life. So people don't operate like that. So apparently he's tired tonight, try to rest and whatever, you know.
When you come and guarantee numbers, look, let me say this about the CDC. And that's why I spoke about dishonesty. The CDC was dishonest to the end. And the worst about it is the same dishonesty they brought the government. Not because we was dishonest, because the people around him dishonestly told him things and sometimes he didn't verify them. For example, last night we were giving numbers because in our war room, we knew the numbers. The numbers were calculated, and if it wasn't for us, look, if we're going to lose that election, or if Joe are winning, I'm going to count the show out and say, Joe, man, the thing is over. Because we are winning the election. Let's move on. Because we had the figures. Those guys were hoping. It was the numbers they were getting from CC were hopeful numbers.
No, let me say that to you. I don't think those guys were actually using that number as a base to instill hope in the partisan. I think what was happening, and I'm saying that, let me be on record, but there was a hardcore, very, very hardcore above even the level of the government, above even the level of the family. That was stakeholders, hardcore discussion of what can happen with that little margin if there is possibility to give president we are the second term. And so what CDC intend doing is to build a hope of the citizen and the party that we won the election. All right. And when that happens, and something is done beyond closed door and net announce that, it will be a defense. That both teams were arguing who the person won, and then everybody in the international community have been saying that listen to neck, that would have been the issue. But nobody has to believe what I'm saying. If you want to believe it, you can believe it. You don't want to believe it, you don't believe it. I thank God for the president. I thank God for our outgoing president. The kind of person he is. For each time president, we are key to the United Nations. One of the key, there are two major statements you always emphasize over and over. One, with all the statement, the bad propaganda that's in our country, there is no political president and there will be none. Two, our government will respect the decision of the Liberian people, will respect constitutional tenure, and that is a promise we are giving to the international community. So today he said, look, even if that one vote, the Omen win, he wins the election. Do you know some of the hierarchy of government? Government, if you got angry and left the country, they travel. They got angry and left. So I'm saying this to you to tell you that President Weah himself, President Weah considered defeat before net announced. President Weah considered defeat on Wednesday. He didn't publish it, but it was seen his action. Action number one, they made beef up the monarchy of the vice president, the former vice president. I say, hey, you're saying additional security, you're saying additional monarchy. A monarchy got beef up. All right. So there was negotiation behind the scene. But he, as a president, chose not to. Right? So let's thank God for the democracy of our country. Things are fine. But there's something I want to say, AJ. This victory, this win that Unity Party got, let Liberian, we are anticipating and praying for the best. But it's not something we should start flying with now and start creating enemy. You know why? I said this to you. And if our best sense Valeko will agree, that doesn't mean he will disagree. Would it be in Africa? More especially, be specific, in Africa. Countries that don't have governance systems. Unlike the Western world, for example, America. You can come with your million platform. Once you enter the warehouse, there's a system that will restrict you to do what you're supposed to do and to not to do what you're not supposed to do. That system will bind you is dead. It will sanction you to the point that you will walk the way the system wants you to walk. Not that place in Africa and Liberia. Every government comes to power, how to put a system that things suit them to run their government. So at that junction, international body will first of all give you the first 3 years to watch your governance system. Who you put in government, who you make your justice minister, who you make your finance minister, who over your security, your health sector, and all those things, your governance system, how you intend to grow the economy, security provider for your neighbors, in other way, international people living within your borders, all of these things. Investor will observe. You know what they're doing? They're trying to build a credibility. They're trying to see whether you are somebody or is the system you put in, whether they can work with it. That will take up to 3 years. If they start feeling certified, then they will start to come in, so do some negotiation, feasibility study, depend what sector they want to work in, the mining sector, in the I call it in the forestry sector, you name the sector. In the oil and gas sector, they will start to exploit to see whether you got what they want. That will take another 2 to 3 years. So before you get to know, your first turn will be you putting system into play, try to convince investors and all those stuff. Now, every African government, 99%, if not all, that do well, they do well in their second term. You know why? In your second term is where the world have a decision to make, okay, from what we observe with this young man or this government, I think we can work with them. And then they come in and start to do business with you. And then where you see things start to flourish. So that is why in Africa, you see, the government always cry for second term. So as we stand as a nation, as I speak right now, we are at a crossroad. And the crossroad we are is everybody have gone back. Everybody that want to do business with the administration, with the CDC and whatever, will go back in a shell. Not that they don't want to do business with Liberia, but they want to watch and see, okay, let's see what kind of structure that man is bringing into play. What kind of check and balance? What kind of, the equity of national distribution of power, and other stuff. They want to observe and see it. They want to see the guarantee for your banking sector, your financial sector, for the transparency. But when they come and they want to do investment, why do you intend to treat the other thing? They will observe it. And the government will be on obligation. If you don't convince them, they will back up. And it's at that point that you find it difficult for you to succeed or for you to have a second term. But let me say that to my CDC brothers. And I said it in our chat room, I'm saying it here. Let me be on record. We might not like it, but that is a fact. This opportunity that we lost, if we are not careful, we'll not see it again until 18 years. And I'll be very factual, I'll be honest. If we are not careful, this opportunity that CDC lost, they might not see it again until 18 years. Why did I say 18 years? God forgive me. I don't intend to dedicate my old man. He's our incoming president. But looking at the old man age, let's assume at a certain point in time he called the nation and say, hey, maybe health-wise, age-wise, I'm no longer capacitated to run the affairs of the country. And he turns it over to, maybe in a third or fourth year, he turns it over to Kun. And Kun runs the affairs of the country, and he becomes, the president, and end the tenure of Omen Boakai. And I says, yes, Kun has a right under the law to contest for his own tenure. And if Kun does, or do that rather, and wins the election, as per what they will do in a 4 year with here Omen Boakai. And then remember now, Kun is a Nibadian. The Nima state decides the vote of our country. They rally around him. There's a possibility that he win the second term. I mean, his first term rather. And if he wins the first term, he has a right to go for second term because the term he ends for Boakai, and now he term that was Boakai's term. And that will take us to 18 years. So the only hope the CDC has now to come back to state power is for this administration to fail. And if the administration fails, what is it that CDC can promise the Liberian people that they bring it back to prove to the Liberian people they will do better as per their compared to their first start of leadership? So I mean, CDC have missed a lot. The Liberian people have decided they are taking a decision. Depend which can be confident can say the decision was bad or it was good, but it has been taken. So for me, that's where I think our country is right now. We are a very, crossroad. We are at an intersection where we have to be very, very careful. And that's why I tell my other people, my other friends from the other camp, these guys that are coming, they are not angels. They are not angels. These are people we work with in Manasari government. They are not angels. We don't even know their intention. Why they preach on the subject that why we accepted and we supported them. But we don't know what they want to do when they get into government. So that the first 6 years up to 1 to 2 years, or 6 more rather, up to 1 to 2 years is an accessibility time to assess the government to see what they can do, what the deliverable they have. All right. But the bottom line, as I close, all in all, we have to pray and wish our country the best. That's all I can say. If you're a citizen and the owner see that you have the ability to call you on board, go and work for your country. It's your right to do so. All right? It's your right to do so. And guys from the Unity Party, don't see a citizen and try to ostracize them. Don't see a citizen and try to buy more of them. Don't see a citizen and try to, denigrate them and stereotype them because they're from the CDC. You know. So again, that's it. But I think there where our country is now very cool. And everybody on the show, there where our country is. We are a crossroad. And they pray that the international community see what the women will put into place and be willing to work with our country. Yeah, that's all I can say.
Yeah, AJ, let me say something. You know, I agree with some of the a whole good portion of the points that Success made. But one of the things I would say is the CDC was the bearer of their own undoing. So that's very right. When you come to power, you will be assessed by the international community. Nobody in the CDC can tell us why President George Weah was never invited to the White House. When the CDC came to power and people begin to remind them, Liberia is America's traditional ally. And one of the first things you want your president to do is to convince Washington that the president must go and sit in that Oval Office and meet the president of the United States. Our minister say they may not need it. They came to France to go get $10 million. The people were the authors of their own undoing. Why was the chief of protocol in New York dressed in the UN building, meeting dignitaries? We are talking diplomacy here now. Look at how she was dressed. The pictures are all there. Half of the young men and women in government, everywhere they went to present themselves, even among our diplomats, were not professional. So yes, when the people begin to assess that government, their assessment was not, they did not give a good assessment. So it was very difficult for investors to come back. No, Success. We're in the president's first 100 days to a year, we're going to have one of the biggest investor meetings in New York. It took nothing for George Weah to do it. They refused to do so. The Rwandan ski and Tennessee, our friend Rag from Sierra Leone president came to New York and had a big investor meeting. They called all the investors from all around the world. They called Sierra Leone investors. They put in one big room and they told people why they must come to Sierra Leone invest. What improvement they were making. How many investors meeting Liberia had in New York, in London, in China? How many investor meetings in 6 years? You said no investor, but how many? When you want investors, you go and quote investors. You tell people why they must come to your country. What incentives are you giving them? What are your security guarantees that when they put an investment in your country, they put come invest their money because they will let Liberia? My man, the people will come to invest because they want a return. And Liberia is fresh and ready for investment in technology, in different things. We did not go after investors. And the small one that came to Liberia, we have people pouching them. People want to take money from them. My brother, if you streamline your country and you have the requisite professionals, investors will come to Liberia in 6 months. Go on now. We are in the 21st century. The Liberian business registry does not have an active online. They don't want to call online where somebody can go register a business. When I register a business in Liberia, you vote. To register a business, they almost 6 months.
Let me bother you to that. Let's say 2.5 years ago, I established a black factory in Liberia. I think you saw that. You saw me posting that stuff on Facebook.
Yeah.
And I said, people in the diaspora, you want to buy black in Liberia, talk to me. So my picking then, and that what people don't understand about me. I had a lot of picking from the CDC who killed me, managed to bring me. I said no. I took one picking from the Unity Party. Up to today, still Unity Party partisan to manage the business. He said, "Oh, let's start the business." I said no. Until the business registration, that certificate enter our hand, we not money one black.
Bro, good luck.
I said, we're not doing it. I said, first of all, go and do the article corporation to me for me affair. Oh, see you with the high come and see you with it. I said, go when I take 10 years, go do it. We did the article corporation, we did everything business registration. When we did the business registration, the man went to LRA. And this thing is not just in we are government. That is a tradition of how Liberians work. one of the assistant commissioner or director who's supposed to sign the certificate.
That certificate is not there. They will be signed there for saying you'll be paying $150.
He has traveled with the president on a counter tour. He has traveled with the president on a counter tour, and the certificate, because he's not there, all the certificate will stop like a mountain in his office and waiting his return. So the question I ask, for me, I just want small petty business, I just want black one. So if multi-millionaire people come to the country to register their business, is that how we're going to treat them?
But let me just say this to you. Ain't you not register business with the Secretary of State of Iowa? And you can see the man, you think that the man second sign all that document with
my man,
the people get stem.
I mean, you must have registered business. I had not even gone to the business registry. I don't even know where it's located. I sat on that, then my business registration.
That's the point. Look, my brother, we are in the 21st century now. What it takes for Liberia to have a Liberian business registry that says that you can sit anywhere in the world, you register your business, you pay online, and you collect your business article, your corporation, you can put in your bank, you even fly to Liberia, you can open your bank account. You know what that does for Liberians? The first thing it does is it puts your business in your hand. And let's understand this. A lot of Liberians, even Liberians, I went to do business in Liberia and they have bad experience there. So imagine that if me and you can say, man, so let's start a business here. Okay, but we can get our business registered right online. We can be able to open an online bank account right from here and put money from here to there in Liberia that it can be in Liberia, and you can go Liberia and we can start our business. You will see a lot more businesses flow into the country. This is a problem I always have with people. I always said with the CDC. My problem with my brothers in the CDC, and I always said this. These brothers sat in Liberia. Most of them came from these United States. They saw, they never implemented in Liberia. Okay, as I said again, how many investors meeting the CDC have in 6 years in New York, in London, in China, in the biggest hubs where they have investors all over the world to market Liberia as an investors hub? What is Rwanda doing? What Rwanda do? Rwanda say you can't open technology yet. Liberia, first of all, let me tell you, Liberia is in pole position for plenty of investments. Number one, we have the Atlantic Ocean right there. We have the maritime, we have the Liberian flag. We have the fastest route to most countries in the world from the Atlantic Ocean. For God's sake, you can market investors all over the world.
And Roger, they shot at one of our one of the vessels that bear Liberian flag in the Russian or territorial water.
So what I'm saying is, the problem with this government was the people who are running the thing. Look, the Ministry of Finance should have a whole department dedicated to investment. The whole department. That all those guys.
And let me add something to this. Look, this thing, I mean, CDC is gone.
Gentlemen,
this thing.
Gentlemen, let me say something. I enjoying the discussion, so I'm just gonna pull both of you on the screen. I'll be back. I gotta handle something.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I'll come back.
There's the thing, Valeku. This thing it has become a tradition of our governance system. And not just for CDC. Because you know what? In Liberia, maybe you don't know, that is called investment. It's not a department. It's an entity established by the National Investment Commission.
Yeah, NRC.
Tell me.
Says here, who are the hell in NRC?
I don't know. But let me tell you something. During Manosedi time, they were able to digital the application of passport.
Right.
So I can stay online and apply for my passport, but I have to go in person to receive it.
Right.
So that tells me that to digitize our system, it's not hard.
My man.
Just reacting to power. He digitalized registration, fee payment of everything of the University of Liberia. So that tells you our system can be digitalized. And you know the reason why many heads or institutions are refusing this thing? You can't take bribe from somebody online.
No, you don't even know the person.
You can't take bribe from somebody online. But when I see you in person, okay, figure. Say you pay the code, how many times you go party on that they ask you to take?
Never.
But when you go in person, then the issue attention you can see on the program they get their tape.
Yeah.
So that they say donation.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that to say this thing is not about Helen Johnson Sally, it's not about George Weah, it's about I don't know what it's about, but again, we cannot divorce the leaders from this.
No.
Because if the leaders don't enforce it, right? There are people down there enjoy the system, the bad implication of the system. The people down there enjoy it because it brings something personal that victimizes the country.
That's right.
So they will not want to fix it. But a leader with a vision will enforce that, hey, this have to be, this have to be, this have to be.
But the thing is simple, my brother. Look, if you can digitize the payment of tuition in school, you can digitize the Liberia business registry. I mean, not the same thing. I mean, it's not the same thing you're using. That's what I said. I said, you know, it's either we are just hopefully and woefully complacent as a whole country, or our leaders are just bad and we gotta keep moving from there till we find the good ones who are willing to do what they're supposed to do.
See the funny thing.
Gentlemen, you can leave Malcolm in extent like that, you know. You have to.
Well, Malcolm can talk. We having a day conversation.
Just go. Malcolm left and went.
I join the man. I join. You see, Pastor, Papa, yeah.
We'll bring another person on here for his input here. Moses on the show here, and Moses, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm so happy. No, I'm driving. When I get down, I'll put it live. I'm so happy. Yeah.
So can you talk now, or you want to get to your?
Yeah, I can be talking until I get out. I'm saying, Liberia has won tonight. We all should embrace a new government. We all should work together and see how best we can move Liberia forward. The country will go into wrong direction. So at least we took decision decisively, and we should make sure that the incoming leadership work with all political parties to see how best we can help our people, Liberian in need of what leadership, and that's what we did tonight.
Okay, thank you. So my a follow-up question here is Moses, and I'm gonna ask all you guys this question, but Moses, you the first here. How can we jumpstart the economy?
So the first thing here, before you talk about the economy, the first thing here is reconciliation. Venton, the country is divided. If you look at the votes, the country is divided. So we need to have reconciliation. The first 30 days, President Boakai should call all political parties and sit on the table and see what went wrong. Then from there we can start working on the economy. But that's a major thing, and reconciliation. Without reconciliation, I'm telling you, we are going nowhere.
Malcolm, how can
can I add something to what Brother Moses just said?
Yeah, sure.
Moses is 100% right. Now, for some of all we between the Caesar in Liberia, man from Grand Jide, father from Nima, mother from Grand Jide. There was some orphan ourselves, but there's a situation. And I'm sorry, I don't tend to be tribalistic, but I want to say something that I don't know if I make sense. Liberia as a country, I think where we are, like he said, if we don't face reconciliation, it will get worse. Certain sector of our country right now, from the tribal background, they are retrogressing and going in their shell and taking a defensive position. For example, during our campaign, Jeremiah Kun, who is now the vice president-elect, one of his messages was, during the administration, the Nibadian were marginalized and their children were placed in where Nima need justice. Knowing what Nima and the grandchildren went through during the Civil War, it placed a different mindset in the grandchildrens. They are taking a retrogression. But at this junction, whoever won has won. It is incumbent now upon the home and say, look, don't think our campaign talk. Our elder that come together. Let's go to grandchildren that kill a cow and let traditional people eat. Let's make a vow that we'll never see each other blood. Let's go to Nima County and do the same thing. For example, my ex-wife, who I got 3 children, is from Nima. So you tell me the children, Nima will see them say that other children, that they are children. So Liberia right now, we are the same. Look, see, like he said, see the way the vote came. And if Moses can bear me right, no country a benefit as compared to Nima in terms of national development in Liberia. But on the basis of trial, you can't blame Nima. Their son is on the ticket, my people. The father job where even got 50,000, Nima did well. But see, how Institute voted. So there's a big division in the country that if we don't face, if the government don't face it, it will be the beginning, it will be one of the reasons that will cause a downfall. They have to make sure that that peace, that reconciliation has to take place.
Yeah, you see, I want to make a point. I'm a little bit kind of different from your view, even though we might be on the same boat. But what I want to say here, I listened to the mentor Zoe today. The mentor Zoe make a brilliant point. And let me tell you something. If you sit with Jeremiah Quinn, he's a very peaceful guy. Sometimes people can say something and maybe drink campaign. But I can guarantee you tonight, Pastor Jeremiah Quinn is one of the peaceful guys. He first said, doing some private discussion, the man said that look, right after the election, I am thinking about running 2029. I have to reach to Grandier. The first priority on my mind is the road that leading to southeastern region. I want to push President Boakai so we can finish that road. We want to raise the concept that look, Nimbade or the leadership of Nimbade against Grandier. Look, I can tell you tonight, we are not thinking of that. This thing that happened in 1990 is over. It's over. I'm so sorry that other people run away from Liberia. They came here and they are not being by home. So
you scared to call your own brother? You scared to call Valekuni?
No, listen. Look. Valeko speaking?
But you know,
Valekuni is scared to call it. So they says your man go.
Get trophy.
So they says your Moses man go. You scared to call the man? He said Valekuni.
What do happen in Liberia, buddy?
Let me tell you something.
What happened there?
No, I'm a little bit kind of disappointed, especially with the southeastern region. That is a difference between southeastern region and my country. I want to make a point. Other people will not like the idea. Yeah, if you get into fear, what happens? You harm yourself. Look, the southeasterners you have spoken ever since to John Weir. With all the sacrifices, let's go to Grandier you talk about. Grandier started voting for John Weir 2005, 2011, 2017. John Weir came to power, my brother. They made his body. In fact, he fired John Doe. He went and took the benefit from Nancy Doe. He fired a lot of people. How many people that he hired from Grandier? But Grandier was still thinking about fear.
No, Moses.
Yeah.
Moses.
Yeah.
That what you trying to say is something that myself will pay for with.
Let my plane land. Don't make my plane crash.
No, I'm not going to crash. They are not going to crash.
So what I'm trying to say,
let me say something. Let me jump.
Yeah. I should wait for you to come. I can give you a chance. Quiet.
Moses said you go ahead.
Oh, the main internet not working. So let me finish.
Okay.
Look, Pastor, I should go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Moses. Finish up.
Yeah,
I think I'm muted. Oh, I think he's muted.
Pastor, usually what I was saying, look, Joseph Boakai and Jeremiah will be a unifier. That I can guarantee it. The first thing you should be looking at now, the cabinet. You should look at our structure. It will tell you exactly how we will move forward. We're not going to put a cabinet team together that will load a job where cabinet minister for one side of the country. 99% of the ministers, they from the southeastern region. You cannot run government at that.
But that's the thing when you talk I have problem with.
Hold on.
The decision I come in. Let me inject.
I want to have
the decision of who become a cabinet minister. You I can say on the show and say, "Oh, my Boakai will have a unifying cabinet or cabinet." Everybody say we control that decision.
Oh, I can say that because those are all who have been there can make an input.
But your input does not guarantee. Say we're hoping that you have a unifying cabinet, but we say a cabinet will be that you are giving an inclusive statement because you got control over it.
So you just
Boakai himself has said, government will be unified. And I'm saying that the man has said
then later on you can come in, you can't jump. You can't jump on us. The mistake that happened, you never saw it because as a party. So we saw.
Who told you there was some mistakes? I will tell you I don't joke. I just chest out my own party.
Listen, that's not what I'm saying. Look, it's just a man and woman. You may think you don't have problem, but sometimes if the partner tell you, "Oh, you're doing it," you say, "But what you are doing? I'm okay." That's what I'm trying to say. Look, Joe, we have made a lot of mistakes. Let me give you some example. You cannot take a government. You're talking about the president how we look. That's something to go on ethics. Look, you got to read your reasoning. You can't take one side of the country and get all the lucrative position to that region. The other people, Liberia is 5 million, 15 countries. How can you take almost 99% of the government officials to come from 6 countries? It's not right. If Boakai do that, we're going to talk on it. That is the reason Nima was crying. Now, where you take all the position and send it to Southeastern region. That's some of the things we voted against your way.
No.
Guys, let me come here, beg you, man.
Yeah, that who one kind of you don't stand on the floor, Moses. That's my kind small. Because the thing I want to debunk you.
Let me finish with what I'm trying to say. Look, we not going to sit down here, Jeremiah and Boakai go to move people forward and nothing bad forget results. We will ring bell. We don't want it. That mistake we have made. We don't want CA. I don't want for all the ministers to come from England. All manager. We don't want it at all. We want everybody to get it what? Fair share. That's what we want. You can
who doesn't want to come in there? Somebody in the middle that want to come in.
I want to come in on the issue that we're discussing.
No, somebody said they wanted to make a statement. Valiku, 1 second. Somebody said they wanted to make. But you don't want to say you want to make someone Moses?
Yeah, after Valiku, I want to come in to say something. Valiku, go ahead.
I want to come in on this issue that we're discussing about, the trouble situation we're having with Nima and Granger. And I've always said this. The way Lavrimpo have handled the Nima and Granger issue is the reason why the issue is still simmering around.
Yeah.
We have not dealt with the issue holistically. Number one, most of the people are arguing this for Nima or Granger on sentiments or what they have here or what they have. The war have happened. And when Jeremiah made that statement, he came on the Granger Association leadership and he spoke with them.
Yes.
That statement was not something that was there. He allayed the fears. It was, and I understand politics, routing up the Granger and say, "Oh, man, they made for Nima." But let me say this to you: the reason why we have done the same thing over, we have not gotten good result. Every year, whatever president can say, "You want to do record, go kick car, go bring elders to eat the food," and they say eating the food for them, and that's it. But there have been no lessons learned in Liberia from the past. You know why? Because number one, the history of the Liberia war is revisionist. If you listen to Grand General, they thought the history the way they see it. If you listen to the Bible, they thought the way they see it. Nobody has been fair enough to sit in the building and say, man, you mess up here, you mess up there. This is what happened. Number two, we have not taught our children in Germany after the Holocaust. They taught their children actuality, as painful as it was. They taught their children the actuality of what happened there. As painful as it is, nobody from Grand Junior or Nima wants to say the actual facts of what happened in Liberia. So the way for reconciliation is now going a PZ error to eat cow. Because they have been eating cow since Charlie Clinton. The way to handle this issue is to say, look, number one, since 1990 up to 2023, and the last war was in 2003, right? This thing is done. One, everybody in Liberia must understand that they are part of Liberia. When you vote for a president, you as a citizen of Liberia has a right and opportunity to participate in Liberia. The first thing. Number two, reconciliation comes with time. Most of the young people, Liberia got one of the youngest population in Africa. Half of the young people in Liberia ain't see the war before. They even know what happened in Liberia. Most of the people that are similar these things are the older generation that didn't want to stay living on their past and still bringing their own sentimental things to the discourse. We have to teach Liberians differently. Imbayans and Grand Juniors will understand. But my man, this situation that happened is over. We have to foster better relationship. I think, my man, first of all, people have better relationship, but they marry more than most of them, bro. Okay, they hang out a lot. We have to let the sentiments go. We are in political season. I understand people were stroking the pole when they look, my man. Every security, all our branches is guaranteed on every leadership. And it should be the point where Liberians must get to the point where if a crown man say he won't be president of Liberia, and the buyer must say, you know what, my security is guaranteed on a crown president because it should be our constitution says so. When anybody want to be president, Nigerians must have the confidence to say our security is guaranteed or not a Nima president because our constitution says so. And until we get to that point, we'll be killing a whole bunch of cars for people for no reason. Let's take the sentiment out of the thing. We are Liberians, and we must start dealing with Liberian issue holistically without fear or favor. We continue appeasing everybody. We appease other people, go to Granger, we appease the Granger, go to Nima, we appease the Nima, go to Granger. I mean, listen. The two try to cause the problem of causing Liberia, if causing it. And that's the fact of the matter. Okay? Let's deal with the issues. Every Nimbayan, Grandian, child, man, woman must have the opportunity to live in Liberia and prosper like every other Liberian. And nobody must hold anything over their head. No. We need to get away from that approach. So my thing with Joe Boakai is, I'm serious of Boakai. You go to Grandian instead of Grandians. You are Liberians. You must participate as all Liberians are participating. Your security here is guaranteed. You must participate in this country in all facets of life. And you must know that your government guarantees your existence under constitutional law. He goes to Nima and says the same thing. He goes to all the 15 countries and tell every Liberian man, woman, child that under constitutional law, their right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is guaranteed. That's how you will foster the unity of the country. Because when every tribe begin to understand that we are now equitably dividing this thing here.
Just a second.
For argument.
Gentlemen, if you are not speaking, please mute your phone.
So I think that's the approach we need to take towards the issues that are happening in Liberia. We must now, if Boakai government will say, he has said it, we will be able to have if Nigerians have ministers in government and working off as their life. How can you come out and say why are you going yourself? If you are participating in business, if you are within the political life, the social fabric of Liberia, why will you go yourself? Are you not a Liberian? Should you not be participating in everything that's happening in Liberia? There's some voted, they would have voted. Nima voted, would have voted. Once the government come to power, it's a Liberian government. Look, from today when David Brown Lassana and we now forget about who voted as what. The president-elect, he was elected by a Liberian people, and he's going to govern the Liberian people. That's it. When we start going by, the Grand people for that more for we are, the Kupo for that more, and the Mapo for the other person, then that's when the middle thing can start coming. Look, Liberian voted, they would have voted, and they have the right to vote the way they want to vote. They finish voting, the person who won, it means the Liberian people voted for who they wanted. We move on and we govern our country, and Moses is right. We're going to have a inclusive government. All the ministers will not be from Nipa and Lofa. We have ministers and from every part of Liberian life so that we all as Liberians can govern our country.
So another thing of
so hold on, Moses. Let's bring in Malcolm. Malcolm been very patient waiting.
okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let's bring Malcolm. Or let Malcolm know what to speak. He just want to listen. Then we can go back to Moses. Malcolm, do you have anything you want to say?
Yes, definitely. I want to speak on the issue of the travel issue or travel listing, right?
All right, go ahead.
But I mean, we are looking at this issue and we are talking about it, but I think it is one of the most important things, not just in Liberia, Africa as a whole, has always had an issue when it comes to travel listing. Even in Nigeria, you see that between the Igbo and the other tribe. Okay, and these issues have hindered the progress of Nigeria. So what I want to tell people and the current the incoming regime is the issue of tribalistic and unity needs to be addressed. And the reason I say that, let's look at Rwanda. Okay, they fought a bloody war, more deadly war. There's two tribes. They have only two tribes, unlike Liberia and Nigeria. But you know what they did? They never went back to start pointing fingers. The issue of reconciliation starts with acceptance. And in order to accept your fault, you want to acknowledge that you did wrong. But in Liberia, when people do wrong, they say, oh, I did it wrong because somebody did this to me. No, that's not, no, two wrong cannot make a right. Okay? What the people of Rwanda, along with the leader Paul Kagame, did is to find a solution. Look for something that will unite the people. Okay, we have a president who lost sport. Sport unite people. He had never exercised that restraint to bring the people together. He had the opportunity to be a god within the country, but you cannot be a god by seeing the people the country worth. Okay. Where Paul Kagame did, he looked for technology, not soccer. Even though I say soccer, there are a lot of things that bring people together. He looked at technology. When Paul Kagame took over Rwanda, he invested a lot into technology because remember, when two people have a common goal, there will be no issue. Whether we have an enemy, scratchy in the past, if we do have a common goal and we want to achieve those goals, we will work together. So he brought something that will unify the people, which is technology. And we know technology is a big deal, not just, in America, but all over the world. People are utilizing technology to bring people together because we know technology is all hands-on. So Rwanda use technology. You go to Rwanda, every little child know how to access, know how to play with computers. I heard one of my citizen brothers saying, oh, the beginner in Liberia, they are attending this. Look, I got 7 years of experience, 3 years of experience as a cyber analyst and 4 years of experience as a network operation engineering specialist, right? You have to put hands on when it comes to technology. People don't get a degree to make money in IT or this, that. Look at India. All the people you see that going to India to recruit IT specialists, they don't have degrees. The Indians go in the village and bring the people from the village. But you know what they do? Well, they put the people together, teach them, form a institution that would negotiate with investor or company or employer in the Western world and bring the people in, and the people trust them. You see the India, but you bring somebody
These are the kind of things we want to be doing, not to be singing songs with people around here. That's the opportunity we want that every government should be able to provide for its people. Not to sing songs and praises to people around here in order to survive. No. We live in the Western world. How many of us here even speak to our bosses? You just got to do your job. Your performance on your job speaks louder than your praises. In Liberia, we got people with PhD singing praises of people who, it just don't make any sense. So with the issue with tribalism, we need to find a solution, something. Instead of, if we keep going back to keep talking about things that happened in the past, we will not go anywhere because what it's going to raise bad feeling. Because when you keep talking things that happened in the past, people start, it bring bad reflection. You're not going to go anywhere. We need to find something where people not even talk about that thing because the thing that happened between the Crown people and the Geo people, many Liberians stuff on anything here. But it all happened for because of one man greed. Nobody want to take don't want to take that responsibility of their part that they play. The same as the grandchildren. So what can we do? If we keep talking it over and over, we're not going to help our adjustment, gents. We need to find something outside of sport. Sport will be a good thing, but we need to find other tools in Liberia outside of sport that will unify the people. So I said, I look at technology because I think that fee is still a virgin. We are way back when it comes to technology. You got kids in.
How do you intend to use technology to unite our people?
It's up to the government to do some research, to go out and do some research. Work with a technologist vendor. Equip every government institution as well as private institution, or even put a mandate that you see in America. What a private
let me just stop you small. Just add to what you say, my man. Let me just say this. Just 1 minute, my man. They say very simple. Look, Rwanda did this thing here, my brother. Give kids to put computer in schools. Let it train people computer.
Nothing. They were not talking about nothing.
It's not an event. It's a process. When you see children, you know why they say that the average American child from 9 months old begin to understand technology? You know why? Because your baby, even before 1 year old, you get in your phone, you not go on YouTube, and not put show. The reason why you do that is because the mind, my man, the mind of the children, once they begin to have that interest, you will see you will build the next generation of technologies. And what I may say, my man, even the kindergarten, put 2 computers there. Let the government run computer program communities. My man, look, there are things you can do to help our country out. The things that rocket science, Rwanda did the thing. Other countries are doing the thing all over the world. Why we not just what our friends are doing that is working, that can work for us also?
Look, Vicky, let me come in with a travel issue. I think Nima doing something that grandchildren want to be looking at us keenly. Look, there was a serious problem that was coming between the man and the kill. People were using that to put our head together. And the example now was Ida Gonglo said that she ran against Jeremiah Kuhn during 2020 senatorial election. She lost it. She felt that the Gil people went behind Jeremiah Kuhn and voted against her. That's why she never agreed today to sit with Jeremiah Kuhn. So guess what? Young 20-year-old ran against Prince Johnson and he got over 50,000 votes. They used him so he can go against Jeremiah. He said no. He said, look, Nima interest come first. I have to go on the train with Nima. Another example, Musa Beleke.
So you see the trouble issue right in there?
Hold on. You will come in. Musa Beleke, he was a Mandingo man. No Mandingo people believe that Musa Beleke was going to win district number 7. Guess what? The people of district number 7, they overwhelmingly voted Musa Beleke not on track. They voted what he can do. The man and the Geo people, they voted, they got Roger Duma out, they took down Mandingo man. So the issue of tribalism will not help us. Now, as we speak now, we are putting teams together here. The Geo, they are putting teams together to carry Yantoa here as Geo Senator for Nima.
Yantoa will win the election.
Yeah, No, we're talking about Venezuela when
Yeah,
Jeremiah.
we win an election for Jeremiah Kunsi.
Yeah, so what we're doing that because why you
I think Yanto's a Gio guy, right?
What?
Is he a Gio guy?
No, man of God.
The man will win an
now,
election.
the amount of people have been thinking that, oh, because of the population high in the Gilbert, no other tribe can become senator. We're going to erase that thinking. We're going to vote for what? Yeah, to take Jeremiah's position. We're going to break that barrier there. So we should start thinking different way. I want to go to.
No, I think. Let me make this. I think for us to have the reconciliation,
yeah,
it starts with our national actors. You and I can reconcile Nima County and Grand County when our national actors are not they are not taking the lead. I think among the typical, the ordinary, let me use that word, the ordinary Granadian and Liberian have reconciled among themselves.
Okay.
How do I say that? Go to Grand 99% of the BB businesses you see in Grand are owned by the Liberians.
Yeah.
They're dead in the gold mine, the diamond mine, they're living in peace. It becomes a problem when our national actor reflect the minds of the people as a result of the statement they make on national stage.
So let me ask you before you go forward, why the Grand playing Nima? Why? Why you think?
Who told you?
I'm asking.
Do you know how many Granadians in Nima attend the Nima technical college?
So that
we got Granadians in there that we are paying even tuition for. They are in the hundreds.
The question I'm asking, fear. I talk about fear today. We have to put our fear aside.
No. The point I'm trying to make, is that, for example, despite Prince Johnson being someone who executed a former president, who killed a former president from Grand County or wherever, we have been 20 years beyond that thing. Prince Johnson should be free to go to Grand and say talk to Granadians. But you know my problem I'm having, and everybody from Nima are not being able to point to Prince Johnson and tell him, say, stop it.
About bragging?
Prince Johnson is right now. In Prince Johnson is the national icon of Nima. He's the voice of Nima. If Prince Johnson continue to be divisive, there'll be no unity.
No, man.
No. You see, Moses, you and I discussing with sincerity and honor. That's how we can put our voice together and tell our national leader. We will continue bragging about or trying to defend our side. We're not doing good. Number one, let me say this to you.
Let me jump in real quick. Prince Johnson divisiveness is used by Liberians based on which side of the political spectrum he is.
Thank you.
No, Valeku, no. I will prove it. I come in. The way I was going, we try to come in. Hold
on, when Prince Johnson was
Valeku. Valeku.
President overwhelmingly overlooked his support for Mr. Weah and the state support of Mr. Weah. So I'm saying yes, it is true that people that Prince Johnson who have done some of these things to be held accountable, but these guys are used based on which side of the political spectrum they are on.
It's not about politics. I'm not looking at the political aspect. In terms of politics, people can say things and do things. But let me say this. There was a service book, a new service book in our educational system right now. When that service book was written, up, our educational actors, people who have been in the educational sector, keep together, do a service book for elementary, kindergarten. I think the junior high for our school system. It's not being taught in it's part of our curriculum. When our book was written, Nima got 5 tribes. Nima got a Gio, they got a Minor, they got a Madingo, they got a B, and they got a Crown. Right? Sometimes people say Pele, that could be 6. Crown was omitted in that book. And then the Nima Crown said, look, we have close to 30 towns in Nima We are almost at 200,000 people in Nima. How can you write a service book? I come, he said, don't do it to me, Moses. Moses gave me a chance. How can you write a service book and omit Grandidians? I'm not Grandidian, I got crown people from the service book, say they're not from Nima. In our opinion position, he's still on record for that. The crown people in Nima can will just get a start right there. Not say on Nima.
That's wrong.
That was pretty much the exact statement. He did not stop there. During Manosedi time, there was a land dispute between the Madinkos and the Gio and Mano in Ganta. When stakeholders went to make decision or to reconcile that issue, Prince Joseph's statement was, and I can still find that video today and play it, that if you came from Guinea, we'll give you fat already, does not make your own land in Nima. So, I come in. So, with this kind of statement being made by Prince Johnson, I'm not talking about the campaign aspect. In campaign, people can say things to win the minds of voters. But when it comes to reconciliation and peace, Moses, we have to stop defending this thing. No, if we can condemn our crown people for certain statement they make, you guys will come on the stage and condemn this statement. And that's how people are never been apologetic of the entire Civil War. It is all right people killed in the war that was Joseph Parkin there. Was it Joseph Parkin, the council robber? Was it Joseph Parkin, the other people he killed?
I think the only, before you come in, the only I know about, the only actor in the Civil War that have been apologetic about his action in the Civil War is Meton Blai. That's the only person I know of that killed people participating in the Civil War. And actually came and said, no, I mean, the whole problem here was wrong. We not to do it. It was Meton Blai. Every other political actor been in the Civil War. But yeah, Nimna Jaga, you let us Senator Grange there. The other men were there. None of them have ever came out and said to Labrampo, what we have done to you people, we are sorry.
Did you listen to all of them from the TROC?
All of them. The only other person, the second person that ever even apologized after them was Edward Snaga. I think Edward Snaga came on the TRC and said, look, and what happened with us, what happened with my brothers in the country, it was wrong there. I think that only two people are there. Only two people I've heard and I've listened to all the TRC that have been apologetic. The rest of the other men went there and brag about what they did in the Civil War. Now, as I said, for Liberia to go forward, we need to be, for me, I take a holistic approach to the issues of Liberia. My brother, if you left with me, half of them men will go face that Waterloo. They will all go face that freaking Waterloo. But
Liberians are not Liberians are not ready. Liberians are not ready for people to account for the atrocity they committed in our country. Liberians are not ready.
Moses, if you can, 1 second, I'll tell you the reason why. Let Moses give me 1 minute. I will tell you the reason why we are not ready. You know, PLO Lumbara of Kenya, he said the problem in African governments, when a man go and steal, his tribe will say he's a thief, but he's our thief.
Yeah.
So they justify his thievery. The reason why Liberians are not ready for everybody to be held accountable is because every tribe is holding on to those war laws as their heroes. Yeah, he came, but he came on our behalf. But until we all can say, my man, all these guys, they kill innocent Liberian people from our tribe, and they should be all held accountable, regardless of what
that has been my standpoint. And that is why I, as a person, I was the first person. That's why now my friends are not friendly with me. I mean, they don't like me for that. I condemn Grand Jide for electing anybody that the judge, but who were LPC leader. I condemn that act because you know what? If we want justice for the atrocity committed against our people, we should not put people who committed atrocity into decision-making position, and we expect to take decision that we affect them.
I don't want for all the public conversation. I want for all to stick to the topic here. Look,
gentlemen, let me say something very important. Pastor Success will be taking over the show. My time is over here, but I don't want to to cut you guys off. Very interesting discussion here, but I will be leaving. Pastor Sosa will be taking what show.
Okay.
As want to.
We're not gonna restrain me here, but I can restrain me here to make you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what I was saying, I will still talk.
You still talk. I will leave it up. You guys are having a very interesting discussion now. I'll continue.
Yeah. Let me tell you something, Pastor. I'm not going to say it, but I will say it. Look, I respect Pastor Sewan. That old man is so different. I'm coming right to our Nibadan here. We've been having reconciliation conference upon conference here. 90% of Paris people refuse. 90%. Pastor Sewan have been instrumental to bringing us together. Some people will say we should go for and go to Prince Johnson to change the way before we got together. It's not possible, gentlemen. We have to set example here. If you and myself cannot come together, you think the people in Liberia will come together? We have to start a reconciliation here. Up to today, we still talking every day. The public people and the rest of the neighbor, I want for us to talk on the issue. Maybe for tonight, we will change our behavior. I'm not going to, you cannot hold me for Prince Johnson attitude. You cannot hold VK for Prince Johnson attitude or other people. We have to come together. We've been on the reconciliation for a very long time here. The last time we had meeting, they want to justify how. Some people say because Prince Johnson took position for that and the captain actually they come from Paris district. Prince the Peter Kangwe. Yeah, Peter Kangwe, yeah. So Pastor, let us say my people, I don't care what happened. These are some of the things we're talking about. Let's we're talking about Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson is a problem for Nima. Don't you like it? Why we like it, but not from Nima? I'm not saying that. Listen, that's some crazy thing Prince can say. What I'm saying here is, if we come together, we can throw Prince Johnson out of the picture. No, throwing out of the picture. Moses, let me help you on this. Throwing Prince out of the picture will not help the country. What will be good is that we, the citizens of Nima County, yeah, the first thing we should know, force Prince Johnson, first of all, let him understand that no matter who you are in Nima, where tribe you come from, you are in Nibadian. Prince Johnson have to consent to that first. Number two, let me end. Number two, we have to ensure that Prince Johnson as a person, because let me tell you today, Moses, when you hear Nima and crime, the major person in terms of atrocity in Nima that the world look at, maybe other people will look at, is Prince Johnson. So Prince Johnson have to lead the way for reconciliation. Nigeria, yeah, it is true that Nima was ostracized, Nimadia was affected in Doe administration, but when you came for Doe, all those innocent people died. And for you to always justify, likewise, all the Nigerians, when they came in the defense of what was happening in the Civil War, all the innocent Nimadia got victimized. So the actors from Nigeria, the actors from Nima should see reason. But I agree with VK. That's what VK was telling you. You gotta agree with VK. My problem with you, I concur with VK. My problem with you, so I can explain myself. My problem with you is that I say I'm misunderstanding you, but what I'm getting to understand from you is that the justification Prince Johnson is giving. In my understanding is that you're trying to justify that indeed Prince Johnson's statement are being made on legitimate reason, and that's what I have a problem with.
I don't know what Moses saying, but me coming for Moses coming. My brother, you know what I would say on the issue. Now I always say it to my brothers. The people who are disrupting, we may have say Africa that why we don't go to play we need to go. We expect the people who cause us the problem to come and face the problem, and unfortunately it doesn't work that way. I always have said we need to step the actors. Look, If I'm gonna reconcile Grand Judah and Nima, let them go sit down and justify what they thought they did, the way they want to do it, go sit down. This generation of ours, who are intellectual, both from Grand Judah and Nimba, we need to have a holistic and real discussion. We we are men, wives, and children. We stay whenever who went to Labro, that whole generation who caused us, who put going our friend in here, caused them to be organized, and the men who waiting for to resolve the issue. Hold on, the issue in Nima and Granger is not going to work. They have deliberately decided that they're not going to do it. And guess what? They don't want to do it. So if we need this thing to come to a head and we need to do it, we need to put out a picture. Look, if I'm leading a meeting in mind, I'm calling my brothers in from Granger. I'm calling my brothers from Nima. We're having a meeting of the mind. So look, let's go to our people and tell our people. There are other places in the world where Liberia is not the only place where tribes, Rwanda, 100,000 women for 100 days. We are not the only people that these things are happening. Well, other tribes have been able to handle these things. Liberians, our generation of young men who are very smart. Some of our best friends are from Grand Judah. Some of our best friends are from Nimba. Let us bring our people together and let's resolve the issue outside of these people, because those guys, even today as they live, are still justifying what they did, and they already know the wrong. But because they don't even want to come.
Can I inject this?
Hold on. You talk about land business. If you look at Nima there, we don't have land business. They got majority of the Madigo people incomplete. No land issue there. Bam. No land issue there like Kenya. But on the counter, there are few families that get a land issue. People don't understand. They just stereotype everything. All the people think. The people take money. No.
I agree.
Huh?
I agree, but there's my issue.
Yeah. What?
There's my issue. When people that Prince Johnson made the kind of statement, whether that Ganta or that Bound, that Tabata, that Second PO, that Lokatu, that Role, that Zole, that BM Doru, that Bo and Kuda, that Babi Jespo, that what the other player in that whatever. That you want to know, whatever. Come on for the countess. And all the people that need to have seen all of them. So when that happened, we the young generation, like what Bigger said, so say, hey, Prince Johnson, don't make that statement. Condemn me. But you know how you do the only way we condemn it. The only way we condemn it, if we don't see him as the father of Nimba. Because you know why? When we see him as our father, I come in. You know why Prince Johnson got voice?
Why?
Because number one, Liberia is a country that don't hold our tradition and culture at high esteem. Believe you me, it are places like Ghana, Prince Johnson, George Bole, Tomo Yaya Nimle, you name it already, boy, all these guys. You will not even see them coming near to the church, even janitor where going, they will not get it.
Pastor, I want for you to I want for you to go to when you're talking, I want for you to get to it. You say why Prince Johnson say acting a godfather in Nima. Why is the reason?
The reason is because we from Nima still see and embracing that, because the message he sent to us is that he is our liberator. So we embrace it and see him as one.
So you still coming to what Valeko said. I still bring you the Valeko said most of the people who are still idle, they explain to people that this is what happened, so they buy their idea. Up to now, a Prince Johnson go in Nima and say, oh, my people, y'all know doing the war for your business. When you came through, I came to your rescue. People buy it. Not everybody buying it. That's what I want to tell you. Not everybody left Prince Johnson, even in your own hometown. Not everybody like him. But people tell that, oh, Nima.
But let me ask you a question. Is Prince Johnson? I want to ask you the question, Moses. Let put in a scenario.
If we look at Prince Johnson, it's actually because Prince Johnson was one that killed Doe, making a liberator, or is Prince Johnson actually a liberator of Nima County? Did he really liberate Nima County?
So people will understand things differently. Let me tell
Well,
you.
Anyway, look, the reason why we go over this thing, I would say, you know, when we start having this conversation, then it becomes a justification of who liberated who let's look at that person. Who was liberated in Labrador? There was nobody liberated from anywhere. Whether the people liberated Grand Julian from Prince Johnson or Prince Johnson said he liberate or the buy from Doe, there was no liberation in Labrador. What happened in Labrador was a whole-scale carnage of killing of innocent people. And when we understand what happened in Labrador in the context of which we understand it, then we will begin to deal with the issue as is. Again, when everybody is justifying their own thief as their thief because the man is from them, first problem we get, number one, and you have said it again, because when another man, one man will say, the other man from the other side of my hero, the other man will say, so we cannot prosecute our heroes, or we cannot speak negatively against our heroes. The first thing we need to do to Liberians is to debuse our mind of what our actual hero is. When we know what hero is, and we start taking people who look, if your hero open pregnant woman's stomach, he's not a hero. Hello? I don't care what tribe you're from.
That is exactly what my issue is.
So we have to, as I said again, we cannot go and call the people who gave boys drugs and want to open pregnant woman's stomach and say, man, y'all kind of come head
if you ask me, you know my resolution in resolving that problem.
Look here.
No, I want to make a point.
Yeah.
Mostly, I wanted to make a point.
Hold on.
My resolution on resolving that issue, right? At this point,
the
young generation, the young actors, they are not even me, they are not even you and myself. Because no longer young generation, right? But we can stay, we can navigate, we can stay we can start the process in the younger generation and kick it off. We have to enforce.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That everybody that by the grace of God who are still alive, who are key players in what brought atrocity to our country, leave the playing field of every sector of our society.
They will not do it.
No, listen. They can happen. You know why? When we see this guy, come in now, my man. You can't make a player from a team a reverend, and you say you will not cheat that team. You will cheat the other team.
Let me tell you something. I want for her to cut the conversation short to me. Let me tell you something. If we have a law in Liberia to ban people, a lot of people are going to ban in this current election, which didn't happen. People vote on funny issue in Liberia. Who know you that my tribe here? They're not looking at qualification. They're looking at tribal issue. So what I'm trying to say is, we're trying to diffuse the behavior. We're trying to cancel the mindset. So what we're going to do this time around? People in the mindset they are being thinking, oh, so the GOP they are the larger populated tribe in every election. They want to go and vote. We're trying to erase that notion that what will come in all the time now to what to carry on to here. You understand? When a man may see, I say, oh yeah, without doing now, can you imagine how many Madigo people? You know what? Most of the ACO people, they went to Unity Party. They felt and said, we thought that the people are not going to vote for Musa Belete. If the people can vote for Musa Belete, I think it will they are mighty. All they thought somebody Madigo people calling my people for Musa Belete.
If Moses can remember, Moses can remember 2019, between 2019 and 2021. It left a very little inch for to divide him into two counties. He knows about it.
Why the politics was going on, but I want to be difficult.
No, there's a thing again, as I said, right?
It was about to happen. People from Lower Nima, Tabata, Gray,
I know what talking about.
Babi Deswe, be a Doru. You know the reason why? Valeku.
All the reasons.
You know the reason why?
No.
Valeku go to Nima today. Mami, I'm on Nima. I know Nima in depth.
What happened to
Go to Nima today.
Yeah.
When you see upper Nima and they take you to lower Nima County, you will put your hand on your cry for the people from lower Nima County.
What is the reason for that?
Because the key decision makers of Nima County in terms of county development, wherever comes scholarship, training program, infrastructure development, the decision makers at the high level of government were all upper Nima citizens. The only thing Lower Nima benefited, and that one, it was a decision of Manuseli. It was never on the decision of the county where it doesn't fear the hospital interpreter.
How can you say that?
The county development fund, the yellow machine they bought for Nima County to recondition our roads in the county. The people from Babri, they never saw that yellow machine today.
Okay.
The people from Bui and Doru never saw that yellow machine today. The people from what they play from around the great tour town area they were connecting to Babri district never saw the machine today. It was just in Upper Nima going to look at second P or Sani Kole going to I call it Botu area there. So as a result, people from Lower Nima, these are still the disenchantment and the act of divisiveness of our leaders. And I'm saying to you, why you message starting here? Why we starting here? If we can put you on the national level, and all young anybody buy it, all young graduates buy it, and say, "Hey, look, gentlemen, we can force these guys who have committed, who are the problem of us, to take them from the playing field. My man will play on the field, causing trouble for the game. We can gain record."
You don't know too much about Upper Nima, where I came from. Let me tell you something. Even in Iowa here, those who live alongside the interstate, they enjoy the road connectivity. So let me tell you to Nima, you know the reason why you see people can focus on Upper Nima, where I came from, that's an international lane, which from Monrovia straight to Loguato border.
You tell I tell you, Moses.
I just want to show you something.
So then why you say about the road from Ganta straight to Abricos, from Ganta straight to Zredu, straight to Maryland to Abricos? Why you talk low in our Nima development fund that we could not put a quota from Ghana to Sagape that President we have to do it? Why?
There are a lot of people that look for country to go to Boakai area there. No guru. Let me tell you something. Don't think that because you see that one road are going straight to the border, they get other people from district number 4, district number 5, district number 6, your area there. They face serious problems. Not all look Upper Nima that enjoying road. You understand? Let me tell you the truth. You will not know. You just say everything good in Upper Nima.
And I think Valeku, what you say, that is our problem. The trouble issue in Liberia is a very serious problem.
I always say this, bro. Look,
let me say this. And I don't know what I'm supposed to agree. When I said I'm attacking the Liberia, was it 2010? From 2010, if I'm not making mistake. Yeah, to 2017. From 2010 to 2007 years, 1.3 million every year go to Nima County. Let's Prince Johnson there. Nyam Martin then, Roland Duo then. Where they probably that signal, the former senator, where they from Nima, all these guys. Groupie then, yeah, groupie then. Let them tell us what the tangibility that 1.5 million, 3 million they were receiving every year. What did they do with it? We can't show nothing for it.
Corruption is at a peak in Liberia. What
nothing to show for it. President, we have to say no, the money is coming to you, we'll put it into road development. That's what the anchor producing got today. And never people see the reality what it looked like. We still listen to producers as anybody. And so what producers are saying was true over the reality that we're looking at.
Brother, to be frank, even when it comes to look, a lot of things in Liberia has to change. And I always say this, right? Even when it comes to county development funds, the way we even operate our county development funds is shameful. For example, you have a country that Nima that is that big. You get county development funds. You would think that county development fund will be a portion and break out into areas where development will be earmarked to be handled. And you would think that that's how, I mean, naturally, if somebody is thinking about county development fund, it's like, for example, in Iowa, when the senator go to this meeting and they say, my man, you signed a bill, and she said, no, I mean, I need a role or this to go here, that money is earmarked for different places. So basically, the leaders of those areas come and say, look, this is what we need. And the senators go to Congress and say, look, our people need this, they negotiate and put the thing there. That's how Liberia County Development Fund should actually work. People from all part of the county leadership need to come and say, look, okay, this part of NEMA will need this part of NEMA. When we have the county development fund, then that money is deviated and a portion for that thing. Look, there are some things
I got a question, Valeku.
There are something that we just can't sit, and at this point, and I'm asking young Liberians, you guys got smartphone. You see how the world work as a Liberian. You just can't sit and say, oh, they men are our leader, that they don't so. No, you guys got to say,
I have a question. Why should we have the Ministry of Public Work? And we develop the called county development fund and give it to county authority.
Because I think I'm saying the Ministry of Public Works is woefully they're woefully unprepared. And secondly, in the whole world, even in our area, the state has a Department of Transportation. The cities have their own small department. So those you see the poor building, it's not the state of Iowa that's building it, it's the city that's handling those.
Yes, because that system is a federal system.
Right now, the reason why you do that is for efficiency. Look, some things are done for efficiency. For example, the problem where it's dealing with 15 counties, and sometimes it's just very, very hard to say public works for anything. But if you have on the county levels that can deal with some of these rules, look, if Liberia County Development Funds and the counties were very smart dealing with it, the feeder roads in the counties should be done. The public works don't gotta come to can't do it. The counties can have to build efficiency.
VK, that thing that nonsense in Liberia, what we call it off.
No.
How? You can't do that.
What do you mean no? Okay, let me ask you a question. We've been doing that thing since 2020. When they instituted the county development fund, it was the first time. What impact has it made in our country?
Because the reason why, like every other thing, every laws we get on the book that we don't enforce, every other thing that we do that have no impact is because we have not done it the right way. We have not done. Hold on, we have not done the county development fund the right way. For example, county development funds should be there to augment things like schools, hospitals, other things like that. So if they put Jassy Fiado Hospital in Nima County, the county development fund, some of that money should be earmarked to make sure that hospital is functional. Even though the Liberian government is giving money to it, when you take some of that money, imagine the Liberian government gave 200,000 to Jassy Fiado Hospital. But Estela Meta are giving Nima 3.1 million. And Nima alone said, no, I mean, besides the 200,000 Liberian government giving to the Jassy Fiado, we are going to match that dollar for dollar. We're going to put another 200,000 there. That means that's 400,000. That means more medicine in the hospital. You will get more professionals in the hospital. That hospital will be clean and will run functionally. That's how you deal with county development funds. When public works build a mean road that going somewhere, the county development funds should be able to take out the feeder roads.
How it's supposed to be.
That's how the system. Remember, we have to. So that we got to use the system the way it works. We got to make it functional.
You discussing a sensible system. You discussing a logical system. Revive that system and put it in the normal Liberian main system.
But my point success is functional and logical system. The people are making.
You know why like that? You know why that? We allocate the money. We allocate the money. Number one, we allocate the money without any system backing the money, and that is why the people in the country chop the money, and then they come out. Hey, number one.
Because again, the system is giving people money in the country to hold money. Listen, I don't understand why laboring like this. We give money in the country money to hold money.
So if you give a country maybe $1.2 million every year as a country development fund,
individual, the money can go to individual.
Before they receive the next payment in the next fiscal year, do they make a progress report of that money? No.
Yeah, they can go for county setting every year.
Guess what?
Do they make progress report? And if you see the progress report, it's not justifiable progress report.
But the whole
it's not logical and a recent progress report.
I don't want for you to deal with the issue with sentiment. Look, let me tell you something.
I'm not discussing sentiment. I'm being real here.
I know you might not benefit from the county development, but remember, the people can go together and target a project they agree upon before they disperse the fund. No,
before 2017, from 2008.
So that the way I think what Sosa is coming from is you got to understand this way. What Sosa is saying is, yes, it's true that they can agree on a project, earmark project. When a project is done, did they come back and say, okay, listen, we spent 50,000 on this project. Here are the checks to the company that finished 50,000. Here is the actual project at work. Here's how it's benefiting. For example, the way the country development funds will work, the country development funds should be in central bank. If they say Moses in Nima and Sosa in Nima building the school, everybody agree. The contractor agree that only checks will be dealing with. The project manager, right? So what the man is saying is, when the school is built, you come back and give a report and say, my people, we built the school at cost of $150,000. Here's the breakdown of this money. That report now needs to be given to the county.
Let me say something funny to you.
On the Ministry of Internal Affairs, before your next disbursement is made. So now that you
let me say something funny. The county authority, the superintendents, I'm adding on the assistant superintendent proper, the assistant superintendent of physical affairs, the senator representative, and some elders. They are the deciding, they make the decision, they are the deciding factor of how the money is spent.
No.
I come in now. I will say no.
Because
these are the people who go to county city. Are coming.
Okay, go ahead.
These are people who go to county city and earmark as a county we agree that we do this project. So they are taking decision on how the money should be disbursed. They are the same people who carry M&E, monitor and evaluation. They are simple monitor and evaluation. You are paying the money and you evaluating the process.
They made out a referee.
Corruption. So we need Joseph Boakai and Jeremiah Parko will change the behavior. They're going to be tough.
Yeah, brother, if you and I don't stand, when we start here tonight, if all of them don't buy the idea and stand for it, we see the same way other government function, people will behave like that. You know what? You know what? Let me tell you. I don't know if you work, most of you work government before.
Hold on. I just want to tell you something. People, the mindset, we need to change our mindset. I know election people are downhearted, but all people are saying, oh, and they say that we are not doing good, we'll look at them. Look, this is not about we are. This is about Liberia. So we need to push. We need to reach to the promised land. It's going to be tough. We need to inform the people. Look, you move where for corruption. What are you doing? You move where you say no hospital, no bed in the hospital. We need to push it. We need to inform the people. The government need to subsidize the school system in Liberia. We need to get all those things there. Our nurses, they need to pay them good. So we all need to push. We need to hold together and feed on fire. I'm telling you. So I don't want for division to say that and say, oh, I'm not part of it. We'll be there. We need to work. Let our leader know, look, we tired.
The first thing is, let me say this. I will say this in a point, Moses. You know, for me, the reason why I say success, I'm a big student of the late John Pompey Magufuli. The reason why I like that guy is because he took the shortest possible time to transform his country. And he did it straight with actions, ideas and actions. Look, let me say this to Liberians. I know that one of the major problems I have with Liberians, that one of the major problems I have with my friends in the CDC. Every time you brought idea to them, they said to you, but when I say 1847, they won't happen. So I wouldn't want to do it.
That's a problem.
Man, I said, they were not happy.
Yeah, we are the ones.
I was saying to my brother UP, my brother player get problem with me. Just because the George we are CC like government in do it, or because they did it, don't mean won't do it.
Yeah.
Not because we are then told for the 2 days to go and play to go hang out. Ain't me will be right
Yeah,
now. Must set up the empire jail. Like, need money. Look, we gotta transform the way we do things in our country. Look, Bumala can say because say 1847. Listen, Joseph Boakai, he told us and we went to the whole Liberian people that the man is the man to help face our country. That means every problem in Liberia say 1847.
Yeah.
Every problem in Liberia say 1847. That Joseph Boakai get it now.
Yo.
Because the idea of our leader, everybody into it say 1847 that Joel do it. Yes, Joel came, he told the person he was the change for hope. Every problem say 1847. Oh, hey. Every problem says 1822. Because I was 1847. It's on Joseph Boakai. He must tackle all of them. That's his problem now. Because when we think like that, then we want to solve the problem. We'll go to the grassroots of the problem to resolve these issues. And will not be making excuses.
I think
the problem.
I think our problem, very cool, and people will not accept, but that's the fact. The road that stole the money is the same road we still entrusting with our bankies, and then we don't, and then we're hoping that nobody will steal our money. People who need to leave the sector, people who need to leave our society, people who need to give way. And that being relevant into our society are still the decision maker of our society.
By 2029 they all be kicked out because the new generation don't even know them. So they will be
because you know why? You know why? And watch it. During Georgia regime, one of the major things the opposition will cry on, and they use it as a propaganda. One of the propaganda or machinery that they were using is the economic war crankle.
At this junction, your cry.
At this junction, you cry for it. What are you talking?
At this junction, Mama, you don't know where I'm coming from. Give me chance, but I'm a logical man when I'm talking. I'm picking logic on the pole. They cry for it, right? It did not work. Now they are in authority. You will no longer hear it. Yesterday, CDC cried for it. When they took power, it dies. You know the party who were defending it became the people who are now crying for it. Now they are taking state power. They will begin to defend and justify why Wapanko is not good right now. So that is the kind of society we have.
I don't see the reason why. And then I'm not the old United Party government, and about for this leadership in United Party, I don't see the reason why they would defend bringing one economic crime code to Liberia. And the reason I'm saying is very simple, right? Look, but if the United Party and Mr. Boakai understands what we are dealing with, we're bringing one economic crime code to Liberia. Because for a simple reason, accountability. The second thing is the same thing I said to my friend today, and I said a couple of people. The same reason why we should audit the whole Georgia-led government from beginning to end. Just because Joe ain't edit early don't mean we're not editing. order him, more edit, order the whole government, start to end. As soon as we take power, we should find a team, but bring international auditors to audit from the 2017 the data stepping office to the data lab office. Because you know what? It brings a sense of accountability to Liberia. That's the reason why we need a more economic code. The problem with our people
before I can leave you
defend
guys,
our team.
La brother, long way to go. You know, there's a common team, Moses. Moses, we throw that to you. Maybe it will help you to add to your departing statement. Moses, Moses, I want to say this to you, and then you will use it maybe apart of your departing statement.
Okay.
Liberia, but everything I'm talking to now, we just say it, but bigger than what we think it is. Look, I know when last end of you have been to Liberia. But of late when I went to Liberia, look, Liberia is our man. We bring leader, but again, we also contribute. For example, Senator will come in Liberia, the Ministry of Transport, the police, they will come together. The traffic regulatory institution will come together and say, okay, they come up with price listing because Liberia, drivers in Liberia, they inflate prices for some reason. They say they'll come up with prices and they'll come up with regulation. 2% now right in front of the taxi. In Liberia, driver put 2% in the front seat where 1% is supposed to sit down. So they come up with law. In the evening, everybody on Broadway fighting to get car to go home. By the time you get in the car, the police they test it out, my man push that 1% sit outside you. When you say, but man, if they just pass a law or a regulation that 2% should not sit in the seat, the next boy you hear in the driver that the rest of the passenger in the back. That would men will obey the law in the country, messing and go, man. That is the challenge that Bureau has. Okay. The problem is so holistic in a point that look, when government are bringing your care for sure. When you want to fight them for the way you pass their hole, they will make sure the boss that do not hold on the other side.
Let me tell you something. I always told people the issue in Liberia is not about, I know Pastor they ain't get managed. We're facing problems. We're facing problems that we need to work on it. You talk about traffic. The possibility of you dying on the street in Liberia is 60% to 70% when you leave your house and go on the street. No law. People don't respect the law. So the judicial system needs to be reformed. It's very important. I want to go home. I want to get a health care. I have a underlying condition that I need a hospital. I need when I'm sick to go to hospital. We need good hospital. Electricity. These are important things. So if I were to meet Mr. Boakai, you should start thinking about privatizing the water, electricity, and the judicial system to work on the judicial system. We need to see those things there. When you get law, when you enforce law, investors will go in our country. Can you imagine as soon as somebody say, oh, bro, whether somebody accuse the person, they will leave whether mock that person and kill the person. Police on the street, car coming in, traffic coming towards you. Make mistake, but VK, you go here for motorbike driver. The whole group will come and mock you and just kill you. Nothing gonna happen. The society is so ugly. I was telling one guy today, I said, look, I don't care what the people say. The new government need to move the motorcycles forward the center of Monrovia. I don't care whether Boakai will lose election 2029. They need to do it now. Somebody did that happen.
There was a reduction of your vote start from.
No problem. No problem. That's what the weakness that mess we are on. It was so weak.
It's not just what we are. Let me tell you. Our leaders in Liberia will compromise certain major decisions because they want to reserve a vote industry. They want to reserve the area where they will get votes. So they compromise everything.
We need to put system because look, I want to round feed my man to the airport and round on DK. Shane 14. Can you imagine people in uniform
Papa, let me hold you by the white people looking at people taking video taping. Shameful
You
thing.
talking about Papa, let me hold your bag. Because when you travel in a country, that who can help you to take your travel suitcase or your whatever luggage from the conveyor. Anybody can help you?
Go
No,
use your own hand. Don't use your own hand.
Let the travelers. The plane has a right to go to that conveyor.
Okay, when you not get money,
Even when you go to RRA,
you
and then there's the administration. In every administration, I say I have been travel in and out of Liberia. Brother, in fact, people will start scattering your baby before you leave on the plane and get to the conveyor belt. Already started. You looking for your.
Papa, let me hold your bag. What time I bought you at the economy, Papa? Papa, let me hold your bag. Everywhere.
Look, my man, you know the problem we're facing in our country. I always say this, my man. Look, you can't blame our police people in our country. Look, my man, the policeman cannot enforce the law when he's a hungry man, and he will be. I mean, that's just a fact. Look, my man, the reason why you can bribe American police because the average American kid
pay them good.
So at 21, 22, 23-year-old. Why would a 25-year-old man making almost $90,000 to $100,000, including
then you go big. You get the bribe.
Why would you jeopardize that kind of career where you can spend 20 years and get your pension and live a good life? If you join the police force at 21, and you spend 25 years in the police force, but you know what it says, yo. And you get even you spend 20 years, they get 4 pension, you 41-year-old. So why would a young man who is in the police force in America, he joined the police, maybe he's 23, 24, he's going to spend 20 years in the police force, he's going to be 43, or he will spend 25 years, he'll be a 48-year-old man, he will retire with a full pension, has a whole life ahead of him to live. Why would he jeopardize that? But you take a young man like bro who get family of 4, his wife himself, and you know like bro get a extended family. You pay $150 per month, he works so hard. When he can't even receive that money on time, he got to pay a train school fee, and you are asking a man to enforce laws when people getting bribery. Look, I tell you, one of the first thing that they mention is to do, we're not up the pay of the law enforcement. I mean, when a policeman like bro making $500 per month, you will not jeopardize $500 job.
No, you're not doing
Nobody.
it.
I get what you say. You're not going to take
I want to go. Let me just make my last point. Just go ahead. I want to encourage every one of us, whether you're from some eastern region or you're from the northern belt or the western belt, this government is every one of our government. We shouldn't sit there and say that when they fail, then I will suffer for the next 6 years.
You are not soliciting support for citizen government. You are not soliciting support at this.
Look, that's somebody will have people.
You are not soliciting support at they to say for the government, our government, that go whether affinity that whatever, they go have a problem mistake, or you're not soliciting you. Now you soliciting support.
They want to tear vast. Y'all too stubborn. You ain't want to take no advice.
Yeah. Let me finish. Look, I want for the South Indian to say, look, where is that in our way again? Mr. Boakai is our leader. We need to speak to Mr. Boakai. They should set up a committee to go and meet Mr. Look, whether you vote for Boakai, you don't vote for Boakai, all we know, all that dream voted for Mr. Boakai. Let's work together and see what best we can do. I'm encouraging everybody. We don't want for people to start getting.
The honest thing for that the women need to do right now is, first of all, like you said from the beginning of the conversation, the women need to extend an open arm to every sector of our country.
So if I were to ask you now, Pastor Sutton, what do you think Liberia should do about Heron Kosa?
What to do with Heron Kosa? Heron Kosa, I ain't be there.
No,
there's nothing to do with him. There's nothing. There is no.
Huh?
I'm asking Pastor Sutton, if you have opportunity now, they ask you, what do you think Liberia should do about Heron Kosa? What do you think we should do?
I don't think there's anything we have to do with Heron Kosa. He's on the most of that you go away. No more like nothing. I don't see anything that I will have to do with him.
Okay,
there's definitely something in your mind that I'm not seeing that you can say.
Okay, for me, for reconciliation, I think the incoming government should forget about what Costa said, and they embrace it. We all have like he can help.
You see, that's one of the problem. Mostly that one of the problem we're having in Africa. Everything in reconciliation we just embrace. Heron Kosa is a private citizen. He can live in Liberia. And nobody more. The only thing you can say, nobody more go after Heron Kosa, security. and then we shouldn't do that. But Henry Costa is a private like citizen. That's it. Look, my man. Henry Costa is not the only man, like, bro. Henry Costa is a private like. Look, let me tell you, look at America. You know, I mean, competent people. Matter of fact, government job in America is a sacrifice. My man.
Yeah.
When they call the government to come work in government, it means making sacrifice.
No, what I'm saying is that nobody to go after you. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, but I don't think Boakai even is the main system. Look,
my man, why it is true that Henry Costa felt betrayal, felt disenchanted or whatever. I think the old man himself, that is why if you observe the whole campaign trail, with all the things when Costa flipped against the Unity Party, everything he said, the woman never wanted to make a statement or even try to rebut him. So I think the woman was leaving a spirit that if I do win, I will still call my son because that also. Henry Costa behaving charity today, but I picked that boy there. Extremely well for Unity Party.
No, my man. Sometimes you can't eat your lunch before recess. Henry Costa ate lunch before recess, and the second thing with Henry Costa issue is, my man. In politics, you must be calculated. There are few people in politics that have not been calculated. Henry Costa. You know the crazy thing about the election? George, we have lost the election as president, but he's not the biggest loser in the election.
No, he came to join with him.
You know the crazy thing about the election? George, we have lost the presidency, but George, we are not the biggest loser in this election. There are two of the biggest losers in this election. Number one, the biggest loser in the election is Mr. Alexander Cummings. Biggest loser in the election, Alexander Cummings. The second biggest loser in the election is Henry Costa and Power Bena.
Yeah.
We are not different because we are fighting. We are only have one choice: you either win the election or you lose the election. We are only had two outcomes that are going to come from the election. He either win or he loses. So if you lose, well, you lost. If you win, well, you win. So his outcome was clear. He had nothing else to account the election again. But look at what happened with Alex Cummings. Here's a man who the last election came there. He was a very strong political actor. His pathway to the presidency, you made a strong similar to never the 18-year-old Jamaican. The pathway for Cummings to the presidency was through Boakai. People told he refused. He sat down. Went to the election and got whooped. And then half of the party when he does, Mr. We are who have lost. Yeah, they flip side, and now they won Mr. Yearly lost. So Mr. he had no opportunity but either win the election or lose the election. So I will not call he lost the election. But the two biggest losers in this election, the Alexander Cummings and Mr. Yue.
All these guys that work with President Weah, they are the one that lost. Now we are lost.
Well, because they lost because they didn't do the right thing to keep him there. I don't know.
Okay, but even they're not doing the right thing. Right now in Africa, when they're dealing with democracy in Africa and they want a former African leader to act, Joe will be used as one of the icons.
Yeah.
It will be used.
But
that a man who takes over a government.
The respect of the president. And then the man of the president, he carries the respect of the president.
Yeah. All right. Look, this election is highly historical for our country. This election is more historical as compared to the election that Joe won when he killed power.
I agree.
Because you know what? The election he won, the person who was president the person was never a participant. They were going out. There's nothing they could do.
No.
They were not a key player. They were not into the election. So all the men won equipment.
Yeah.
But there's a man who's an equipment.
Sitting there.
Sitting on the seat.
And the man considered today. I give him props for that.
And decide. And look, I'm not looking at the message. I'm looking at. Look, very good. There were big discussions that were held behind the scene.
Well,
I'm telling you, big discussion. Some of the things about saying the clip, about saying the text message that we saw, you will not believe it. And this has meant that got some of our executive angry, they left the travel. Because they wanted something to happen. And the man said, no. 4 David that went to the UN General Assembly. And there were 2 messages I preach all the time. 1, under my regime, there will be no political president. 2, I will do everything I can to respect my constitutional tenure. And the constitutional tenure is not just you going for your for 12 years, but it's the fact of respecting the decision of the Liberian people. So here come at the junction and temper with it. I know it's right, it pains all. We are frustrated, we are downhearted, but the context of bigger picture. Someone was angry why the man had to send. They were angry why the man had to beat all the economy. I mean the monarchy of the former vice president. The man said that by law it has to happen. You know, but you see, we on this platform we're starting something good. But how many young Liberians are willing to embrace the issue? We have to navigate the reconciliation train. The rescue train will navigate now. That rescue train. The next train we need to start.
My man, the way we start now, we need to cover more people, young men and women, for us to have this open conversation. Look, the conversation have to start and have to start from somewhere. We need to have these open conversations. Look, guys, I mean, look at us now. Our parents didn't do what they did, but look at us now. Are we going to sit down and do the same thing like they did? And now the next generation is going to suffer because we didn't sit down and say, guys, I mean, what are we doing? Let's have this conversation. But man, look, imagine if we came from all different political parties. And we say, look, our job is to hold government accountable, regardless of our political affiliation. Our job is to make sure that this country development fund, when they put in the budget, we need to follow the trend, and we need to be calling them out on how they handle this country development fund. My brother, you will see at the end of the day, people will start doing the right things. But the problem is, because everybody wants to take a side and they want to stick with a side and they cannot look at the bigger picture. So if your party is there, the United Party is there, and from UP, and even though I know that UP may messing this thing up, instead of me coming and say, but gentlemen, come on, man, we can't do this. We say, my man, our party, that party, man, they all gonna do this. And that's the reason why we're in this situation. But when we start saying to ourselves, guys, listen, everything that we are doing now is for Liberia. No, man, I can show you. The United Party government, I will hold them more accountable than I held the CDC. I will not be here to sugarcoat what's going on in the United Party. If we start...
Let me know, okay, Akaro's Grill. Somebody on our post and say Akaro's Grill one of the losers.
Akago was a bigger loser than that. Akago was fighting hard because he knew he already lost the senatorial seat. He was going to get some level of ministerial position in government. Right now, he ain't got nothing. He's zero. One of the biggest losers.
I think if they do well for themselves, they should not be the bigger loser. I mean, I can't go bring that home for 2 years.
I mean, if you did well for yourself, I mean you are done well for the government. If you are done well for the government, the Liberian people are going to retain the government. The fact that they didn't retain the government because they started with the people who were working for the government, they did not do well.
Yeah. No, when I said do well, in a sense, no, when I said do well, you can fail at national level, or you can build up yourself as a person. That when you leave on government, you still potent.
I said, man, Steve, most of them.
So if they don't do it for themselves, then you see the guy right now. If you let right now fire where in fire where in or Sir Joseph, but don't got balance.
But majority of the guys don't do low, my man. Look at the history of Liberian politicians. Even my man, just look at even plenty of many who in government. How many of them you know that were balance when you be like? How many of them you know balance you be like?
And the message will be preaching at why you that kind of question you asking me. That's about our fear with this guy with the woman. Then they like my own former school member Ali, where in all these guys, right? That is our fear. And I hope that the woman had that resilience.
No, let me tell you something. When you see Boakai operating and hear men talking, the let me tell you the paying government. The UP government, he said it. When the government said we score up opportunity, everybody said, oh, the men did it. But the man is self-reflective.
I can't say nothing about that woman right now until after the 400 days. I can't say nothing. Look, my man.
Valeku. Oh, my man. Let me tell you something. Why the CDC have problems? The CDC did not take their opportunity.
They say, I keep telling you, it's not about CDC. Let me say this to you. Let me say this to you, Valeku. I started working with government in 1996. I work with money. Rules Sando parent when she was interim government. I work with administration. In fact, let me not go to Roosevelt. I said with Amos Sawyer that when I entered government, I worked for Roosevelt Perry. I worked for Judy Bryan. And then I worked Manoseli 11 years. The one, 10 years, brother. That's 11 years, the one I 1812 before I came to the state. So I
Only Cherokee, you know what? I said that we go. I mean, you were with a Cherokee.
Probably Cherokee. And back then,
everybody besides Cherokee.
Yeah, right. So I'm trying to tell you the way government work, our government system in Liberia, the way it work. Don't think that when these people come to power, here's what they will go do. Because you know what happened? Corruption in Liberia, it has its more open like a vault where you can literally see the money, you can literally see the access, and you have the authority to put your hand, take it from there, and nobody asks you question. So it takes a person with a high degree of character to see such a vault and say, I'm not putting my hand there. So that's why I don't trust any politician in Liberia when they say, when they come to power, I give them the 500, they'll be up to 1 year to validate and say, yeah, okay, they will do better or they will fail. Because you know what? Look, the Senator Barula that was preaching yesterday about accountability. And on the show, on live, I'm talking it. 2010, May 30, in Liberia. Ask anybody who was in Liberia. There's a ship that read in Harper. They call it MV. I was the super cargo on our vessel. When they say super cargo, I was responsible for collecting freight. I was loading the vessel, and I was acquiring the freight and deposit it in my company account. I was dealing with the passenger. I was like a liaison between the passenger of that ship and the management. I was interacting with the passenger and then begin report to management. When that vessel sank in Maryland, 2010, in 2011, from a point in Liberia, the insurance money of that vessel came 7 months to election. Man, say they held that money. They seized the money from the Royal Planning Association, but they own that vessel. They seized that money. Say the people that who lost are good. They were using to pay the people for 7 months up to the election. When they held that money, when the election was coming, they needed somebody to validate who had money. Or low on that vessel. They asked everybody. Who never had the document with me? Go out with the super cargo. So man said he told the people who want to. Because when they asked my management said only the super cargo had the document. Because they were owing me, so I refused to assist the document. So they brought me in. The man said insisted that I be because she wanted that transparency. So they brought me in. I was validating people who were breaking clean. I was validating. We were working in a team of 400,000. Ask anybody from Maryland, call them, they will tell you. Just say who are the super cargo for heavier when it sunk. We read about it, so they said the whole about it, everybody knew me. Why am I breaking this story? The value, John Barry, you were senator from Maryland County. That man never had ownership. But because he was senator, the man insisted that they must cut a check of $10,000 for him. And they called a check for him. My question to them at the time, on what basis are we giving him the $10,000? The man will comment senator named Bebo Brown. He see me physically, he know me. You were on our committee. One of my died on a vessel when the vessel sank. They call Man Ayo from Harper. So I'm trying to tell you, our guys preach equity when they are not the players. That's the kind of people they are. And that is what I look. Hey, Valiku, my brother, you wait, when you work in Labrador, you come from the somebody tells you, Who among these guys was that Imam of the government? Oh, because we squander opportunity. That man said, "Lose squander the opportunity." You did that Boakai lose. You muted.
I said, the man said, he said, we as a government. He said,
Yes,
we.
when you say we, you are referring to even the minister, the assistant minister, the director, executive director. Everybody in government.
But what I'm saying is,
but then I see people today that are preaching equity.
My man, look, you have to preach equity, but what I'm saying on the Joe Boakai phone, people made fun of him, oh, Mr. Squanner, but guess what? The man was reflective in his thoughts. He was reflective because one of the reasons I see with the past government, I would say this, the reason why Mr. We are lost, and somebody just posted on Facebook, they lied to him, they deceived him, why he let him lie. But that's the thing. Mr. We are the president, he sat there, he let him tell you things. Did you go and validate the process? Okay. For example, if you get money for Sonny and the man can tell them the president work is done. You got whole office staff in the executive mansion, you get advisor everything. Then you come over and advisor and say, my man, listen, you the project manager, go look at it and see if it's done. But the problem with Liberia is, I said again, I'm a student of John Magafuli. I'm a student of Thomas Sankara. Those guys did it. Look, Thomas Sankara did this in the 80s. It took 4 years to turn a landlocked country into a self-sufficient country. He made medicine. The man used common sense ideas. John Pope Magafuli.
President, we are very good. President, we are for.
And Tanzania
they
was
not just start with the outside of.
Tanzania was very corrupt when John Pope Magafuli took over.
Can I come in after?
Yeah. Brother, I just give you. I will give you more than like 4 minutes to whatever. But let me say that to Bariku. President, we are for today. I will say the voice clear I put in our general chat where the president is. President, we are for today. Did not come from the ordinary Liberians. It started from within. It started from within. Look. And I said this much earlier on the show. The first person that contributed to the fall of President was Nathaniel Mageo. But sideline seditions. That was the first mistake. Look, no matter what, what I own right now. When I own to sideline Mo Ali, sideline Amos Stewart, sideline the guy who fought with in the struggle, part of owner there. You know the message is sent out to the ordinary people. If they make a 3 days, people like this. They will get trusting. And that's why Georgia allowed Nathaniel McGee to do the ordinary sedition. So what the sedition, they said, we still love our people, but they sent a warning out to the president and the seditions or our bosses so they can know that we're not happy. They brought the issue was of protest vote. The first time they didn't listen to it. The second they did not listen to it. When I went to Liberia, I met 4 of our party executives. I met Pisota. I met the most of our chair, Alexander Diaz City. I met Moma Moru himself. And I outlined this thing, gentlemen. If this thing we don't fix them, we'll have a slap in 2023. Here we are today. So the 4 started long ago. One of the 4 is the way the vice president was treated. It didn't Boakai were happy the way the vice president was treated. And all these things were the work of Nathaniel McGill. But the president said that he didn't do anything about it.
But that's the real problem. And the second thing is,
in 2 years time, he started the motion go to our people. But in 4 years, you ostracized her, you denigrated her, and her people were no, man, it's too much, man.
I remember when Obama took over, and after the first 2 years, when the Democrats were owning the house, and they took a whipping, and Obama came and said, "So now we took a shellacking." The first thing they meant was to acknowledge that they took the biggest beat down. Then the second thing was to go find out why they took the beat down. Okay, they took the first beat down from Darrell Dillon. When people are telling them, you know what CDC said to us? Or Joe, we are now on the ballot. They took the second beat down for Darrell Dillon again. You know what they said? They Maserado. I told my friend on the second, I said, CDC stand the chance to lose Maserado in the general election. They said, CDC can never lose Maserado because Joe, we are now on the ballot. What happened now? They Joe, we lose Maserado twice in one election circle. Because guess what? When the people who are running the president, who are taking stock of the issue, say, Mr. President, this is a protest vote. We need to go back to the roots. They started and told him, man, you know on the ballot. I want a law that come off for that. What I want on the ballot. So because you now on the ballot, none of them was going to be on the ballot. Only Joey are going to be on the ballot on election day. They said, man, you know on the ballot. Once you're on the ballot, you will win. They did not take time to hold.
And they thought Joey popularity was still playing in our political arena, but they failed to realize what I'm playing.
And that's why I said, Mr. Weah, he refused to professionalize his government. Having Wisa is an assistant minister for research. Okay, how many research having Wisa did to tell people how do Liberians do value addition to the agricultural product so much exported? Now please give me one. But the man sick battle cry every day. Brother, we got a professional. Ronald Dubai is my own brother. Ronald Dubai is a very smart kid that I know. Ronald Dubai is the deputy director for the EPA. Ronald Dubai to be standing behind the man doing party mandate. Ronald Dubai, you are a technocrat. You shouldn't even be holding party position. There are certain positions in this country. You don't even hold party position.
Yeah.
You don't hold party position. You're technocrat.
And let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about the EPA. The deputy executive director position is a better position. So the president was not even to appoint Ronald Dubai as per EPA Act. The EPA Act says the executive director and the deputy executive opposition, they are vetted position. They are people apply for the position. A technocrat come up and vet these people and they threw into the president for appointment. Both the director and the assistant, the deputy director. But my brother, you've been quiet for long. Let's give our brother a chance to speak.
Yeah, I only back for almost 1 hour. JD, when I see me, so but anyway, so congratulations to you guys, PK, again. I'll tell you this yesterday. I couldn't come on live, but they may not say, "Oh, we will not confuse the NSC, the NEC will go from the Unity Party on the data." No, CDC already lost the election. These guys, they didn't have no number, so they didn't have nothing to prove, right? But anyway, look at Joey. The first mistake Joey made his first 100 days. Joey only friends then was what the public from Gabon, Ari Bongo, Tene Ngoso from Congo, the public from Equatorial Guinea. The main friend was so dictator.
And the guy that was sitting there.
Yeah, Magisa.
I know Magisa.
Magisa. In fact, you more put on Magisa in Africa than any other president.
Yeah, the president with our Ouattara, because Ouattara hit the father in bro. All they have run in coming to cause no. Anyway, the men what friend any sensible president in Africa. The only president was the public from Ghana, but then the public found out Joey was a dumbass. It's not Joey.
No. Watch your language. Our former president, you don't talk to our president like that one, man.
Former president, President Weah, the main former president Weah was not no good. And it was not of Weah. It was not just Weah. It was the people that were running the government. The public, he has so much respect. If you see the Ghanaian president, every time you see he and Joey, they will do tete a tete. They'll put their two heads together, right? That's a sign of respect for an older man to put a head on your head. But guess what? Joey never called Paul Kagame one day when Magafuli allowed John. I mean, never called Magafuli. I mean, never called when Uhuru was president of Kenya. He never called Uhuru to even name anything for the developed country. Then all the men are doing. I mean, I love Koji personally. I love Koji because my first time seeing Koji was when Koji came from jail. Right? The one man was talking. I said, they man, he now. Good people speak up, but they may get the courage to stand up and speak. It remind me of myself. I started liking Koji. Even up to now, I love Koji. Personally, but politically, I think Koji and Joey are there.
Koji is the worst city mayor in the history.
They don't took the advantage to go to school.
To you, that Koji thing talking. When we won the election, the legs of Koji, the legs of Aaron Wise, the legs of Ronald Dubai, the legs of other guys. These guys are young generation, very brilliant young men.
Yep.
Take that whole bar. That people talk what they want to talk. They want to tell your partner say, oh, you use the resources to do ever. Say yes. Send it, go then out of the country and go to school.
Let it go to school. Let it go learn.
You know what you're doing? to build your guys' capacity in the next year or your next term when they come, they serve after. You see, that's what Mano did. When she took over, I will need few. I won't need over. I will need few that I know. More Ali here, take your ear for your go to school.
More Ali.
They have some program in my so you go to a young professional. Where name one of my former boss, they call him Uriah Gore. You were the last.
Uriah Gore.
Stephen you were the last Ronald W replaced. And you made the mega. I think got a master environmental song or something from London. I said couple of them.
Even my cousin Abba Nwanga Jr.
Yes, couple of them.
He did masters in.
My man, Stephen Johnson.
So when the guys came back, what Mama Sali did with them, she did not start them with the only person she started. Among them, the person that excelled to a minister position was my picking where or Nito Light.
Right, yeah.
Yes, sir.
You are internal affairs, eh?
No, he was internal affairs assistant minister. Then later on, when he left that position, he became minister of labor.
Oh yeah, you are labor. You became minister of labor.
Right.
Minister of labor, yeah.
So this guy capacity was already built. So when we talk about, when I started hearing my man coaching and name to City Hall, I said, look, I'm like, no.
The oldest city in Africa. The oldest city in Africa.
I said no.
City in Africa.
You know why? City governance. You know what I wouldn't want to say the actual name of that position is the city governor
or manager.
Yeah, or the reason and he does not work as a person. They get what they call a city council. Meaning there are people he's dealing with brain. And I mean, coach is a young man, but we're talking and putting in a man who don't know how to swim, and you take him from the killer in the middle of the water and don't say cross the water. That's what we did to put the coach there.
Yeah,
we drowned them, you know. But again, I think the president consulted this guy, and someone never wanted to work. They never wanted to go to school. But if I were him, get in the first 3 years, right after that, I kick you out. You go work. You go to school. You know. But that's why it is. You know, our people have made a decision that I'm a sedition. It hurt me, but it not hurt me as compared to the way I can't agree.
But I can't agree. Look, my man, me saying as I said, the biggest you will find out that tomorrow. Look, you see, the election has happened. Most of the results came out today. So everybody, the UP people, we rejoicing. We enjoy ourselves. There are two things happening here. The UP people today, take on tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday, we rejoice and enjoy ourselves. You know, I can remember working in I think Monday morning we can say Sunday evening we'll get out to better go to sleep, we'll free hanging out. We can say reality beginning to kick in. Monday starting, life beginning again. On the UP side, Monday morning, we're gonna put our hand and say, oh my God, say 1847 problem on our head now. The Liberia people now we're not the opposition. Well, Liberia people be laughing or will get a hold of me. But guess what? They're about to scoot on us every move we make. All right. The CDCS on the other hand, they're weeping, they are grieving. On Monday morning, the biggest losers will begin to gather themselves like, whoa. So they think you're actually finished. There are two things happening now. Because guess what, as I said, you look in the CDC room, a lot of these guys who were in CDC, they thought that they were going to get a free ride to another 6 years. They didn't understand how to work for it. So in the first 6 years, they probably didn't do nothing for themselves, like you said, personal development, because they were depending on the second 6 years. So now on Monday morning is when the real reality is going to kick in and say, well, man, this thing is done. It's over for us.
Yeah,
it's done.
And you know, as Omen Boakai have won the election, if people are sensible enough, the next thing we should be asking ourselves, maybe whether you are in opposition or you are a sympathizer of the CDC, you were well-wisher of the CDC, the next thing you should be asking now, okay, it has gravitated towards the Unity Party. But as a Liberian, what can I do to contribute to the growth of my country?
That's all. Look, my man.
But what other people will start doing now, and then get a chance doing the 6 years, all on the street protest, we're coming for them too.
My man, you can protest. Look, let me say this. I will say this. I mean, and I will say this, and I've said it in our chat rooms. I've said it in the UP chat rooms, and I will say it again. Look, for me personally, the Liberia issue to me, I'm like this. Listen, in our first year, if we can put a mechanism in those structures that needs to be put in, the Liberian people, they won't protest and start protesting. Because guess what? At some point, leadership, my man, we can't.
No, but one who come here, but right after your first 100 days, we jumping on your back for the world economic.
This is what's gonna happen. This is what's gonna happen. If you people the structures in and things start working and you can't street people say, my man, first of all, I saw CDC can't put your state and your with your city, you do not just show the hell you're getting first opportunity to work. So that all
man, that economic work will make your bring it. We put it behind you.
We're not like your craft or something. You can bring it.
How I would take the government serious? How I would take the new government serious? You remember after the inauguration in 2018, when Judge Weah appointed all the ministers the next day, and we start figuring out this is not going to be a good government.
But that's what I'm saying. I just
so
said again,
on the first or second day of this Boakai administration, the people that started to appoint, we're going to know if they're technocrats or they're just political appointments.
The man went to a friend, one people used to be a Boakai go main police director.
Yeah.
He's a practicing police officer. You tell them when you get me 102.
Dream man said in that time, part of the what they put a king to this country well trained. Part of the one they elaborate trained police.
So
but I think the problem
he disgraced himself as a police director in Labro.
I mean, the trained Liberian police officer. I mean, when it comes to credentials,
what happened in that you police director that they're telling so he left there. They came to Bureau of Concession and man left from there. That ball was a trained officer. Look at Eddie Commandant. Look at Eddie Commandant made a police to be respectable. Oh my God! I mean, you can say this about bro.
Eddie Commandant one of the worst. One of the worst one or two. It was the man I missed in the police. Nana April Command.
Look at those guys made Liberian police.
Command was the man I missed in the police. Nana April Command was more than you were acting more than we were ever to star.
Was an administrator. Was an administrator. Was an operator. Coleman was an administrator.
That whole Gregor Coleman group that Ellen left there, the police watching, they went brother Buka Denso, where Tonta again tall is a tree. They passed around as a practicing security officer. They brought the other 102. Look, I will say this: citizen laws because they did not professionalize their government. I'm sorry. How many professional people were in the ministries? They brought these kids. Look at gender ministry. Maybe see Kabane. Nothing against it, but they didn't be professional.
What was Pisota experiencing in America before she became general minister in Liberia?
Even as that, you can lay on the job, but guess what?
She was working with women.
They used to come, yes, well, when I also did, but guess what?
I knew I'm talking before you.
The people used to come. The people to be a minister, your job to be a minister was to kind of defend the government. Look, you were saying job government. The unity party, the structure of the party is there to do defense work. The ministers are technocrats. Our job is not to defend the government.
My man.
I was saying the mayor used to wake up and go and
let's wait. Let's wait.
No, we're not waiting.
That Liberia over there over
the dynamic, the Liberian dynamic is going to change. It's changing now.
No, the momentum is too high for.
We are changing this country here. We tired with that nonsense.
The momentum is so high.
What's in the country? You are minister for you to go to work. Look, my man tells me that thing is to do no good work. People will be going to work on time.
But what's happening in the school days? What's happening in school days? No good school.
But there will be good work. And the president, when the president go on football, if he talk about Boakai, no, the good thing about the government, Boakai can play football. Boakai needs Saturday off. Boakai need Friday off. Guess what? As soon as the president go play football game, the whole ministry, everybody go follow the president go play football. That Thursday we're talking about yo. So Thursday, Friday, no work. The president go on country tour. All a minister follow him on country. What the hell you doing on country tour with the president? The president get executive mansion staff. They make a whole staff in the executive mansion. You get whole staff there so I can follow your candidate tour. But every minister will file, deputy minister and assistant minister will file a personal candidate tour. What are you doing there? What are you doing
They
there?
have nowhere to do, my man. The whole city
So
is
there's
the
no
waste of
work.
our taxpayer money.
So you don't work. There's no productivity. That minister, that play go elaborate. My man, thank God, my business partner here. So the thing I'm talking and I say, I do it myself. When we're very so emotional, like, bro, how long that certificate sat on that desk and how many? I know 150 that we pay 150 that will go almost going to tax. I told him, I said, we're not paying no more 150. If they want something, leave it alone. They think 3 months, one day they just signed it, they signed it, they get it. We're not paying.
Everybody wants something. Everybody wants something when wrestling a business.
What the hell is the man who used to be signing certificate for businesses at the library business register follow the president candidate tour? Why are you doing that? Why are you on a job in the candidate tour?
You get some certificate for you to sign.
Huh?
You get some certificate at the country level is supposed to sign.
Business man leave to buy a kind of library, can't discuss business man or candidate tour. It's gonna leave work candidate. They don't no guru. How you kind of more? So the business man will go and
Let me, hey, Valekuo, let me tell you how Liberian government work. When you go in government institution, there are certain offices. You don't really have opportunity of traveling. You find certain departments will just be traveling because they are technical, traveling on international conference and what have you. So sometimes when they're ready, they will just say, my man, I don't see about your job description does not fit you in there, but because you are not travel for a long and they feel that when you try to get DSA, you get incidental allowance, they say, no, I'll be my man. Don't put them on the 3 days straight, man. They just putting you there as ceremonious person. You don't get no contributing factor.
They play our ambassador then will represent the international conferences. For God's sake. A man who does not have the opportunity to travel, that if you're just don't travel.
Okay, I know this is off topic, right? But here's what I want the Papi to call his first 100 days. Paul Kagame, Cyril Ramaphosa from South Africa,
the guy from Kenya,
Gordon Ruto
from
Kenya, even the Omar from Tanzania that took over from
the president now of Tanzania, the one is still doing well.
Call look 4 people then.
Go and look at other people.
Call Ouattara from Cote d'Ivoire, right next door. The first choice you made to go to Abidjan.
What are you going Ouattara for?
Those are the people that are moving and shaping Africa.
Ouattara is a bad influence in Africa.
I don't know about Ouattara, but
he's Ouattara is one of the root cause of all the coup you see in Africa today. Ouattara is one of the root cause.
If that Ouattara, he was not going to concede the election.
Ouattara is a puppet to France. Don't forget that one.
Ouattara is one of the president. You know, Ouattara was one of the people who supported when that Guinean president they overthrew when he changed the people's constitution to 3 terms because he wanted to go second to the 3rd term. When other Africans rose up, Ouattara was the one who supported. That is why when that coup took place in Guinea, and ECOWAS was sending people to mediate the peace there. Nana Akufo-Addo, the president of Ghana, he was then the ECOWAS chair. He said the person that headed delegation to go to Africa to go to Guinea would be Ouattara. Ouattara went to Guinea. What did they do? The Guineans chased out of Guinea.
That's a fact. That's a fact. But Ouattara can help in a great way.
Let me tell me how Ouattara can help. Let me explain to how Ouattara can help.
So Liberia, you guys remember 2 years ago when Liberia, the military went to Ivory Coast to Yamoussoukro for the Independence Day celebration. Ouattara can help in because we have joined the ECOWAS, not the ECOWAS, but the Monetary Union. We already have joined the joint security, right? In order for us to make our military stronger in the eastern part of Liberia, we need the cooperation of the Ivorian military. Because you remember the whole war that started in Liberia, it came from that side. In order to have security in that country, you need to cooperate with the Ivorian military. I live in Ivory Coast. I was there when the whole modern war started. If you're not friend with the Ivorian president, anything can come from that side. Because you know the side is.
But look, what I think about Liberia now, I think our security should be the way we should do security in the 21st century. It should be holistic. First of all, I don't even know how many. No, first of all, our army, we need to do again the security sector reform in Liberia has to be a holistic approach. Bro, I swear to God, We should not be paying FLC or 150 and our police 150. It's the most shameless crap I ever seen.
Nobody can live on that thing. That's not a good salary anyway.
What are we doing? Look, we should reform the whole joint security task force. That means that from the Ministry of Justice level, the police, the immigration, or fire service. First of all, why fire service also even carrying going when they do joint security operation, the fire service officer must care going. Hell to the no. You need to add is take the fire service out. We do Montreal City Police and add them to the joint security. Take the
you have to put the reason fire service is part of the joint security is because, like in America, who the first batch of people when you call 911, who respond? Now police.
The fire service.
The fire service, they are first responder.
Yes. If you are using them for that purpose, they use them for that purpose. But do you know in Liberia when there's a joint security operation, the fire service don't come as first responder. The fire service can as security officer. Fire service also can get going on.
Yeah.
Which is not their position, their duty. I'm saying we are misusing the service. If you are saying the fire service is a first response organization as a first responder, I agree. Then it should be part. But if you are using fire service to augment the security sector as security officer in joint security operations, then they don't.
See, I was just about to make that point. I was just about to ask. I was just about to say the reason why the fire service come here first, they gotta get medic and they get weapons, right?
Then take them out and use the Montreal City Police, where they are all police trained, and put in the joint security and use the fire service as a first response agency. Direct, the fire service should have the ambulances as a direct first response agency on the joint security task force. That's their job. Then you have the joint security actors in the security sector. Then that's where why is the Montreal City Police not part of the joint security task force? You have to augment them. You might say they might not carry arm in the world that duties, but when it's an emergency and they call the joint security task force, then there are roaches because once they join the joint security task force, then it can be armed. When they go back to Montreal City Police, you say it can be armed. I don't even understand why Montreal City Police can be armed anyway, but that's something that laws that we gotta look at and look at security officers and handle that. Well,
because the city police that
that's what the second thing you need to do is you need to take an NSA and make NSA more holistic. First of all, if I was in the Boakai government, NSA will be a domestic security agency and will form the National Bureau of Intelligence to be a Liberia in premier intelligence agency.
But who does the National Intelligence Liberia?
They scrap that thing. They scrap that thing doing Ellen government. They scrap it.
Brother.
But the Bureau of National Intelligence was scrapped and not there again.
But
let me say this to you. The way the NSA is structured.
But man, it's a fully organization to be frank.
No, it's the way we treat it.
Foolish.
But I was saying the way we treat it is a fully organization.
That is the intelligent arm of the country.
I'm not disputing. I'm saying the way the NSA have been treated over the years, it have lost its relevance. Why we say no?
Bro,
the national security.
We can tell the US, you can send us 2 CIA agents. They can take over the whole NSA.
You go send the NSA man like you see NSA man, you see man passing right. You know that NSA man looking hungry. They say gallery intelligence, drinking beer. They say gallery intelligence. Man, come on,
2 CIA agent, right? Put them in that building.
How many
do the whole job?
Briefing the NSA boss? Does he brief the president every morning? Does the president receive an intelligence briefing from the NSA?
No, but that one after that one, that what the security sector does. I mean, the security sector does every morning. Every morning, all the security sector report at who's the chairman of the joint security. It's always immigration.
But the joint security not to be giving the president intelligence briefing. The NSA directors will be doing as the premier intelligence arm. All security sector actors. So the report the NSA board.
But guess what? Let me tell you one of the problems in our security sector.
To give the briefing.
Do you know the chair arm of the security sector? Who is the head of the joint security chair?
My man, Justice Minister.
No.
Who?
The Justice Minister is the chief attorney of the country. Those security sector, you see, you got immigration, you got police, you got defense, you got fire service, you got NSA. I think so far, right?
DA.
When you see, DA, when you see those guys on duty, for example, when you come to a checkpoint, right? And they are on duty, by their own regulation, who cheer that arm? That immigration.
No one on Liberia security.
I think that's right, because the Homeland Security, USCIS over here. It's very. I think that's the same as the immigration over there, right?
No, but guess what now? When it comes, listen, USCIS and Homeland Security, even in America, when it comes to a situation in America, why they are there, my man, the FBI.
First thing we should understand when it was funded. When the
No, but one thing we missing is that
immigration. You look at immigration. If you are a checkpoint in Montreal, why is the immigration officer taking her at a checkpoint in Montreal?
look, the people are supposed to care.
Let's say, for example, there's an issue and the president, the president, or what they call it, he declares a state of emergency, and there's a joint security task force team going to Maggie County, and they started. Why is the immigration officer head of that joint? Why is the arm the president arm of that joint security task force team anyway? I mean, what
the first thing, I think the people are supposed to head a joint security to be the police. It should be the police. The police should be able to head that because the police operate in every sector.
But it's obvious, brother. If you are in the city, my man. First of all, if all the minds of Liberian security meet, the NSA that the boss man for all of them, they want to get through the NSA that the reason why the NSA don't do anything. It's as I said, we don't treat our premier intelligence agency as premier intelligence.
No, the NSA can't be the NSA is not the boss for all of them.
Yeah, no, they should be.
The NSA, in fact, is one of the most limited.
No. They shouldn't be limited. But again, as I said, the way we should have put it, the NSA, national security,
the first thing is
the premier intelligence. The NSA as an organization should be in every tentacles. Look, a robust security agency in country. Look at
I think the NSA, I don't think the honor. I will look at that at the I don't think NSA falls under the Ministry of Justice.
No, they do not. When they shouldn't. The NSA should never fall under the Ministry of Justice.
The NSA should be run by politicians.
The NSA falls. I think the NSA report to the Minister of State.
But the NSA will report directly to the president or the national security advisor. I don't know how the Liberian law works on it. But I know NSA is the only agency in government in the security sector that part of that budget is classified.
That's why all the reports to the president should be classified as well. That's why all sectors in the joint security cannot know what's going on with the NSA.
Why is the NSA the boss man for all of them?
Everything should be classified. If something happens to this, when the president knows, parties do not have to know. Justice minister don't have to know, but the president can know because the NSA only brief the president.
But in America,
those guys can be audited by the Senate. But again,
the Senate over everybody.
Classified briefing. The Senate, even when Senate audit the NSA, they can't even come put the audit in public.
And they will not do that.
But I work on you guys that are not being are not working in our government. I work on that serious problem. Do you know that horse? I think they made it a law.
We also talking about that horse of representation.
Both the law and the upper. I think if I'm not mistaken, it should be a law by now that the two horses cannot be audited.
Why?
Go ask them.
I mean, that law need to be repealed and revoked.
And that is why, from administration to administration, they are that horse, and that is why they are the most corrupt arm of government.
And but how can when they lose election, they can be broke so soon?
Brother,
it's so corrupt. How can they lose election, they can be broke so soon?
Money that is not blessed is hard to be maintained.
Yeah, about to say you said it for me.
No, it is very simple, man. They can lose election, they've been up there 10, 12 years, say year, 12 years, 9 years, and they move from there, they broke in within 2 years. So then what's the issue with this?
I was talking about my own party man, who is Mo Adi. And they like Steve Johnson. People say I always attack this man. But these guys, they stole money. They are not they shouldn't be.
My man, don't be attacking my picking Mo Ali.
Okay.
Mo Ali there. You know what took the man to court for being guilty.
Look at the character here. You see,
don't defend anybody here. Don't defend your
you see the character talking about here? Mo Ali More Ali shouldn't be suffering or shouldn't be begging the way he begged within the period. It says here, do you want to disgrace Brown? More Ali go visit a season man, they can put him outside and say, man, who wants to see you? Even the very judge where did already know More Ali. But
our law says until a man is taken to a court of competent jurisdiction and is guilty, he's not a criminal.
That's the part I got with CDC. Why didn't you guys have the courage to audit the man and bring them to pull? Y'all got it value with them.
But Michael, how the man will get glory? The president outgoing, when he was incoming president, went on a talk show and say he gave him my salary, I know 80% or B plus. Then when
I'm talk show, no interview, but I think I asked you or BBC.
Yeah, one big news. Then when he became president proper, before he even became president proper, Akago said they will protect his family with their life. Then when he became president proper, he said he's not auditing, not even one page of document from Mansari 12 years in power. The president not coming moving there. So what courage anybody else has to go after anybody when the president he said they didn't have courage to go after? Okay, I say more put him in jail, but really, Mr. President, even after the thing over no, then you come 1 year later and say, oh, we made a country broke. Who will listen to you? After the book, you 10 no, did you order the 10 over no they gave you? Did you go into that properly? They didn't do it.
You know,
they look at Malasari 12 years. How can one president say 12 years and you say you're not even auditing? Okay, so the last 2 years, Malasari, let me show you couldn't audit the last 2 years. At least you will know where you standing as a president coming in.
Yep.
The last 2 years, don't do the 12 years. You won't do the 12 years, forget about it. The last 2 years, for you to have a standing, then you probably ask Malasari how many bank account we have, where our escrow account or where our reserve account for them to give you proper accounting for you to take a candidate to do proper accounting at the CBO. That the regulator knows that then when they say 16 billion law, you say, oh, I know about it. But you
does it make sense to waste? Does it make sense to waste another resource to do a recount or re-vote rather in everybody?
What's the point? There's a 0.42% of the vote. Why are we going to
I think for transparency, it is needed. You know the reason why? You know the reason why? When you get people then who are like they see the laboratory is the hot. That's why you see people that Yeke Koruba have become a god in the country because you guys made him to be one of the most popular men in the country. You get people that abache them going to take Grand Coup. You wouldn't register 500 voter, but election commission seeing you putting you adding extra number, they seeing number coming out to 700. How you expect to convince the public? And now I say electoral data are public data. It's out there.
Is that the reason why they ran away with the ballot box?
That's the reason why they do not rerun with it. They don't want to say to bring
no, I'm asking for it. Is that the reason why they ran away with the ballot box?
Oh, you guys tell us. The Abachi tell us what happened.
No, like Abachi, like your supporter, like your underground supporter will ask you. You laugh. Like your underground supporter. She in work floating at Abachi.
Because you lost election now that you'll be supporting when the mayor passing all the building, the funny building for you.
We build your passing.
For all the thing Abachi did for you gotta appreciate.
No, Abachi very devastating. When you saw Abachi, even one lie you heard Abachi be outstanding. I mean, passing speaking nothing.
Whether you like it or not, Abachi is an asset to the CDC.
Even the Ghana Republic.
Abachi did more for you than ever the CDC.
The mayor passing all that bills for you. Every bill he put it on forward.
He still was an asset, and he's still an asset to the very institution.
Actually understood what was coming for the CDC. Look, let me tell you something. Only the people who are close to Joey and our friend, either they saw it, they ignore it, or they didn't just see it because they were blind. Abachi, if you were part of that CDC group, you should have saw it coming. This didn't happen today. They didn't happen today. The election here that CDC lost. They didn't lose the election today. They lost the election 2 years ago.
But you heard the man respond when they're asking if in regard to those campaign material that he provided to the Unity Party. When the journalist asking the man said, well, that his money, he can support get him money who he want to give it to. The CC ever question him,
But
ever challenge
man,
that
I know
statement.
they're not small general with fraud the president. We are offering on money. They are small general.
He got further question. He got further question to answer.
My name is Oleg going to work. So the other thing we actually have put to burden of the man showed up. The man barely to go to work.
Oh man, I'm telling you, I'm not telling you because I want to say it, but I think the other information I cannot be privileged to it until someone very dear to him voice it out to me. President, we are tired.
But that is the thing. The man
no, if you follow President, we are the run up turn or campaign trail. He work campaign more than he ever campaign.
Now, I was not pushing the paper. I was not pushing the middle.
But you meet you play we are what we are wore that suit that he like purple suit, right? When he wore that suit in the ring, and nobody gave a damn what he was doing. He was just standing by his side in that ring, gave he said, no, this is But the still thing that my man, Bagu you strong man.
No, I think we are. Let me tell you, what we are given from now. I propose to whatever. What we are given from is that literally, honestly speaking, we are is 100% social being. He is a social being. We are love a private level. You will come among the people they play here. We actually will roll in the there with the children. They move it. The position he found himself in. He thinks that he can still be that social person at the same time act as a president. And it was always no, Mr. President, he can't go the one. Look, let me say this something when we Washington DC. We have had the town hall meeting with President Weah, and then he was coming outside. Somebody new president we have from Charlie person in DC. The guy was sitting across the room. He shouted something at me. President we want to stand and wave to the man. Tell his face. The secret said that he just have he put his straight in the car. That's just who he is, right? So I think the fact that he served as a president, and I strongly believe in my mind that 2029, even since he coming to the election, they bring a different face. President, we may not want to come back to contest as president.
Nah, the man want a record. He said, "President get a record as president already." Like, I don't know if Joel won't come out in 2029 again.
And I think President, we have feel in your mind here that something I still wanted to do. Maybe I'm not giving the second chance to do it. The mistake I made, maybe he wanted me, and people didn't see that I could do better in my second term. That's a decision. But the fact that I set a good pace for our democracy by proving to the world and the Liberian people that democracy can work in Africa more than in Liberia.
That's a question, though, guys. It's very important. It might come out as a shock, but I think it can happen. Do you think Mr. Weah will win the Mo Ibrahim Award?
For what? For what? For what?
You know, the Mo Ibrahim Award is they're given to presidents in Africa who concede defeat and take over. I'm thinking Mr. Weah, after a while, will win that Mo. Ellie won the Mo Ibrahim Award. Mr. Weah is on track to win the Mo Ibrahim.
Nobody cares. Let him man go. Let him man go. We don't care. Let it go.
No, you see, these are the mistakes. These are the mistakes we make as African and Liberian. That's why we don't respect our leaders, former leaders.
We don't care about the leaders. The leader are not good leader.
Brother,
Weah he's a sitting president.
So what legacy? I come in, brother. What legacy President Weah had left?
Here's a legacy.
What the legacy? Tell us on that.
Yeah, here's a legacy. Just Weah is leaving. Here's a legacy. I will say this on behalf of Just Weah. I'm not even using, but I will say this on behalf. Here's a legacy. In Africa, as we know it, very difficult for an sitting president not only to lose the first term in office, but to concede that term in office is almost unprecedented. When Ellie was leading.
John Muhammad did it. John Muhammad did it in Ghana.
Yeah, but it's almost. I say that. I say it's almost unprecedented. African president who can come out here. Anyone leaving because she had
Let me help you. When far off.
Hold on.
Africa had an election. The man rigged the election. People going to street killed.
You don't have to do that man rig the election.
Let Nigeria remember the election, man.
But you're stopping. But you're stopping kind of thing.
I get that.
You're trying to rig the election in Southeast.
Different issue. But what I'm saying is, look at the situation in Africa. How many Guinea? They had to literally drag the president from there.
Why you call Guinea? What's about Sierra Leone right here?
Sierra Leone, they made rig election and now bounce on him in on sanction.
How Yaya Jammeh left power in Gambia?
Yeah,
they had a huge one ship over a country saying we don't do with Bubayu.
He was a dictator.
But look at this though, success. Nigeria election, the president did 2 things were leaving. The man still teach the election for his own friend to become president.
Yes.
So when you look at the Georgia issue, yes, the man sitting in power. The man respected the will of the people. The man considered he was executive mansion website. He called Joe Boakai. He considered the election. It's almost unprecedented.
And the reason why people respected that decision, and then they are about conceding. If Boakai had won with maybe 400,000 to 500,000 margin,
right?
People say number 2, the Washington might can't take away. We talk about just a 1% point something.
Yeah.
A number that could be manipulated, like some other way. And the only thing we do, maybe you never get the 2, 3, 4, 5 days done with.
So
but the men accepted it.
I believe that Mr. Weah will probably win the Mo Ibrahim Award.
But
you're all looking there. Don't be surprised tomorrow.
You don't put food on my table. That man win whatever it was.
You see, that's the problem I always say.
It's a prestige for liberal democracy because when you look at a country like Liberia came from civil war.
Our war will not add anything, will not change anything in the lives of Liberians.
Let me ask you one question today.
It will make 2 Liberian presidents. It will make 2.
What the Kwame Nkrumah actually do for Africa?
That means Liberia is doing war in democracy. Let's look at it from.
What the Kwame Nkrumah actually do for Africa?
Kwame Nkrumah?
Yeah.
My man, that you're upon that time. I get no.
The man, I believe he was one of the founding members of the Pan African, right? The Pan Africanists, right? The Pan African movement. He was one of those that formed that movement. Of course.
You know why I asked that question? During Kwame Nkrumah at the time, the man that Africa was looking up to, in fact, the entire Africa was listening to him when he speak. The Africa listening that was Tottenham. Tottenham right? When Tottenham left, you think why they brought the formation of the OAU to Africa? To Liberia. You think why they brought it there? It's because the president we had was a voice in Africa at the time. Let me ask you one question today. The way the Ghanaians celebrate the legacy of Kwame Nkrumah, how we celebrate the legacy of Tottenham and Togo? No.
But Brabi, listen, this is what you guys get it wrong. The whole idea behind the African Union, right? It was to form a united Africa, one state. Today is in the history book in Africa that William V. Stomach was the worst member of that African Union. They had a Casablanca group which were controlled by William V. Stomach.
You're not living, I don't know. You're not born.
When I history book, the other history.
Julius Nyerere and all the men from East Africa and Kwame, these guys ain't wanted a united Africa. William V. Stomach and thought that brought the milk and honey of Africa, so they wanted everybody to have their own countries. That's why Liberia back out to do. Why they took the headquarters from Southern Korea and carried all the way to East Africa, because they knew that Liberia being controlled by America. So we don't have to celebrate no William V. Stomach.
I don't
celebrate no job. We are having a war. I don't care. What I
do care as a Liberian.
My poor mother ain't lie. I don't got to feed her and take care of her for the last 18, 19 years.
We need to stop looking at
ourselves. What got to do with my mom?
The question we should be asking ourselves, this going election.
I respect you, but I don't get another topic.
This going election, the election has just ended. What message does it send out to our young generation?
I will tell you the reason. I will tell you the reason why if Joshua wins the Mo Ibrahim Award, it's important to Liberia also.
Important for you guys because you guys are a diplomat. I'm not a diplomat.
No, what I'm saying to you is important for Liberia. Let me say this because look, as much as we, I'm not in the citizen in Joshua. I thought his level of incompetence was nauseating, and as much as I still think it's nauseating, but I would say this. I thought, and to be frank, I thought it was going to be more embarrassing with this election because I thought George Weah was going to try to cheat. UP was going to take it into court, and the court was going to overturn George Weah and then bring it back to UP. I was like, George Weah will fight because George Weah had people there who were thinking about themselves, like they always done in the 6 years. So they were going to try to pressure him into doing things. Now, Liberia as a country, Ghana for a while was a beacon of hope and democracy in Africa because of the transition they were having. What has happened with Liberia? Like seen it happen in Ghana when John Mahama lost that first round, he conceded. What has happened in Liberia is similar. Yes, a sitting president again, as said, who he looked all around all the elections that happened this year. None of them in Africa they are said to be free, fair, and transparent. But here is a sitting president who have lost an election, is free, fair, and transparent, and he has considered and he's going to leave office. That's a big deal for Liberia as a country. That's a big deal for us. That's a big deal for democracy. That is a big deal for Liberia because it shows that Liberia have now begun the hope for peace and democracy.
And this election is not the only election.
Have you
all the men watch for us. A major opposition political party won a senatorial election twice.
Have you guys read the European Union Observer Mission statement?
Which one? The one that just gave out the first one again.
ECC election statement that these guys can try to rig the election. These guys are taking ballot boxes out of polling places. These guys put people in the street to terrorize people. You don't read the reports?
No. There's no report that single a specific political institution. No.
To other partners. That's why you
no. What I'm saying what EC report? I mean, I got a statement said is that
he thought Boakai was a pushover, but he found out that Boakai was not a pushover.
Didn't see Boakai as a pushover?
Do that thing. The mentor Boakai was a pushover, but he found out that the people in Boakai corner was stronger than the people. Are you
insinuating that we get back to Joseph without either? How you feel?
Huh?
That how you feel?
No, that is the fact.
What is the fact?
Nothing whose story and stuff. You're talking about the man.
No, you see, like we can't establish a fact without any justification or any proof. So what make it a fact now?
They think they made it the last 6 years. It's too great for that man to be anywhere.
Let me tell you one thing. Maybe one thing you don't understand.
You want to make a win also like
hello, brother. You young to politics. That young brother. Let me say something to you. Let me say so. Give me 1 minute. Let me say something to you.
Joel be president.
Hey, brother, listen now. I know you may not like the Joel, but they're listening.
I love Joel.
No, you don't. But then, forget about the love aspect now. But let me say something to you. The way the international community works, they don't work on you. Must say our feeling or what we think.
That's why you need to read the people report.
Give me chance.
Thank you.
Give me chance. We will not understand when I tell you join to me or you try to join to you. Give me chance. When the people set a standard, and that standard is adhered to, more especially when you consent to abide by that standard in previous time and subsequently prove by what you have said. Now, George, I don't know if you listen to it, but I was privileged to listen to George the 4th time he came to the General Assembly of the United Nations.
Waste of my time.
There were 2 commandments he promised. 1, the rule of democracy will always be respected in his regime in Liberia. 2, he will never have a political president until he leaves power. And the international community was not observing that. And he proved it. She now political president. You see,
let him talk about cabinet Janet.
I come in. Wait. I call it on Makun. We were here talking about reconciliation, right?
We don't care about
and so the young generation had to pick up the matter of reconciliation.
No,
now you see the place he's taking it from. That Gloria Mususka is a political prisoner.
The new generation beyond. Okay, for example,
when Mususka issue involved
we want to know the outcome of that case. Okay, I think it is important.
Let me tell you something.
This government tell the public the outcome of that case.
We're not gonna let CDC can use that case against Gloria Mususka. That particular case is gonna get thrown out of court. Cabinet Janet.
You cannot tell the public. You cannot tell the public the outcome of the case. And then you say it's not politicized.
About 2 cases here. Gloria Mususka case will be thrown out. There's no evidence to prove that case. That political police that case of political case will get thrown out.
But then that's a good idea. Then you're on the red path of success.
We are on the red path of success. Nobody in Liberia will be prosecuted or frivolously just because you got personal issue with a person. Gloria Mususka case will be thrown out because that was a political case. Number 2, Cabinet Janet was also impeached politically. His impeachment will be overturned and his rights to practice as a judge, and he will be nominated to the bench.
No, I don't think you can do that one. I don't think
it will take time. It will take time for that to be restored. For that rights to be restored, it will take time because there are a lot of procedure, there are a lot of process.
You know why it will be difficult? You know why it will be difficult? You know why it will be difficult?
Wow.
It will be difficult because the same train in which was impeached, that is the same train he has to follow for it to be reinstated.
That's why I say it takes procedure. It takes a lot of procedure, which will require times.
But I think Cabinet is already over the age to retire.
The ECOWAS Court of Justice have already told the CDC government to pay the man a whole bunch of money because they wrong for this money. The man get a number there.
I think the man should get his money, but I
don't
think
the UP government will be used to overturn his impeachment, so he will move from a record. That's a political impeachment. Undo your political impeachment.
But let me say
that. You see, we were just talking about reconciliation. We are now going back to the trench of Africa politics.
You all want to talk about reconciliation.
Let me ask.
We just come on the show. What kept us here? Our actual show. What kept us here? We were discussing the trend of no generation taking the matter of reconciliation.
I've been watching 7:30. I know what you're talking about.
Sir, right now they pull up. Like pull on the show. Let have a weekend.
But let me say something. Marco, before you can say something, my man. Yeah. Reconciliation is what we are talking about. We got to stick with it. But guess what? Some of the wrongs that were done must be righted in reconciliation. We cannot reconcile when Cabinet Janet was politically impeached, and then we say we're reconciling, but we'll leave that impeachment record on Cabinet Janet knee. No,
that's not what I'm saying. That's what is that what I'm saying? What I'm saying, if you take over as a government and quote unquote condemn the function or the doing of other government and refuse to go through the right procedure to undo it,
we're not saying
then you are setting a bad precedent. That's the point I'm making.
We're not going through the right procedure. We are saying that political impeachment of Cabinet Janet must be undone. And without the legal process,
do you know the reason why he was impeached?
The man was politically impeached.
Do you know the reason why he was impeached?
For the road, the same road for one Samuel to use and nothing happened to him. The same road for one Samuel to use and nothing happened to him was the same road for that Cabinet Janet wrote an opinion of the court on that he was impeached. So what we're talking here, it was a political impeachment. Because if it was not a political impeachment, then Samuel Toys will be in jail.
I won't have 2 seconds. I won't have 10 seconds to just talk about the reconciliation stuff.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can keep doing that type of thing. You can keep awarding bad behavior in that country. Men, the Costa and Ben sent me there. They betrayed their friend from America here. They went to Liberia. They betrayed the papi. They go to Georgia after they finished crossing Georgia for 6 years. So I think the papi win. You're ready for the papi to bring it. Oh, Kubaya, everybody kind of no. The people that suffer for the thing here, they people getting power. They enjoy their sweat, their labor. They enjoy it. Maybe 2-3 years from now, they'll reconcile with Costa Rica. But if I say,
what is the definition of enjoyment? What is your definition of enjoyment?
No, let me say this. Let me there will be no stealing. I will say because we will come after people.
No, I saw if you got another my friend and I call it live, but because I can press any it will end from my end. Right? You're not be talking to you, you don't control. Why did there be no stealing? You know the vampire that go in government, you work with them before.
The people do the
You're
job.
saying if there will be city, we're going to talk, we're going to criticize too. The same way we're speaking against President William, we're going to do the same.
We no go start talking about reconcile. No, you don't do that.
Thieves will be prosecuted. No, my brother, we will not say there will be no city, but when you are caught stealing, you will be
Very
prosecuted.
cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. I tell you, yo.
My man will not be there, young man.
You must say, I was still there from now. You not can say something. I respect you. You don't say, well, I bring government away.
Man,
empower the private sector.
Your government to work that way is not how our government going to work.
Why can't empower the private sector?
Oh, you think the government are discussing that about Georgia government?
Any government, any cell or corrupt. But guess what?
So you think look, this is where you will start messing the government up.
You are sedition.
If you sit here and think that the age or 18th for will finish it in your first turn, we'll be deceiving ourselves.
We know we said that. Let me get back to you, Mr. Sosa, and that's why I said that's the reason why you citizens, and that's the reason why CDC.
If you say Boakai will set a pace,
my brother, that's the reason why CDC lost bigly in this election. Because
No.
hold on. It's a
Gentlemen,
mindset.
Gentlemen, let me come in quick.
It's the mindset of citizens that caused the problem.
Gentlemen. You guys been opening for too long now.
Oh, man, you say you're going to do something. Why you back?
You clean the house and go three.
Yeah, you not put it. Why? We charge our phone. Why you coming to stay over here?
If they may try equality, I will put it back on. Tell go, I'm a host now. You put it on, put it back on.
I want to ask Valeku a very bold question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to put him on a hot spot.
Please put me in the hot seat. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, very, very hot seat. And I want him to be very honest because Valeku is an honest guy, since I've been knowing him. VK, you consider yourself committed UP man. You was busy in the war room during the election on October 10 and also very busy on November 14. Now, Boakai has been elected. Are you seeking a position within his government?
I'll answer for him.
You answer for me?
Yeah.
Okay, let you answer for me now. Answer for myself.
The answer is no, because I can't go there, bro.
I don't know.
You can't go there, bro. The man, not been there, bro. To somebody you not go. So the answer is no.
I don't know.
So let him open. Vicky, are you seeking a position or you
Nothing. I get property in bro. Nothing there holding me from going bro. But I said again, you know why I so far follow my friend I go bro. Bro, going to bro is not a trophy. The man, look, there's nothing in bro to say I go bro. Like what is the achievement? You go bro and come out fine. So what's the point? There must be a reason to come into bro. And to be frank, the reason had never been there. Especially when the CDC men were in power. Because there was nothing to go see but people suffering and crying and wailing. That's all was there to go see. But look, my man, I'm not seeking a position in government. But if Mr. Boakai deemed fit according to the service of my country,
we're not going nowhere.
Now,
that's why I wanted the man to answer this question.
I'm answering the question.
The CEO is a private, it's in the private sector.
I'm asking, man, because the reason, hold on, Vicky, the reason I asked Vicky, I'll ask you guys these specific questions is because when was elected, most of the youngsters then from here was a little bit educated. They went back home, and he gave them position. So I'm just saying that I'm just kind of I'm not sure this man.
Mr. Boakai got 6 years in power.
Hold on, Vicky, 3 guys that are pretty much wanted to ask them if they really going to go back to work in Joseph. This man, George Lobo or Vanni Saki. I don't know if they have been.
Vanni Saki doesn't run. I think he won go. That position he won.
Vanni has said to me personally, I'm not going to speak of Vanni, but Vanni has said to me personally that he's not even seeking a job in the government. And not
that's true.
Hold on now. Am I saying that if they offer him, he will say no? Who would do that? If I got a call from President-elect Joe Boakai and said, Mr. Cabo, based on your expertise, I think you can come and help the rebuilding of our country, I will not say no.
And which sector?
Am I actually seeking your job in the government? No.
If he calls you, which sector? In the financial sector, the man's a
I mean, now that I come from the financial sector, I come from the financial sector, the security sector. And you know me, I'm in the data analysis. So we are work where, but we will work where we are needed. Look, the issues of Liberia is plentiful. We'll work where we are needed.
No, but you have to carry your expertise to where you specialize.
But specializing, I came for the security sector, for the financial sector.
You see, that's one Liberia problem.
What is the Liberia problem?
Someone cannot be specialized in everything.
Huh?
No, you see,
when it says specialized, when it says specialized, it means that is your major field or discipline.
We live in a diverse world.
You can be versatile, but when it comes to specialization, it can be your specialization cannot be a versatile specialization. You can have an idea in data analysis. You can have an idea in.
So if I went to school and got a graduate certificate in data analysis, you said in I specialized?
Wait.
And I don't have an idea in data analysis. I went to school and got a paperwork to say I know this. I'm an expert in it. It's not something that you would say that I get idea on. Idea is something I go learn on the computer and I know it's small.
You must go to me, Valiku. Valiku, you must understand me.
Let me ask Pastor Sosa, can I ask you a question?
Let me correct Valiku perception of what I just said. You must understand me, Valiku. What I'm saying, the liberal ideology, or when they ask what you can do, I can do anything. That's one of the liberal problem. What I'm saying, I know you, Valiku, and you know me. We have worked together, we have interacted. I know things you can do. But for somebody say when the question was posted, your brother just said the man a lot of things he can do. So I said no.
No, that's not what I said.
We will know where you
was. The man's an accountant.
The men are working in the financial sector.
I said the man's a financial sector man. And then he added
data analysis in the financial sector is almost one and the same. Most guys who work in the financial sector for a long time become data analysts because one of the things we do is business data analytics. So that's not something far from the financial sector. It's something that we do on a daily basis.
In the financial sector, you deal with figure in data, and not all the time you deal with figure.
That's not true.
In the financial sector, my man will do with figures all the time. Data analysis will do with figures 90 whatever % of the time.
Brother,
so if you look at you do with data.
Brother,
what are you talking about?
You know, Marseille data is at the fingertip of my fingertip.
You are just doing manuals and subtracting yesterday about Sano County. Leave that thing alone.
When you data down to my fingertip. So for all the year you go with me, don't know my expertise. I can man who is a lesson engineer. He say he don't get data to his fingertip.
My man,
what are you talking about here?
Engineers don't have data to the fingertip. Even engineers, software engineers, data engineers, all the engineers, they don't have
as a success.
It's a
it depends on data you're discussing. What kind of data are you talking about?
My man, listen.
I can be an engineer, you don't know what data are.
You don't have data to your fingertips.
When you say you don't know what data is, they say you don't have data to your fingertips.
I do. So how do I come up with project proposal? How do I do project analysis where I don't have data to my fingertips?
With a dog, right? You're working with a system that already have all the things programmed.
What data is, but you don't have data on your fingertips.
When you hit a certain button, things pop up, and according to your knowledge, you can listen. I try to talk in your favor here. You don't own your computer or the program. So when you hit a certain thing, when I
say you outnumber.
Yeah, they're able to work on your whatever you're working on. But you can tell me to your fingertip. Well, you can that's it. That could be a function here, right? A function like this is a home button, right? On a website. And then you say, oh, I know the whole code to my fingertip. It don't work like that. It's not on your fingertip.
Okay, so when Valiku said he had data, he's a data expert. Why did he accept it?
Because that's why let me give you an example. No.
You're trying to be biased now. Valiku said he's a data expert.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an
You said
example.
you're
The
engineer.
difference between
You
your
gotta be
data and
technical.
Hold
I
on,
just
my
try to be
brother.
technical
When
here.
you are working with data as an engineer, you take numbers. Maybe you are in the field, you take numbers, you put it into papers, you do that's basic data. Now,
The mail using Excel, the mail using spreadsheet.
when we are working with data, there's not only that will do the business. Bro, we analyze and synthesize data. For example, we find the mean, median, and range of data. We find the standard derivative. If me and you, I can do data paperwork and find a standard derivative of that data within a mean. And guess what? We are able to predict certain things and build models.
Even when you're doing data is just so that any kind of ask for you when you say data information.
Have you worked in Tableau in data? Have you worked in SQL in data? You have not. You don't understand data at your fingertips.
When you discuss data, you discuss information.
My man, no, that's not all data is. I said again, until you start
99% of data are information. What do you mean, though?
Oh man, are you working SQL? And do you know what it means to join data and other things we are discussing?
That is what I said to you when you discussing data. Which field you discussing?
But I said data science, you say we are discussing.
Even the medical doctors, the examination they do, don't fast the data on health. They are all data. Information is data.
You cannot provide data without SQL. The SQL, all those
That's
in languages.
what Pastor Sosa is saying is correct. Data is just information. That's all. Regardless what type of data it is.
Thank you.
Marco. Everything, including your age, that data. We're not discussing that. Everything in the whole world, when I imagine what your age is, 111 is a data. Your odometer on the street, that data. If you drive 50 miles, it's a data.
So why you are the speeding first when I said data information? He said no.
I didn't say not information. You say, but why you say I get data on my fingertips? No, we are saying data analysis or statistician data analysis is way different from just having a basic data.
Can you go to the health center and analyze data?
For example,
I'm asking you.
Let's say, hold on now. For example, in data analysis or other things, we can take big numbers and look into that data and predict future numbers and future things. That data analysis, just looking at the data and saying, based on these numbers you get here, this is the prediction based, and the derivative can be this, that, and the that's
we're talking about high quality engineering stuff here. We're talking about.
We're not just talking about data, man, everything you know what that data. If we look at the number of people who watching our show, that data, but we can predict based on the show for 6 months. Use data analysis and the tools that we have in data analytics to predict how many people watch our show in the next 6 months.
So it become a rocket science to derive at that presumption or at that data analysis.
If you don't know it, then it's like me saying because I'm smart enough to perform something now. But guess what? You gotta go practice. You gotta be a doctor to go do it. They're not rocket science. Anybody can really go to medical school and become a surgeon.
Anybody can open anybody's stomach. You can open somebody's stomach until you study from.
Anybody can be a doctor. You have to go to school to be a medical doctor to do it. The man doing or
anybody can open anybody's stomach.
Michael is an IT expert. Anybody can get on computer and do this. I mean, it doesn't mean.
I think the problem we have in Liberia, we overemphasize credential in a point that our emphasis don't represent exactly what we know.
Look,
Pastor. But you must say I want to your emphasis will say no basis, you say no data, will say no.
No. When it came to you, when I say the mayor is an accountant, the next thing you say you are a data analyst.
No, I've said that.
The message
you said that.
Certificates.
So as well, my problem. I said no. Brother, I asked. I said, where is your specialty? And then message them in multiple areas. I said, no, the man had to have a specialty.
So you want to have one specialty in life because they say, man, have one specialty. Is that your idea of specializing?
Mama, look, John went to school to do a specific field.
Gentlemen, I kept our own track, man.
You do minors. Your minor is not your specialty.
That's why I know some people in the world who
I mean, this conversation here is supposed to be I asked a question and the man answered the question. So let's move forward. Yeah, let me
what's a degree there?
Let me ask Malcolm a question. Let's move on to Malcolm. Malcolm, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
If the puppet, if the
if
puppet calls you and say, Malcolm, somebody recommended me to call you, and they understand that you are a data or cyber analyst, and I want for you to come be help your country and be part of this leadership. Would you leave your current Wells Fargo job and pack your bag and leave?
A big year.
Let me answer for yourself.
So let me say something, right? Let me say something.
What a big answer now.
Yeah, let me say something. I would say yes, and I will follow our backing on that. Okay.
Go ahead.
So at West Fargo, it's just a part time for me, but my regular job, I'm a network operations center engineer, and that one is fully remote. So with that, of course, I can still sit down in Liberia, even though the network is not too, good. I can still work around with, VPN, because I use VPN from home to, remote into people's devices in China, all over the world, India, wherever they are, based on my client. So, of course, yeah, I can do that. But this one, I come on site because, data center. So I have to come on site, take a look at server and all that stuff. But of course, I would definitely do that. But again, I got to look at why the people ain't give me a chance to.
I'm gonna pay you and stuff like because
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, yes, of course, but it depends. It depends too, because
service to country.
Because
my man will not go.
My man, I have a family. It's not just a job, because if it comes to that, my family have to approve of that, which is my wife. I cannot leave my young ones.
You make
and go
sense.
on
Just laughing and sharing fun. You make sense. But honestly speaking, with my experience, like almost like close to 20 some years in Liberian government, I don't want to advise any young man who have respect for their career to go into government.
Yeah, but Pastor Sosa, the man, he's still on the stage. Let the man finish. Then you can do a follow-up. Go ahead, Malcolm.
But honestly, for me, my goal is not to go into government. Some of us, we speak and advocate because we want our country to have a better system where we can go and do our normal business, and yeah, look, I work for white men and say, yes, sir, this, that. I'm not going to do that for Liberian people, Liberian men. They don't even value labor. So if I'm going to Liberia, I want to do different thing. My goal is to, build some vocational school, technology school where I can teach, different stuff. Like when I came into the IT world, I started from tech. I was a technician. From there, I worked my way to networking, and did different, certification and all that stuff. Learn different platforms so I can use that, to impact other people's life. Look, when it comes to technology, our country is still a virgin. I think that fee is stay open, wide open. We are not seeing anything when it comes to technology in Liberia.
We need a partner open the first technology hub in Liberia, man. Real technology.
Yeah,
I wanted to ask. I forgot. I call it a good ball question to you. I wanted to ask my man. Was it yesterday night? I went on a net website. I will find a voice clip and send it to you guys so you can believe what I'm about to say. And I did a voice clip I put in the chat room where I think type of our parties executive are. There was something that happened on the website. I don't know if net rectified it. And then I begin to believe what you were saying about somebody going into the net system is not say they can tamper with it.
Next is not say.
Net website is vulnerable. I'm telling you.
Somebody went in our system Somebody went in our system some kind of way and tampered with some FQ. And you know what they did? The reason it was noticed, if they have done it like maybe for Nima County or maybe in Lofa, I don't think they were going to notice it. But they went to Grand Jide in district number 1 and say CDC got, I think like 10,000 votes, and Unity Party got about 15,000 votes. So when you do it with Grand Jide, you know what I mean? When somebody said it'll be there, so when I went on the website, I was checking the various country, the one I committed, I saw Grand Jide. Then if they not stay long, the video of you Falcon and that Ghana got it deported pop up. When you were telling him, I mean, you can stay in Ghana and do what you're supposed to do. Then I said, look, there's something happened. I did a voice play and put it in the chat room. That's how you saw. If you follow one of my makeup Prince Sherry, they had a talk show on it. Yeah, and they started discussing it because something was done. So I'm saying they will say that I think our entire cyber security in Liberia, it's not secure.
When I get some.
You don't get nothing about cyber security in Liberia. You don't get it.
What is secure? You get none.
To say not secure, mean you get it. You don't get cyber security. You are zero in cyber security.
That's it. What about the NSA? That the NSA also.
You don't get nothing. You know what? How they call it? Said. Let me say this: the UNDP make a recommendation to the Liberian government when Manasadi took over, for them to improve to have, because everyone around the world, every country have their own internal, national cybersecurity team, and you will not believe it that the guys from the cyber war now. If you're not,
I want to do your war in the war right now.
Yeah, if you're not effective enough, forget it, man.
You know how many people change their Facebook account every 2-3 months because people hacking it.
This guy refused. They said no. You know the reason why? Because with cyber security, you can see you can spot a lot of vulnerability. You can expose people, for instance.
It's in the intelligence sector.
Exactly.
So you NSA that all the university Liberia ain't got one cyber security course.
No, you get IT code for your cyber security course.
Malcolm, I just going to ask a question, right? Malcolm.
Yeah.
How long will it take you to hack the executive mansion website?
No, it's not. Let me tell you something.
No.
You don't. No, you don't hack. And let me tell you something. You don't hack. You don't hack.
Are your people allowed to, or the public government to start monitoring current situation penalties are paying?
Yeah, but you know,
let me
show order, minister of information will show order. I'm begging you. No, what kind of question is that?
No, it's a good question, but I just want to tell you something, right? In cyber security, the guys, the guys when they call white hat, black hat, and great hat, right? And that whole theory came about from the old movie days where the people with the black hat, they consider them to be bad, or how to call it, like a cowboy movie name. Yeah. And those guys with the white hat are the heroes. They identify the heroes. So that's where they took that theory from. So if you're a black hat hacker, they consider you to be dangerous because you do not have the authorization to go into people's system, right? So the government consider you to be dangerous, so you can go to prison for that. Now with white hat,
so are they cyber terrorists?
Yeah, those guys are cyber, terrorists. Like black hat. I mean, with our consent, Now, mind you, there are a lot of companies will pay money to people like penetration tester, right? Mm-hmm. They say scam and network. If you find any vulnerability, you tell me, because you cannot beat these hackers. They are on top of the game, and with the invention of AI, forget it, make it even easier. If you give me access, remote access into your computer right now, I can tell you what your password for your wireless network is.
That's what you been doing to all on the phone. Each time people want to say something meaningful, you hack their phone, then they go off. They had to reboot and come back. What have you been doing?
So you will not just, I can scan your network and tell you, say, look, this is, I'm just saying now, I can scan it. If I don't touch it, I'm not causing any harm. But I can scan it. If I really want a job, I can scan the FBI network. But it's not that easy. But if I'm able to do it, I'm just saying something. I'm just saying something. If I'm able to do it, they can give me jobs. If I'm able to penetrate the network, I can get hired.
They will hire you on the spot.
Without not causing a damage, but the fact that I entered the server and without not causing any harm, even though I will be in prison for maybe one couple of hours, but they want to know why you're doing it, and at that point, they will not just let you go. They will bring you closer. All right, if you can beat the security system, the defense, and get into the system. Look, that net website, our electoral system is not.
Let it record prove that FBI saw where you go. On the panel,
I'm just saying something. It's just something I'm saying. I'm not saying that's what I would do. But most people that had to get a job in this field, right? Because I can scan your system because company do it. They call them penetration tester. You go there, they got a free site. You go there, you tell them your skill. So they will hire you to say, can't scan my network. If you find any vulnerability, you tell me. Then once you see that, you tell them, then they will be able to patch it. The problem with the net website, they have a lot of outdated, software and system that they are not patched because in America, you have to update any software you have every time. They release security patches all the time. You're using the data storage. We know our electrical system is not digital, right? But the storage, where they store the data, right? They store it on the server, right? Now they have a MySQL. They're using MySQL, which is an open source database. But you will not believe it. That information I sent you, it got a link. The CVE links along with the AI score. We give you CVE score, AI score. That is from the intelligence of national defense of the US. It's all there. It tell you that this vulnerability, what you can do, how to patch it, how it have been used to people use it to exploit other systems. The guys are using outdated software for that store national data.
My man, if you just type in the website, you can know that. If you know what you're looking for, you can know that out there. And the second thing is, how much? Liberia government are just so shameful. How much will it cost you to use AWS system to store data? And
the cloud. Exactly. Using the cloud.
AWS don't have that maximum security protection. That's what someone was telling me for the internet.
No, my man.
Let me tell you something. AWS is a software, service. They got, if you buy that service, it come with security. AWS. Even our jaws. The Microsoft cloud, even the Google cloud, they have their own security stand-up. However,
how much will it cost, bro? That's the point. They book out things on who are going for 40 day trade using 20 million when they go about AWS and security. The whole Liberia government website, there executive master web, you can pay 150 €, you can hack that website in 2 hours. Even less.
But there's the thing, VK. There's the thing, right? The cloud. They got something they call private cloud and public cloud.
Exactly.
If it's a private cloud, that means the whatever cloud service that you're getting your services from are responsible to provide security for your system. But if you are using a public cloud services, the AWS, you are sharing services with other people. Now they will give you security. The security they're giving you, along with that service that you share with another cloud, you and that cloud using that same security. Now you are responsible to implement your own security standard, and that's where you have to hire expert. You got cloud security engineering.
That one even better than the SQL that outdated system in minute using bro.
But SQL, my SQL is an open source. You just have to. Sometimes you don't even have to pay the money. You just go. Since it's an open source, it's free. You just go on the website. You update. They don't have people that have the expert who kind of a schedule of maintenance on your system. That okay, maybe every 2 weeks. Run an update on the system. If any server is outdated, you have a system in place that will release security patches. Because now you can go on the vendor side. It's there every year or every time they release security patches for every server, every system. You are responsible to go there and download these software, because if you buy a system, it comes with a lesson. It comes with certificates.
Mm-hmm.
Those certificates, you have to renew them. It expires, and when it expires, it's hackable.
Should we talk to the old man to invite you so you can update our server system for our country?
My man, listen.
The man not talking about himself.
The new
It will be anybody.
Will have having a system where you educate LiBro need to concentrate in the area of technology. They need to not just cybersecurity, the area of technologies. Take technology to LiBro. Go to Microsoft. Give them money. They have a student account, government account. Every country say, look, we want this amount of Microsoft devices in. Take it into every institution.
You know why they put on to take technology to LiBro? You know why they're not interested in it? Will that be a job where go any other government? Because when you take technology to Liberia and it becomes advanced, you will have no excuse why you can't digitalize the entire government functions.
No, you see that. I get problem with that. I get problem with that idea. You see India. I come with my brother. I will give you an example. My pastor, I will give you an example about India. You see, India, 10 years ago, the Indians were nowhere. All right, but right now, they are voice to be reckoned with.
The
technology, what? None of the smart. My regular job I do from home, I train a lot of Indians who have our 24/7, because we have a 24/7 knocks. We have an Indian branch. That Indian team, I train it. They are not smart, but they work together. When Indians are working together and configuring our system, if the one person falls short, maybe that person is new on the team. Because our way here, they in India, we're just doing remote stuff. And we're working together as a team, as an engineering. When somebody screw up, they're not going to snitch on their librarian. The first thing they start laughing at the person, they're going to talk behind the person, just to get they don't do that. Those guys will say, oh, we're going to take a break, Mark will be back. And then once they come back, that break they're going in the background to educate that person. Because you know what they do? You know what they're doing? The Indians have an organization in the US and every part of the world that take experts from India, Bangladesh. Every company you see in America, they have employees there all over in India, Bangladesh. These people can do the job, but they have the experience. So if I'm going to pay somebody thousands of dollars in America, and the person in India can do the same damn job, what do you think I would do?
But Marco, there's the same thing I was talking. I think somebody have the conversation.
You call it human resource. We don't have that. When you invest into technology, you call human resource. You start people start hiring Liberians. That's what we're talking about.
And do the basics. Don't even do the big ones. Let's do basic of teaching people how just to operate computers, do the Microsoft, the Excel. Let people just learn the true basics, right? And then you find this job where do the virtual or data entry. That they can pay a librarian even $3, $4 per hour to work as a data entry. Just the basics. Do you know how many jobs you create for young people in that country? Or country like bro, when somebody paying $4 per hour and you work 8 hours per day. How much money you will make per month?
Indians from the village. Those people ain't got degrees, though. They take them from the village, they train them, all they do that computer. They show them computer, that's all. They are running the world.
Me, I think the way that's a problem.
Degree with no experience. All the pass around
paper,
no experience.
When you don't have a degree, you are not respected.
But are they fully thinking in like bro now?
That's the reason why when they come to America, and Pastor, when they come to America,
when I got my first certificate with the USAID on access, tracking of assets and assets management. Other friends were, man, when I was I brag about it. I was happy when I got that certificate. Other friends were, man, that I call it 4, 5, 6 months certificate because I said, look, this certificate, I can go anywhere and have a job. Today in the EPA, in the Environmental Protection Agency of Liberia, if the system have improved, fine. But I started that data system, right? That if I click on Maconi in the EPA database and Maconi drop, every other government asset is assigned to him. Whether he got one desk in his office, he got a chair, he got a spoon, he got a television, he got maybe one cell phone, everything will drop and you will see it and you will see the code attached to those very or assets because our government property. I did it with not just the physical assets, I did it as well with lands. So today, if you click on EPA, you will see that, okay, EPA got land in Grand Cape, they got a land, they got this acre of land, this one is this acre of land. Because what, and that is to talk about technology. Right after the Civil War in Liberia, when the entire international community focused to work with Liberia, they realized they could not lay on any information that could direct them and say, okay, this one happening here, this one on the side, this one on the side. So say, hey, you want us to give you pump up to 4 to 40 million in your government budget on just fleet. But you cannot show how you can track your fleet as per which entity they are assigned to, who using them, and how they are using them, how they being managed. So they brought that system to track government assets.
I bet you see your system.
So if I go get one laptop today, the government knows he has the laptop. And they build a system in a way that when Valley log into the laptop, the system tells whoever monitoring that Valley are logged into the laptop, he's working.
Right.
So when the brother had the needed people to go for the training, and I was one of the person I was opportune and went, it was when I realized that the whole thing will come, technology in Liberia is far off. To the point that people who are administering the system is who did that training with us. When they open Excels, they even had to teach them how to calculate numbers in Excel. But such people, some of the assistant minister, assistant director, directors. So look, the problem with Liberia, they're not so much generational problem.
No, it's not even a problem. It just somebody needs to take the initiative and say, look, this needs to be done. Look, how much it will cost you, how much it will cost the government to empower institution or to even have some kind of a rating code with the Ministry of Education. Go out there, outsource, network with these vendors, bring in technology, because once you get the young minds to technologies, they're doing something. Because
the first thing we need to do, is we should, like you said, we should invite experts from around. Maybe if I got Liberian, what expert?
All right. Let's start doing.
Bring the Liberians on board, and let them develop a national curriculum on technology that will be taught.
Let me tell you something. The people wasting time. There are a lot of open source.
Listen, sources. We don't need. You see the problem. We don't need no national curriculum. The good thing about technology, there's a standard curriculum for everybody. Everywhere around the world, you learn technology, or where you doing IT or software engineering, data, you learn it the same way. The curriculum is already there. All we need to do is introducing these things to people. For example, like I said, Malcolm, like we in the private sector here, we can decide that we can host 3 technology events or 4 technology events a year in Liberia. Every 3 months we host one. And we take it to different places, and we invite kids of all different ages, from 5 years old to 20 years old. And there are courses for children, like games, and they will teach them how to get. The men might not know how to. They will be building small on their own game using technology from 5-year-old. They start getting interested. The 8-9-year-old, you start teaching them things. The 11-12-year-old. But
you must say by the
time you progress with 4, 5, 6 of those things, you will start getting a bigger
When
children.
you have that, as a curriculum, when you place that in our educational or system, it becomes a curriculum. The first thing it does is that it teaches the appetite of the child towards the technology. The child go to school, they play with computer. They come home, they don't see computer. The next thing coming happy, they come in embarrassed their mama, I need a laptop, I need a phone. Because you know what? They want to be on that. The recent case in America, by the time they recently they addicted to phone is because when they go to school, they have access to it. They come home, they have access to it. An educational system in Liberia, nowhere.
But guess what? The child in Liberia saying you will not have access to it at home. You can add it to the school, and that's why I say people are also going to do technology programs. And guess what? You can do these things. How much for laptop? You tell the best and brightest student in your course that will give you one laptop, will give you a laptop, even though it might not be current. But guess what? You can even open a libraries in communities. Look, governments can help augment things. That's why I say governments are their job be there. For example, if we take this program now with junior communities, the best the government can do now is start building library. The government can partner and say, look, let's build a computer hub where children can do after school program. When you come from school, instead of going home, let the boys and get
you will not get a chance to do drugs when you start doing these kinds of things.
Here you go. Now we're solving another problem by even we bring the technology, but we're solving other problems.
Let me come in for a second, right? So the Chromebook, right? The Chromebook, that's what my daughter have here. That's what all the kids in our class have, right? That thing is like 150 to 175. If you go on Google website or Microsoft, whatever, they get the section that they call education, right? You click on that section. All the things you need for a computer class is under that education stuff. So you as a government that you want to implement all the things in your educational system, you can budget maybe $10 to $15 million. The country is a small country, $10 to $15 million. You can now partner with Google or Microsoft to get your kids computers, and every 3 to 4 years they will give you brand new computers.
And now
right?
that if you even say I'm gonna put $2 million to the project, Microsoft and Google will match 2 to 1 your money.
Yeah. All these things are all the things that they exist.
2 to 1. And then they build a Melinda Gates Foundation. Other people will start matching that money. You can literally build technology in the country, and Liberia is right for the technology. I swear to God, it is.
The first thing I would do, right? The issue, the Google Chrome is very good, but unlike the Microsoft, when you don't have internet access with a Microsoft, you can still do things. You can stay in or out with. But with the Chrome, you need internet. And then with the internet situation in Liberia, so the government there are a lot of things the government to do. If I were the government or somebody in the government, when I want to, bring this program, like invent this program, implement this program into the system, I will first concentrate on working with internet, because if you're going to get these, cheap devices that, going to be helpful for the young people, you also where they're going to get internet from. You get a computer, how they're going to use it.
Internet service.
In America, what the people do, the government got these small, program where, they will help people. They got people who they help every day in America with internet. You want internet, you just go to the state, they will give it to you.
I mean, our former president, Ellen J.
You need internet to use it. And in Africa, our politicians saying Africa is important. You know how to use it. Yes, I know how to use it. You don't say a Windows.
He laid a fiber optic cable in Liberia. It's not Liberia doesn't have the cables to get reliable internet, including the Ellen government. I don't know what it did. They
put steel, like they bring steel, they steal from their own set. You steal current, they steal the fiber optic. You talking about they cut that thing, they were saying that thing to Ivory Coast.
Oh, my man, they lay the thing on water. You can lay that thing on water. They fix it again. Our government, my man, they just willpower. It just somebody just got a paper Boakai. Thank God for you. It's just willpower, man. Willpower.
My man. You're expecting your slow die.
We're not like
I
yo,
mean, listen,
the whole
we
14
think about the
or
future. We're not talking about your regular business
department
normal.
or day. Nothing. You're
We think about the
serious.
future.
And the only thing you're swallow
You see,
whatever.
let me tell you guys about the frustration. And this is the reason when they got brought the government, I was laughing that I don't want to work in government sector anymore. You will be a young man. You will see a brighter idea. You will enter to the government sector. And instead of, I don't know where we are government. So what I'm talking is not just about we are government. But you will have an innovation that you think you see a future into that when you sell to your country, it will brighten your country future. So gonna old men who been in that system for rap or age. The first question they will throw at you, and so when you king in government. Then the first no same question they're gonna ask you, my son, when you king in government. If you see us sitting here today, we're not doing it, my son, yeah, forget about it. All right? And my man, sometimes look, there are certain positions. You see, you know, Minnesota, you see, there are certain positions in government that they use to steal. A minister will never write check when he want to steal. A controller will never write check when he want to steal. You know what they do? When December coming, it's not by law. I think it's by law. Because I can remember they found out before EPA. They said they have found us. You're supposed to, no matter what they said they found EPA before. Everybody every year is supposed to get their building. A public institution, a facelift. We do painting, paint the building, put Christmas design, all those stuff. When the year coming, at that time, I've been the access and maintenance person of the EPA. People will write their proposal seeking for the contract to give our building annual facelift. The committee comprised of me, the procurement people will always sit down and go through the project proposal, the vetting document, and then we would maybe select one company as per what we want and the one that meet our desire. When you do their budget analysis and send it to the top, somebody know what they do. They will call and say, gentlemen, you know Christmas coming. We know the men want 5,000. But you know what? You're pushing on another 4,000 on it. So instead of 5, you see that budget at 9,000.
So why I can say no?
And that 9,000, very cool. Let me say this to you today. Very cool. That is why I say I don't want to work. Because when you say no to this kind of thing, it's when you become independent. A man that leave the house in the morning, we don't even know how a kid coming to go to school or what they will eat the next day. That very cool is difficult. The man will see the integrity aspect, but you also see the constraint aspect and be constrained to do what he does not want to do. And that is why when you are up as a young Liberian, and when you become independent of yourself and want to go back in government where you have the ability to look at wrong and say, this is why I'm not doing it, then I can advise you go. But if you think you're going to government with your pocket, everything bull and enter, you think you write checkpoint, brother, they will make a mockery out of you if you feel nasty about yourself. That's how it went. And that system they've been working with, I said, I don't know what, my man. Why Liberia are so addicted to criminality?
Let me tell you something, Pastor, the reason why, right? You see, in Liberia, we have the mindset that we don't want to, influence young people, even our friends. Look, if I'm friendly with you, if I'm not benefiting from you, you're not my friend. And I'm not trying to be selfish. I want to learn from you. And I'm just calling friendship, we'll go drink beer, some protein, our friendship, I just beer necklace. No. So it's the same thing. If you are a leader in a country, you should be able to impact people's life. And when I mean impacting their life, not giving them liquor or alcohol, giving them something that they will be able to stand for themselves. They have family too, but you have older guys on Facebook who they're calling people
big brother. How can you look at, somebody that you can born, you call them big brother, you call yourself youth?
Don't blame them now, poverty. They want something from you.
My brother Mago. Oh, Mago. It's the mindset.
No, I get it.
Macron,
I get it.
if that man have it and potential.
I'm just saying, what I'm saying here, I prefer for somebody to empower my life than to be giving me $50 every morning.
Mago, listen to, let me tell you the reason why. No, I always say this. That's why you look at Labro, Mago, a man who is in his late 30s, a man who is in 40s, is still being used as youth chairman for political parties in Labro. That's the first problem. A man who is in his 30s and 40s, he's still telling people say in the future. You don't even know that he's living in the future right now. And he's still around singing battle crap. Look, the Labrador mindset is what killing us. So the reason why the 50-year-old man will call you Brabby, because when he's 50, he think he just becoming man. Because in your 20s, 30s, he said calling himself youth. A 45-year-old man will be youth.
I went to my town in Lima County. And they were having they had a logging company in my town called MGC, the Mohammed Group of Company, doing charter administration. And then they were having a meeting, and then they said, at that time, that almost 20 some years ago, I talking about it. And then they said they were having a meeting, they said the young people had to say something. So I put my hand on the speed. They said, I'm going to talk to my youth chairman. And guess who my youth chairman? My youth chairman was somebody who taught me while in the third grade.
Can you imagine?
I have graduated from high school in college. I went back in my very the person, the youth chairman. I'm the what? They made my youth chairman get 5 grandchildren.
But youth chairman.
I mean, come on. All the things that contribute to this thing, that poverty.
My man, thing is mine.
Poverty.
Imagine, man,
it's a major only manufacturer for a lot of things in our society.
Those are the challenges, though. We got to look at the upside, not just the challenges. What can we do to move the country forward?
But
the first thing we need to do, look, let me say this. You guys will talk about technology, right? You guys will talk, everybody will talk about the field that it comes from. And that is good. And that is because the country had to be versatile. But I think the first thing we need to do, before we bring technology into Liberia, every government have to make Liberia marketable to the international world, most to investors. And the only way we can do that, there are 3 major periods our country needs right now for investors. We got the resources, but for us to attract the investor to come, there are 3 things we need to do. 1, we have to decentralize our country by road connectivity, electricity, and good healthcare. When the 3 things, we don't have to have that at 400% level, but at least around 75-80%. When the financial cost of running a company on a daily basis reduce by 50 to 40 or 30%, you attract investors. When investors come and join all over the place and people are working, it makes our young people independent, where they can make independent decisions. So at that junction, anything you introduce into our system, it will have a value. People will respect it. Why? Because that man is not going to fall under influence of anybody so easily. For example, right now, the way you say, if you carry about 2,000 out of Liberia, you can convince about 4,000 to 5,000 young Liberians. So you're not go on the street. And they're willing to follow you. You know why? Financially, they are vulnerable. They don't have a dime in their pocket. So they're not going on on our street to other protest do what they are going to do because they convinced that what you are doing is legitimate or a genuine. They are doing it because they know when they follow you, you will compensate them with something, and when they go, they will have a food on their table. So people do a lot of things in the country as a result of poverty. But with decentralized our country, the economy is decentralized, that somebody in country make that, I mean, they are plenty fund, their banana fund, their potato, their arrow. They can harvest it, bring it to town, sell it, and earn money, or because our infrastructure is built in a way that a company is in Boakai, and the young people at that part of that world is working, and they see illiteracy, they see good road, they have access to money and able to empower themselves. The country become independent. Anything you take on to the country to sell, be it technology or whatever, the young people will buy it because there's a fee on which you're going to sell that ideology on. But the way liberal law, so the powerful, the first thing the government, any other government, right? Need to first of all look at.
So who the investors gonna hire when it comes to liberal?
They'll hire foreigner. You see, let me tell you something. You see in South Africa, right? You see in South Africa, the people had a mindset where when Nelson Mandela, the former president of South Africa at the time, during the apartheid time, right? Most of them, the black sectors in South Africa, the only goal is music or gang or sport. They never pay attention to going to school, learning some form of a skill, trade. So at the end of the day, when Nelson Mandela he was old, he died, he left, and every other person that came after the ANC had not really been helpful for the people. So at the end of the day, when South Africa started exploring, the people had to go outside to outsource experts. And that's why you see the Nigerians, the people from Zambia, Zimbabwe, they all works in South Africa because they have the skill sets. Now the people start becoming mad because other people coming from outside to get your job. I'm saying here is that we know that everything will not be done overnight, but somebody must start the process. It should be started. If you had a mindset to make it, look, right now, even in Minnesota or most of the other states, the people are going fully hybrid. They ain't going to use all the car, they come and get most of the gas stations. They put in charging booth. Even in California, you cannot drive.
I think California passed a law, and in the next 3 years from now, there will be no gas car.
Yeah. And you get your country, you say, oh, like America, you find the whole world run technology. Technologists run the world. So you must invest into something that never go away. Even change.
The whole technology thing you're discussing here, or Macron, the whole technology thing we're discussing here, to have Liberia on our path of technology, right? That under 5 to 6, 7 years.
You must start the process. The process must start.
My question is, until Liberians are built to that level.
No. You see, we'll be waiting for too long at the same. Look, when you start the process,
you don't really just about because you don't know what I'm about to say. My question is, until Liberia are built to that level. I think the question my brother asked is, while we are on the pathway, what do we do to sustain? Because the sustainability is important to sustain our young generation until we can reach to that technology or technology lies or society, and technology becomes the order of the day in our country. Until then, while we are working towards it, what is it that we need to do? And then when I come in to say the very first thing you need to do, decentralize your economy, your country. By so doing, you need better role in your legal country.
Your people. The first thing we're doing is with technology is we know that technology can be exported from anywhere. As Michael said, technologies can work from anywhere in the world. Number one. You don't gotta leave your house. They get some men waiting till they cannot go to their bathroom, they can't stand in the living room. They don't wear no trousers. They're in the living room in brief or whatever clothes they can be wearing. So what I'm saying to you is, yeah, but so technology, you don't gotta leave your house. The thing about technology is a computer. So for example, like we are saying, it's strong. You can do the boot camp they do. I did one boot camp for software engineering. The thing was 6 months. I had no skill in it. From zero to building something, it took 6 months. I think cybersecurity that 10 to 11 months because it's a longer course. You got to do so many things, right?
It's a continuous something. Because every time they come with new technology, you have to research.
Just to learn, go through a course to learn the first part. Because I already know you have been doing more. But so, for example, let's say if we are putting young librarians through courses every 6 months or 11 months or 8 months based on what you take in the technology field, which side of the technology field you won't go to. Think about it for that. Do it. If you do that for 3 years, you have developed a strong technological workforce already.
Right.
You have already developed a strong technological workforce already in 3 years.
That the whole world can use them.
That the whole world
will become an access the India.
Now imagine that you are telling people, okay, so the company is now using librarian or software engineers or cybersecurity analysts. Maybe they're paying somebody here $1,000 per week. They pay somebody here $50 per hour. You think they'll pay somebody $50 per hour? No, they'll say, we'll get you $10, $15 per hour. But guess what? $10 per hour in Liberia.
That's plenty of money.
That's small, man. You can build a middle class from that. A middle Liberian income class. It's the same thing I told somebody with the doctors in Liberia. We are wasting time with our doctors. We got some of the brilliant minds there. Brother, the Cubans built the Brazilian medical system almost for little or nothing. Almost for little or nothing.
Yeah.
Brazil has a strong medical system. Even the Mexico, yeah, those guys built a system for almost they put a social government. You don't even gotta pay that doctor, you gotta pay the government pay that doctor. What takes Labrador from begging the Cuban to take over our hospital and
bring want Daddy America to come after them?
All the specialists to spend at least 5 years or 10 years in Labrador. By the time they leave, we'll have all specialists.
Quality that interest. Within our benefit your country, that why you go for leader team with America.
And guess what? America will not say no. They see the whole law school. Labrador is the only country that get lawyer than I can even read. They can read when they rest some people in here says about lawyer.
But valuable the thing where problem. I always said this. Everything that work in our country start with the legislator. They are the first branch of government.
We need legislator for the man.
No, I come in very good way.
You need legislator for the
You know what? Look, let me say this. Every year, sitting committee, I'm gravitating somewhere else because I want to bring something on the table. In country, in well-minded or well serious and determined nation, people who mean business in their House of Representatives or Senate, you will hear all the people that are the representatives, they are the senator, they are that, but they got the technical and the legal arm of those houses. Those technical and legal arms, when you hear concession, they debate concession and advise the lawmaker. Because you know why? If you bring a concession agreement on the table, you're spreading. I mean, that be honest here.
I thought you already
and because Yeka Koluba, let me use my Koluba example. Yeka Koluba is on the committee for investment. The man come from Lebanon. He came with a lawyer. He came with a technocrat, and you're on the table. What a logic Yeka Koluba going to put? What a logic? Which are the lawmaker again? Any Labrador lawmaker. We are going to put on that table. Now, this is why I said one. What happens if we have about 6 different lawyers that form the legal arm of the legislature? You got concessional lawyers, you got different lawyers, right? And when this thing comes, the lawyer first of all look at the concession agreement, critique it.
My brother, concession agreement doesn't start with legislature, start with the executive branch. So the justice ministry should have all those lawyers.
No, listen now.
No, but
The reason I'm using the reason I'm using the horse, brother, the executive branch of government don't represent us. The horse should seek the Liberian people interest more than the executive, because they are what directly, they are the one we elected directly.
By law.
Akami, right? Akami. Those guys, their decision, I think it affects us more than the decision the president takes. You know why? They are the check and balance arm of the government. They can call this executive branch of government to order and say, why is it happening this way? Why the concession that we signed, we don't see this happening because that why it's supposed to be like. They can call the executive branch of government to order. So if they are also bookers, and that is why in every government, whether not only the government or George government, what the kind of technical aspect at that point to order, you will always see our horse or representative or sender or booker agreement, because why? They don't have the technical or discuss the technical aspect about the concession. All the concern about is the monetary value of the concession.
But there are two things that will happen. Look, to something are just too common sense, and now I say so now.
That's just a different topic for another day.
But let me say this. Let me say this really quick on that issue, my man. If I was a lawmaker in Liberia, even I know jack shit. If a man from Lebanon brought his lawyer and say he won't do business in Liberia, let's say he won't do gold business. What you want to do gold business? You want to do in Cape Mount. There's a gold area. There's what we say that you get all your technical terms. If I'm a lawmaker, I get a law book. My friend, to do this business in Liberia, these are the laws you got to follow. Here are the rules that you got to lay down. Make your lanes and minds. Can you please look at this agreement and look at the technicality? How does it work for Liberia? Are these people within the confines of this law, have they certified everything? Minister of Justice, you get a lawyer there. Can you go look at the legal aspect of this thing here? I mean, look, you already have the resources. You don't even got to do it. You don't even got to, you can just send the paperwork and say, my man, the legislator is there to make sure that every concession agreement is within the confines of all mineral and all laws of Liberia. So all you got to do is send the relevant agency and let it give you feedback.
But the question are there too. The regulatory agency, do they really have the qualified expertise to do that?
But if they don't have qualified material, then Liberia problem and their own problem, they immediately have a question.
This idea I'm talking about. Let me give you an example.
Okay,
let me give you an example. When you go to Nima, most of the time is that there's a hospital they build Resa the train track. When Asala Metal came to Liberia, one of the demand of that town, that particular town, because they had the social impact funds for every concession. So they said they wanted a hospital. They built a hospital, Resa the train track. You know why it happened? The people in the town took the decision that they wanted a hospital. They came to that lawmaker, and the lawmaker said, yeah, the people needed, so they built it. But there were factors they forgot about. Those kind of things. You will have patients in the hospital. Did you do a sound quality for the kind of infrastructure they want to put down there? And because when you do the sound quality, you will establish the effect it will cause on that hospital. A train is passing and people are on in the hospital, maybe they go on through surgery or whatever, they seeking medical treatment, they need rest, all those stuff. Did you do the sound quality? The vibration the train will cause, the effect it will have on the hospital.
We need sound quality check to know that you're not so poor hospital rent the train track again.
No, I'm just saying something, right?
Common sense.
They went and built the hospital.
No, this is what I want. Common sense.
The hospital, thinking, when train passing, the hospital vibrating.
Wow. Oh, wow.
I'm discussing. When train passing, the hospital vibrating. Then they came back to the EPA to lay complaint. So what we do? The train track and the hospital, which one will move? That the train track will move? Other than the hospital be abandoned. Because you know why? You're doing party to represent. You're the one the sound quality. They're not feasibility said it was done.
So EPA never even knew that they were building a hospital. So EPA people that I'm even checking, they didn't know they were building that kind of hospital.
They never visited the site or anything.
Next to it.
You understand?
They never did a site survey.
It's so deep, man.
Look, my man,
You said I
every
ain't know
sector
and
in
just get
Liberia
to
is going down because let me tell you something. You know, again, as I said, I was just through on topic because I don't know what time you to you or anywhere in front of you. So it 12 to me like 2 o'clock of you, so I ain't sleeping at everything. But anyway, me just say the vote I fact every line we leave the line. I was discussing this thing and I'm like, Labro, my man, would that get problem? So yeah, you know, when I hear Labro, every government, now I say thank God for Joe because these ideas will be pushed in this government. Every government kind of power. You know the first thing when they say transportation, you know the first thing they can say? Roads. Which the roads is not bad. But I've heard no government ever talk about trains. And other modes of transportation like ferry and trains and other things to remove Liberia from place to place.
Airline.
Well, how can we be in the 21st century? Liberia ain't got one commercial, I mean not commercial, but one passenger train that can go anywhere. In 2020.
You know the reason why.
You know,
you know the reason why. You know the reason why. When you have a train or a railroad side, it poses a lot of security checks, a lot of safety issue. You don't have the expert.
Let me share the phone.
Do the survey.
They used to have train. When I think Lamco, you can have passenger train, like bro. So
now what I'm talking about, I said make it rain.
Oh, then why can be pushing by that?
They make it rain.
It's like a wooden thing. They put on the train track.
Yeah.
And then
why I'm saying my brother Malcolm. Sometimes Liberian as a government, we gotta look at things that all people do and just look at the expertise. The train track is there. The train track is still there. The people have built their own wooden road trains. They put it on the train and people can be pushing it.
That means that it works.
I watched one documentary where the men say they came from some time they can put a core on the team, and the team can be way up. They be pushing that thing. So that means that where they gonna feasibility that if they will get it.
They're not pushing it. You know they do gotta go. Now, if you say pushing it means it's a continuous process. They take they hide it almost like 6-7-story building.
Well, that thing be tall.
Way up there. You know what I do? Especially in Bomberman, when they tell you to loot the iron ore, the copper from other Bomberman plane. When they picking them, go, they loot their copper, they put it in and make it rain. And because the distance from other mountain to come down alone, when you just put your thing before you come down to air, somebody might have taken all your copper. So you know what they do? They will all be true to go up there. Then when they finish with everything, one person will get in the make it rain. Then you set it on the track. Then one person will put it. Brother, you will know way. When you see a person just that inch, you will hear the talk. Coming with uncontrollable speed.
Yep. They call it make it rain.
Brother, that thing lost track. That your particle will find.
Oh yeah, you finished.
Thomas Sankara was in Burkina Faso when he was president, and they were talking about the same road business. Thomas Sankara said, "Look, we got to put train. There's no way." And this in the 80s, and the guy was smart. The guy said, "There's no way in this 20th century we can be using train. We in the 20th century, then we can get train in our country to convey passengers, which is one of the fastest mode of transportation."
Yeah, you were thinking about the future.
The IMF and World Bank said they won't get the men all type of speed loan. The men say, "I'm not taking loan from you. You know what I'm going to do?" The men went from village. The men said the money will get. The men paid every city they went to. They pay the people in that town. They beat the train track. They put it. The citizens lay the tracks, and they went and bought the train. Burkina Faso was the only country who put train in the whole country, and they take $1 to borrow. $1 $5. What I'm saying, and I'm like Liberia got to do the same. But we already had the good thing about Liberia, the tracks doing it. What I mean, I tell you, the tracks are already there. There's no government in recent time that
maybe
the tracks are there. Man, so the tracks are there. Even
when you went there,
they went to Liberia. The things are there, and even if it's not there, you know where the tracks are. You can lay new tracks. What I'm saying is, my man, there's no way to the 21st century. Look at the road to the southeast, but you want to tell me we can put train and going to the southeast, my people?
I know. That could be a good alternative, you know, to the current road situation.
It's the only train for people. Now that your train can get 10, you can have 6 or 8 for passenger.
It's more economical in sustaining a track compared to a road.
So for example, imagine a man from Granger or men from Granger who play a farm. he can pour his farm produce on a train, put it in the side that they get for goose, sit down in the passenger side and get to Morovia.
Within
Or
2.5 hours.
Sell his goose within few hours and be back home in the evening. You can do it for any country in bro.
Yep.
Guess what?
Not that complicated.
You are now beginning to project. My man, look. Hey, my man, hey God, thank God for it. Look, our government, we are bringing ideas to the table that is transforming.
Very cool. I will always say, hey, this good idea, your guy, your teacher.
They have no idea. They have no idea.
Very cool. Very cool. Say, success said it, my man, success told me.
No, we're not saying
take
that.
time before you be ostracized. Like, bro, you get too much idea, you don't get throw away. You take time. Don't guys are not enjoy.
You're right. I agree with you on that one. I agree with you on
Those
that.
guys are not enjoying when they feel that you too smart.
We gotta talk. We're talking.
I lead the military.
Marco, we're talking, and then one year we still talking. We're talking today. Somebody in Labrador do the writing. Somebody.
I know.
I mean, how can we be living your country in Labrador? Or man inside no county, he got road to count on. But no government in Labrador had thought that, my man, those train tracks, we got to lay train track throughout the whole southeast that can link every county so that economic activity can be easier. It's easier to maintain. Southern county they put a Greenville. My man, how many calls for one ferry? You go to New York, say you can buy the minute ferry and they can fix it nicely.
Yep.
Do you know what it means? You can convey ferry your car, you go to the plane, come out.
You're going to wear ferry.
We'll do that one again.
They have, I mean, a more they put in the Leeward County.
Of the whole West Africa.
China,
you can move from one coast to another on train.
China Port is, I think, it's the third biggest port in Liberia. Freeport West, Buchanan Port second, China Port third, then Harper Port is the fourth. For the past 15 years, for the past 40 some years, beside the port of Buchanan and Morovia, the rest of the port, they have never dredged them for the past 30, 40 years.
Yeah, my brother.
So what happened now?
The people want the country to stay the same.
The capacity of vessel that used to go on to that particular port no longer go there, because when you don't drag the port, it reduces the capacity of. And somebody say it can make the port small. It don't make the port small. But every year they see put out 8 layer, and the layer itself, it comes, it makes like a mountain growing. It can be sand, it can be debris, it can be anything.
And they had dredging activity at the port of Morovia, I know that 2 years ago. So they have dredged, they put the dredging, when they dredge port of Morovia, they couldn't get to the ship and carry to put a hopper and put a gravy. I mean, that right. So that one common sense again, my brother. Right.
The thing is, Liberia does not have a dredge. So when they want to dredge, they have to hire. They have to hire it. But you better to the point and see I was in the marine industry. I'm gonna tell you about some of the shit that son I was working with. There's something they call a tow boat. The work of the tow boat, besides, if you don't have a tow boat, no international vessel will come to your port. Because the tow boat, when the international vessel comes, it does not come straight to your port. You know what it does? It don't berthing, but it stops at the international water.
Yeah, they got it in.
Your tow boat has to go in. When the tow boat is going, it's going with certain securities. Maybe the immigration, whatever, or maybe the seaport police. They will get on that vessel, they do inspection to make sure it's not bringing any hazardous or maybe harmful element into your country, maybe drugs or whatever. Then when you do that in a tow boat, from that point, the vessel not using an engine any longer. It's the tow boat that will tow the vessel to the pier. As important as that boat is, the last time I was in Labrador had one ratting one. Single one.
Your men sorry, the other two the boy men sorry.
No, it was very administrative. They bought one more. Manasari had. Manasari had one.
The two Manasari left there is sorry. Joey bought one big try so I want to. So yeah, here you go.
all the body men want that is gonna go back away, man.
But you know,
I'm
when
thinking
you're
who let
addressing
the man sold the fuck boat.
when
They
you're addressing the
sold.
port,
Oh
when you're
my
addressing
god, bro. How
Freeport,
do you guys sell?
why
The
didn't
only
you go
thing
to
you get
all
to
the
bring
other
ship
ports to
from.
address them?
Yeah, so the port had not been dredged for
Why you
number
didn't
of
I'm
address the
years.
saying
other
it.
ports?
Scott said they did dredging at the port of the Freeport Moravia 2 years ago because they had
Why,
dredging
why
problem was
couldn't you
making
do the
big
other
boat and
ones?
had the rest issue was there. They dredged the port. So that boat was dredged Moravia port. It couldn't just pie around and go to Harper and Greenville and dredge the port and dredge the port of Buchanan. They dredge the port of Buchanan too. It couldn't just go to Harper and Greenville and dredge the port. I mean, sometimes something in that considered
And if to dredge the port of Harper will be more costly than dredging the port of Moravia. You know what?
well, now it will be,
You
but
got
I
the
mean, if
other
you say
abandoned
40
for a
years in
long
dredging
time.
thing, yeah, it will be more costly. I mean, what do you
Not
expect?
just for the year they didn't dredge it. Harper port, the way it was built, the play it was built. More vessels, more than 10 vessels have read to that Harper port. Harper port have more read in Liberia than any other port in Liberia. So as a vessel read it going on the water, they leave it there.
Good for them.
A read it going on the water, they leave it there.
Useless.
So that problem with that age problem, we'll solve it, but the you myself will solve that problem.
No, we gotta
We can
solve
lay
it.
the foundation, our committee can finish it.
What you do that nonsense? We solve it. We solve that goddamn problem. What do you mean? You think we come and lead new generation?
Very cool.
The process will. I say the process should start.
I will we that will solve it tonight.
No, I
But look at we that work in our system, looking at how deep the problem is.
All in the room here, we got at least 50 more years to live, minimum 50 years to live.
Yeah, more than that, sir. More than that.
If you can't tell us.
Wait a moment, so you scared to go?
Huh?
You do more than that. You scared to go?
I got more to offer in this world. I got more contribution.
If we combine, got 50 years each to live. Don't gonna tell me saying 50 years, we're not going to be solving so we solve a whole bunch of the problems. That the young generation after us, they will be on some level, will not be like our fathers who created a problem for us. And then they solve that problem and have level with us.
And they say, oh, my man, when you say they eradicate you.
We have to solve, my man, in 50 years, more solve. Look, they put our Harper can be.
No, that doesn't mean you can't say it. That doesn't mean you can't say it. You can say it. But if you're ready to say, let me tell you, the only way young generation can make impact in our country. Number one, you need fearless young generation. Number two, that generation, whether they are financially potent or they have independence, once they are willing to forego and decide to sacrifice. But how many people in our generation willing to do that?
Look, for me, for example,
we are willing to do it.
Put a Buchanan and put a Harper. They put a Harper and
I can tell everybody here willing to do stuff.
So you won't tell me that if Mr. Boakai can, that problem that you can solve and say, listen, how much is the dredging? The Liberian government in the budget that over 2-3 years we dredge all these ports. I mean, some of these things are not 50-year projects.
Yeah, a new port in Harper. If you have
can we not just build a new port or upgrade our ports? I mean, don't wait it takes 6 years to build one train line Liberia. It takes maybe a year or two. One train line in Liberia.
It's a small country, like I said.
So China, because
China is as big as the whole West Africa. But you can go anywhere in China on train.
My man, what are you talking about? Even in America,
everywhere get airport.
That's all the way to California.
Everywhere get port, seaport.
You listen to Donald Trump. It's one argument that Donald Trump made that I like, that the Chinese how they are outstand the American when it comes to the train, train station. China has one, yeah, of course.
Yep.
There's no safety. Or you have so old train. You can't compare the train that runs in the US with China. China got one of the fastest train in the world.
I got high speed real now.
I beg you, man. You go by Donald Trump.
Like, bro, we ain't got what the English man call locomotive.
We get locomotive.
The biggest train right now in America, you can find an Amtrak.
Yeah. And I think it not even compared to nothing that the Chinese had.
But it's not even compared to the one in China.
I think when it comes from Boston to
China get our phone.
I really want from Boston.
No, Amtrak can reach as far as Iowa.
No, I mean the high speed now. The high speed
rail.
I'm trying to
Only
reason
from Boston,
Osceola
coming
in
toward,
Iowa.
I think, Baltimore or Washington,
I
D.C.
mean, they got a high school that goes from Boston, it goes to New York, and it comes all the way to California. I've ridden the high speed wheel coming to California before. But even the high speed wheel is not even compared to the one China is getting. And we are talking about Labrador, I even got locomotive.
The pastor really making it.
Oh man, I know you don't make a man.
Yeah, Pastor Sussel, did you have a chance to get on the make it real? Or?
Yeah, I gotta make it real on you.
That's man. Like, man, pushing your man.
You can put Donald Trump, Suzuka, Joe Biden, Suzuka. You are who else again? Chichon Suzuka. You add Emmanuel Macron, Suzuka. I will not get on the make it real.
That man, when the man pushing your man, you're not getting on his head.
But why will put your effort? Because even the player can go that height, I can't go there.
Listen, man, make it real. It's not that bad.
Oh, hey, my man.
The one you high in Buchanan is different from the one we're high in Beaumont.
Yeah, because you're in the hills. You're in the hills. For us, our land is pretty flat.
My man,
the Beaumont, when you see it, you holla.
My man will
the Beaumont, it just say people work from up tower, the winter also work on.
Yeah.
Then you coming down from the winter, when you coming down, like, you coming on that slope.
Myself out there, I'm not touching nothing. I'm not going down.
Me, I'll go down there. A big year. Even if I'm working the wind, there's something on the wind they call hop jump. You go in the when you climb the tower, you go inside. When you get in the nacelle, I mean in the hop. That's in the nacelle, rather. Then you have to pass through the nacelle. It's that GE tower. You have to pass through the nacelle and go in the hop. Then you pass through the hop before you go in the blade. Brother, I told the man, me, I will never do hop jump as long as I remain in Wi-Fi. Because you know why when you go to the hop jump, when you leave the nacelle, it just say you in an oyster bedding and you standing outside. But brother, you know what I'm you? That you're honest. You have to clip your honest to this thing, and all around you, you see the whole world, my man.
Don't forget to strap your honor if you forget you on your own.
Yeah, I said that way. Many times I can't join home. You're sending who? You're fire. I can't join home.
But honestly, I think one of the area that the women need to concentrate on, and I think every government should do, and a smart government will always do, is the area of security. Because once your country is secure, what you're doing, you giving investor the mindset that, hey, your investment is secure. You're encouraging them to come into your country to invest. You see, Ghana, I said it last time, but when you have a country without no good security system, nobody want to invest the money.
No.
But for our Liberia security sector, most of my government was very weak. That one, I told my own people it was very weak.
My man, no,
just to buttress you or Macron, to buttress you. That incident at top, I'm on top of the auditor than death. But that incident at top at the University of Liberia between Akaro and those students. If I were Patrick Shudu, my man said they were not going to enter that university. The people started having a wars of war attack. Wars of war took place for over 1 week. Akaro told the entire Liberia going to go out of Liberia on a Monday. He announced that a week ahead. Brother, the first thing we sent out a press release telling nobody.
That's one of the reasons why the man lost the election, because that's not his job.
The day we know that if Akaro is set to come, the day he comes, before he come there, you saw the way neck of the barricade today, that will barricade in the barricade. You're not entering there. Number two, the first time when Sereno Sifos were attacked on a normal basis, you were attacked by the student. The police will have stepped into the student, they should be arrested, prosecuted, and then they did it to the vice president. Before they could do it to Alojo Howard, that prompted Akaro to have gone there. The police sat and watched all these things. The police was so weak to the point that many of them were telling my men, the police really get problem with me. There are a lot of things that happen, and Patterson will just be quiet. I'm like,
But Pastor Sus, that when you look at the history of the University of Liberia, it has always been a no-go zone for corrupt leadership.
no, it's not corrupt leadership. The University of Liberia had a tendency that when they become lawless against a certain government, then they think they're proving point. Show me one government that government. I mean, that University different way. They fought though.
Better a good at that. Look, that all Liberia government have been.
This guy fought everyone.
Gentlemen, the student can be critical on national government, which I appreciate, because you know what? Students are future leaders in waiting. But when we convert our university campus to a militant ground,
it must be militant.
Where students now go to school, they no longer concentrate on academic issues, but they're more or less politically minded to the point they become political militant, and they are always on political issues and attacking individuals and leaving the issues.
When
those not support it, gentlemen.
Things to were against the Manasari government, CDC supported them. The only problem you are discussing down because the people think against CDC. That is the problem.
No. When you see, that's a mistake you guys are making. That mistake will live forever.
The CDC supported them.
Let me ask you a question. When they your party?
Hold on. When they your party?
CDC and Manasari are the thing. We're discussing generational problems. Do you know the University of Liberia students were used in the rest riot protest? They were the one they used.
I'm not disputing all the facts. I'm asking.
Do you know that people die at that Jonathan Hill during the administration when the students took the street?
Listen, what I'm asking is
the same thing happened in Catholic administration. Happened with Manasari. Happened with George Weah.
What I'm asking is every time an opposition political party is going against a sitting government, they always welcome the attitude of sub-militants. They never criticize. The only time they can criticize sub-militant when they are the sitting government and sub start doing to them what they were okay with doing to the previous sitting government.
Then it means.
My argument is, when did any government in Liberia speak against sub? The only time they spoke against sub when they were in the executive mansion. But when they were in opposition, they were very, very happy to support SUP. If that city government had arrested SUP or students, that opposition party would have made all their pronouncement how those boys should be released down in the text.
Then you now coming back to what I was saying about the insincerity and the honesty of our political players. The young generation will always, and they are, let me not use the word they will be, but they are always being used.
Everywhere in the world.
No, everywhere in the world.
Everywhere.
Where?
Even in America. You know, say young people, when you want to do real protest, young people, because they are energetic. What I'm saying to you is the problem.
They train, they call that protect our cause, man. They don't just jump on the street.
I'm not disputing what you are saying. What I'm saying to you is the problem we're having, like coming to security, and let's speak on the security issue. I think we're discussing it earlier today. The reason why you don't put friends in position is the reason why the CDC security apparatus was weak.
Yep.
We didn't go for the professionals, we went for our friends. So Gregor Coleman would have been the best to really help Lee. He was very well trained, he was around, but the most parties should have fine. He didn't want to do it. Look, I've listened to Patrick Suru on at the Senate when they were talking the budget issue. And every year, Patrick Suru said, "We not get cars, the police get cars, and this and that." And I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, every year they say they get a man, I know now they don't budget for cars and uniform. Every year they don't got it. So I'm thinking they got to living in the 17th century or they live in the 21st century. Because even police department in America, when they go buy a car, they buy a car, they don't go wear one check. If your budget, if you are getting 3 million or 4 million for cars in budget, you are able to go to the dealer, the people that work in make police car, and buy 2,000 police car.
Call four, but you some intercept
3,000 police car, they pick up everything. 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 police car. The Liberia government through the joint plan need 5,000 police vehicles or 5,000 vehicles for our joint security task force. How much is the total cost? The total cost of the vehicle is this. Liberian government gonna put 10% of that money down. And every year you pay this amount. If you are getting 4 million in the budget for cars and everything, and the post man, you can put 10% down, and maybe the total cost of that thing is 50 million. That means maybe you can put 5 million now. That means you can put 5 million now, and every year you can tell the person will pay you 4 million now. And it will take you 20 years to pay off these cars. We don't use our debt wisely in Liberia. So that means that you have whole Liberia with police cars. You don't can't work again. But every year, in every government, our police come with the same complaint. Every year.
You know why?
You know why?
Nice,
Hold
those
on,
nice
hold on.
police cars there for less than
Every year we come with the
40,000.
same complaint. Nobody in our country is innovative enough to do something different, to try something new. There's been no reason we don't have police cars. Police cars, even helicopter in our country. We didn't get one police helicopter. We don't get.
You read like that.
When we get drone, the police never get drone.
The hospital we got helicopter that police will get
You
helicopter.
can buy drone for 400, good drone for 400, but you get one drone where they can put in the sky with the seating happening. I mean,
You get drone here.
You get drone where you get somebody to control, you know, anybody can control it. How to even program it.
Hey, let me say one thing to you. Do you know? I was just in Labrador December. The country me. Do you know how the screen the country me in Labrador? The screen about drone.
Who can scream about drone?
What they did?
So what they do is that the drone does the recording.
They say what they do.
I mean, I say personal people ain't get drone in Labrador.
No, I was trying to tell my brother. He said, "Why they put no control? Do you know my case in Labrador can control drone?"
I'm saying the drone.
They got drones in drones.
My man,
They got drones in drones. What the man talking about? He talking about security drones that can do a
I
lot of
agree.
things.
If the government decide to buy drone, if they decide to buy drone, they will train somebody to control it. I want to leave that one.
But they decided to buy it as bad. That's my point. We not get it. We don't have it.
We get spalling, we get balanced, we get spalling glass.
Let's forget about cars, right? Let's forget about mobile cars, right? Let's talk about motorbike. You buy all the motorbike for camping. You won't tell me, Joey, you can buy it for the security sector that the police to use that as a temporary tools to be able to move around and solve crimes.
My problem I'm having with you guys tonight is it is true that Joey will be discovering he the one that get living power.
Well, I made a topic. We're discussing.
I know, but when we narrow down the discussion as a Joey problem, then we're not ready to solve it. Because Joey is not the root. You have to go to the root of this problem.
Let me get my brother. Let me get my brother. Again, as I said the other day, I was saying to you, my brother, the problem when Joey was a president and he's the president, that was his problem. It's the Joey problem. This problem now is about to be a Joseph Boakai's problem. The problem with you guys in the CDC, you did not want to take hold of the problem to be your problem. You thought that it must be, we're not going to wait to 1847 to discuss the
responsibility, man.
You personally there that your problem. The problem
brother.
Problem now.
Even if a problem is your problem,
you will get drones.
Scientifically, the easier way to mitigate a problem is to mitigate it from the root.
We're not disputing, but who will mitigate from the root? We're not the person that get a problem that can go to the root.
Right? So what I'm saying, we're talking about mitigation now. I mean, for me, you and myself, I will always say this.
What I'm asking you, who's supposed to go to the root?
If Liberian think that African or Liberian politician will mitigate the problem in our country, brother, we got a long way to go.
No,
the only way the problems in our country be mitigated, that the kind of platform you must have we are establishing. This platform discussing the root cause of our problem, finding the solution, and enforcing, making sure that national government fit is brought to the fight. But if we just say that the government will do this, and the government will do that, and the government will do that one, and the government will, we will have anticipation in government will come, government will go, and nothing will be done.
Your government accountable because you're there, your friend, and no problem. But us, we holding our many feet to a fire.
Well, fire, you get fire for la brain gurus, then you get fire.
Yeah.
You beat up, they just warm their body. They get any job with the heat. They go do that. No more thing.
Just watch the process. You know, the thing that messed with George Weah when Joria took over at that time, technology was just getting to like people were just getting access to social media, accessing the social media. Yeah, so he was already exposed by social media, honestly, because I know, man, I said he did something that people never knew around the world. Yeah.
Nobody was exposing y'all.
Exactly.
That in job where administration favor begin to have live video, live broadcast.
So now everybody have become, journalists in Liberia.
They say, yeah, they put live video.
But what they say
by the time you do environment, they see the one coming in pass and say, oh yeah.
Expose you quickly.
But look, even when the former defense minister visited President Church,
the China government no Facebook live ever China.
Let me tell you what China do. What China is doing. You know the TikTok. The Chinese use TikTok for education purpose. The government monitor every application.
Our children be doing way in America.
But the children in America ain't like, bro, they're shaking butt.
Yeah.
You cannot do it when you do it in China. You're in trouble. You want to do it to use it to do something educated that people learn. They say small training, they're shaking butt and showing titty.
Man, like
just look at Facebook alone. Facebook. Do you know how many resources social media put into the war economy? How many of our librarian people making use of the social media? I'll tell you my thing for you. I say, right after the election, when I join, I have won, you are going to win you. Or whoever going to win. Right after the election, if you cannot serious about on the platform, I'm not going to leave the platform, but I will have a day set. We don't even teach a value to our young generation. And some of God have blessed us with wisdom. You were on a man show the other day, right? On video show that when they say when I appeared, that's small task. Do you know how many girls were not on video but I should go back on our show? Because the problem here, brother. For example, my man, look at what young generation, look at the relationship today in America, 99% of our young people, they are single mother, single father, single mother, single father. Because they don't into a relationship without a core value. They go to job, the job got core value. And they uphold the core value to a high standard. But when it comes to their personal family, they don't have a core value for their family. So they treat the family anyhow. And anytime you have a bad family in a society, consider that to be a bad society, no matter what. So this little thing that look like, brother, gentlemen, maybe I don't know. I like the way you're doing it. You're trying to help our society, but I think you're standing on the fence and looking at the surface of the problem. You think that you can solve it because you can solve it. But if you are opportunity to leave the fence and go inside the compound and see how the problem look, it will give you a broader idea that to face a problem we need to do the way we say it is, that's what it is.
No, we'll solve the problem. There's no problem.
No, we can solve it.
We'll solve the problem. We gotta solve the problem.
The first thing we have to make people who cause the problem to leave from the decision making process in solving the problem.
All they put out that solve problem. Look, there are countries that have bigger problems than we have had. Yeah. But people deliberately decide to solve their problems. The problem of Liberia is it's an excuse. Look, every government, man, any kind of power. How many you saw? How many? My man, how you be? Our citizen, man, I saw you talking. Why Ellen did it? That day, you think for example, our drawer will solve it. The mindset is killing us.
Now, for common example, when Brennan Samuka was deprived to serve his people as a senator for local county, they said they did that because he misappropriated the AFM money. And between you and myself, whether it was done by Manuseli or whatever, it was only watchful and that money was misappropriated. Now, what I expected the Lufian to have done, or any other meaningful librarian who felt that Brennan Samuka was not treated, The fact that the fact established that only a watchful eye as a defense minister, the after retirement, the pension money that was reserved was misappropriated on something else. The question should be, if we prosecuted Vanny Samuka, then let's hold the government layers to the fire to make sure that every other person that one way or the other is indebted to this to our government, be it in this government, in past government, whatever government, to book and pay this money. That's what a protest we should have held in Liberia State. That protest, make sure we don't leave the street until that problem is over. But instead, we made Bernie Samuka issue to be tracked to the point I was saying we pay the money. And people started collecting money. So we were facilitating the criminality aspect of that issue. We're not looking at what the men did to the soldier, but we're looking at it from a tribal background and a sentiment background. And these are the problem we got.
So,
and that is why I'm afraid that they won't go to the development. Right? Today, don't be surprised. What will say your tech judge body will see what happened. The judge will tell you your tech print will see what happened. Like you our mind.
What happened with tech job and tech print? Let we really see what will happen.
Exactly.
So Pastor Sose, let me ask you the question. Yeah. Let me ask you the question. Are you saying that this government was not aware of the transaction that took place between the former the former defense minister and the past regime? Because I believe there was a turning over ceremony, and there was communication that was given over to the incoming leadership. But honestly, I think Joey utilized
no, you see now, no.
To score a political point.
You ask a question.
You will come to my question, but I want to tell you the reason why. The reason why.
I come in now. You ask a question.
I'll be watching.
Anytime you ask a question, you know why it does? When a man posts a question, two things happening. He either telling the audience or the public that, oh, I'm not in the know of the, or he posts a question for the betterment of the audience or the community or whoever listening. So you can't pose a question and come with a statement that justifies the question.
No, that statement has nothing to do with the question. I want to tell you the reason why we are went after.
I'm 12 on my side, so I'll be seeing you. I go to bed.
Yeah, my son was only going.
Yeah.
They may not working tomorrow. My son not working tomorrow, so why you stay here? Yeah, hacking people from all day.
Yeah, but Pastor,
yeah. You take for one day after 2-3 months from now, or 2-3 years from now, you take for one day, you come some medicine to that too. Like you.
No, I know. I mean, we're just saying it. There are a lot of challenges. Yeah. The old man going to, he got to put his foot down because trust me.
You know why? I'm afraid. The old man will want to put his foot down. To put your foot down in Liberia as a leader, you need that energy. That old man not happy anymore.
Hey, well, how sure are you, man?
But start, man, you see that these are the same thing. Another thing we get hear me. We see the little reality. Oh man, don't have that. You all will reach that age.
It's just a command that
ask you,
people will follow.
The strength you and myself we have right now, even the number of hours we are still on the life, and we stay strong going. You think that Omega can do it right now? No.
Maybe the woman will use Just Ria Baby Man as his, advisor.
We have to be serious about our national issue.
Because I thought we have Baby Man as well.
Well, it doesn't make sense. So I'm not going to gratify it.
Oh, but
it doesn't make sense. So I'm not going to gratify it.
Are you saying that? Are you saying we don't have children by Madame?
I don't have any clue of anything. I'm discussing national issues when we are just Baby Man a personal life. I'm not discussing that.
But the woman into politics. The woman is a political leader.
It still doesn't matter.
She could be a good help to the
child with George we are, or maybe we have benefit our country or does not benefit our country.
I'm just saying that she could be a good help, but I think the woman can point out to be a good, advisor, or even as far as Minister of Presidential, affair.
Look, let me tell you, and I will say this for free. You guys don't build expectation. Yeah. Oh God. I just told you, but you ain't listening to me. Judy Bryan. Not Judy Bryan, but first of all, let me start with Amos Sawyer, Rusando Perry, Judy Bryan. But what I'm starting with okay, yeah. Who brought it was Rusando Perry that brought where in the charter to power? I said charter. I said Judy Bryan. I said Manoselli. The only thing I didn't say that was George Weah. The man calling them come and say I don't work in government. Look, the thing that been destroying our country, the expectation that we know will not be met. That the standard with the bar of our state can be so high, and that is why we always within the period of 1 more 2-3 months we have the issue with our government. To Liberia, the way we run our government, we don't respect technocrats. If that young man right here is a technocrat in the cyber era, the fact that he's a technocrat, whoever government comes to power, see him as a technocrat and treat him as one. But they see you as a maybe, no, they may work with the government, we don't trust him, he should leave. I can't explain that problem, man. That problem, look, I'm not saying we can't solve it. We can keep the ball rolling. But trust me, a big. It start with our kids in the house. You will get, maybe Liberia don't give women money to go in the market. I mean America, but Liberia, you get almost $500 to go in the market. She use $100. Or she use $250 and reserve $250 and make it a fee as a husband that she had used $250. I mean she had used $500 and use the $250 on something else. The corruption is not just government. Look, the thing is, it's so rampant to the point of ratting. Yeah. I mean, I work in government, I work with government.
No, it's a challenge for our country because we have not taken it serious, you know. I mean, you cannot erase it, but you can minimize it. You know, you can work on it. But
for example, environmental protection of Liberia, EPA is to regulate every environmental issue, environmental hazard, environmental social impact, and other things. That EPA responsibility.
And there should be all the self-regulation as well, right?
Yeah, that's why that is our way to put regulation into place. Develop environmental laws and enforce it. That's EPA work. One day EPA was invited to the House of Senate. Something was going on. Someone team went on. They invited the EPA. The Senate asked the question: since you became an entity under the act that established you, how many government institutions have you found? For example, have you gone to a government institution and realized that they breach environmental standards and you find them? How many government institutions? None. Because you know what? Government in a government in. Unlike in this country, you can be driving a government car, right? When you reach in a 65 map a speed zone, you go 70 or 75. While a government car, that if the car is around, it will pull you over and it will give you ticket.
Oh yeah, even your mayors or senator, yeah, will pull you over.
In Liberia, and I say policeman driving, or maybe a security officer will be in a car and the driver misbehave. When another policeman intervene, you say, I get one OPS in the car, I carry operation somewhere. And because I policeman right in that car, that's their issue. Every problem with every sector. Oh God.
And the reason is because they don't follow protocol.
How did we get here? So I agree when you assume responsibility, it is your duty to what? Regulate whatever problem you made become your problem. But to think that a George Weah or a Boakai will solve a problem we generated from 1847. It says here, We're joking.
No,
We're joking.
I'm not having that expectation. And
You don't make a having that expectation right now.
even
The
if I
very
do
first
have an
thing,
expectation,
the very first thing,
it's not
in
at that
Braga
level.
3 years, in Braga for 3 years, when you don't have investors pulling into Liberia, people, the
Invest
young
it would
generation
take
start getting on Braga.
it would take time because first thing you have to prove to an investor that the investment will be secure. So we have to
You
work
see
on.
now, that time when you must say we got logic that we can look at say no, they put it and what the ordinary Liberia don't have.
Well, your own the system, you feel the people everywhere.
Okay.
So your own were more complicated.
I was telling one guy from Liberia, he used to win the president of it. I say I'm happy in a sense that UP won. I'm not overwhelmed that UP won because I know few months from now, a few years from now, UP will put in a worse situation that we didn't expect. And I know it. But again, I'm praying that it should not happen because when it happens, they're not only UP, the government official will feel it, they will not even feel it. Then ordinary Liberia will feel it. But from all indications, knowing the kind of people who are going with over in government, some of who are well within the kind of people they are, there's a very big red flag that is waiting already. Because the reason is that we know this guy and the energy of the woman to fight these guys, not to do this thing, whether he has that energy, that's not fear. But again, I pray. I really, really pray that happy Gokuna vice president, be happy in the process that you will deliver. Amen. You're not working tomorrow. I got activity tomorrow. See you.
Yeah, let me let you go, man. We'll see later on. We'll talk later on today. If we're having
All
show,
right.
but I know. All right, brother. Thanks.
Yeah.